We're live from
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the November 20th, 2023 City Council public hearing. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to do a land acknowledgement. I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homelands, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. Next, we will do a roll call. Councillor Wright. Sure, she'll join us shortly. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning and happy birthday, Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Sohi will not be joining us today. He's on city business. Councillor Hamilton also will not be joining us. She's on city business. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Cartmel. He may be joining us later. Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, next, adoption of the agenda. Can I ask one of my colleagues, Councillor Rutherford?
Sure, I will move adoption of the agenda for November 20th, 2023 public hearing. I don't know if there's any changes. Can you just get, pardon?
Correct, there are no changes to the agenda.
Then that's
Second.
Great, thank you. Any questions on that? Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Sir, we have all the votes. We're just getting the screen loaded.
Great, please display the vote when you can. And that has carried. Next, we'll move to protocol items. I'm not aware of any protocol items.
Just the one that's currently here, Councillor Principe.
Oh, well, let me announce that I just received notice that we have a school class joining us today. So we have from Annunciation grade 6 class from Sipawinawak with teacher Ms. Van Teekum. Hello, welcome. We're so happy to have you here today. Are you here today just for the day? This is day 5 for them at City Hall School. Wow, day 5. Wow, you're probably ready to sit up here with us. Well done. That's great. We're so happy to have you here. Thank you. Welcome. Lovely. That's great. Okay, so we are going to go to our next item. We are going to call for persons to speak. So the clerk will call out bylaws to be dealt with. I will call out the names of the people registered to speak to each bylaw. Next, council members will select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on the bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. Council will then deal with each of the bylaws that were selected for discussion and debate. For each item, administration will first provide an overview of the bylaw. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Those in favor will speak first in panels, followed by those opposed in panels. Each person will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you are participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. After comments from the public, council may ask questions of city administration. After all questions of administration have concluded, I will ask council if they wish to ask any further questions of those who have presented in response to new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. If you are participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you are experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you are here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it is your turn to speak. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. Clerk Martin, may you please call the bylaws?
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.1, Charter Bylaw 20664, to allow for industrial business uses Southeast Industrial?
Yes, thank you. We have the following members of the public registered to speak in favor. Marcelo Viguera. Good morning. We have no one registered in opposition. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? No.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.2, Charter Bylaw 20663, to allow for a variety of commercial uses intended to serve the community Belmont?
Yes, thank you. We have the following members of the public registered to speak in favor. Joshi.
Good morning, Councillor.
Good morning. Nathan Wanchalak.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh, that's Jody. Was that you, Jody Chu?
Hi, yes, we're together.
You're
Morning.
together. Okay, great. Thank you. And we have the following members of the public registered to speak in opposition. Kathy Murray. Good morning. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak?
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.3, Charter Bylaw 20665, to allow for low-rise multi-unit housing and row housing Spruce Avenue?
Yes, thank you. We have the following members of the public registered to speak in favor. Renan Sones. Good morning. Dave Onashenko. Good morning. And Ayman Al-Mikadad. Hi, good morning. And we do not have anyone registered to speak in opposition. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak?
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.4, Charter Bylaw 20637, to allow for a mix of commercial and residential opportunities in locations that are well connected to mass transit? Kihiwan?
Yes, again, we have Dave Onashenko, who we've already met, and Renan Sones here with us. David Ben-Yurtorf.
Benjestorf?
Hi, good morning.
Morning. For questions?
Just for questions only? Okay.
Yes.
And Catherine Oberg?
Good morning, for questions only as well.
Okay. Thank you. And we have no one registered in opposition. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak?
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Items 3.5 and 3.6 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.5, Bylaw 20659, to amend the McKernan-Belgravia Station Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 3.6, Charter Bylaw 20660, to allow for low-rise multi-unit housing Belgravia?
Yes, thank you. We have Marcelo Viguera, who is with us in person, and John Stadnick. John, are you there? He may join us later. And in opposition, we have the following members to speak. Pierre de Grandpré. Good morning. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this item?
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.7, Charter Bylaw 20662, to allow for low-rise intensity commercial uses Highlands?
Yes, thank you. We have the following members of the public to register to speak in favor. Ryan Edick. Good morning. Andrew Olson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Wanda Banas. Okay. And then we have the following members of the public registered to speak in opposition. Cindy Olson. Good morning. Karen Brown. Good morning. Francine Gregory. Good morning. Jane Atkin. Good morning. Barbara Hayduk. Good morning. Paul Buzinski. Hi, good morning. Lori Mutron Buzinski. Good morning. Sheila Femister. Is there a Sheila Femister? Andrea Sweetnam. Good morning. Debbie Cronwit Martin.
Good morning.
Good morning. Gwen Hillis. Good morning. Dwight Hillis. Good morning. And is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this item?
We do have an additional registration. Colleen Danny Duke.
Was that you who raised your hand? Are you Colleen? Okay, good. Good morning. Thank you. And is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Oh, yeah, I called you. Great. Okay, thank you, Sheila. Anyone else now that wishes to speak on this item that wasn't called? Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.8 or 3.9, which will be dealt with together? Item 3.8 is bylaw 20616 to close the 131 Street Northwest Road right-of-way Athlone, or item 3.9, Charter Bylaw 20617 to allow for low-rise multi-unit supportive housing in the retention of Parkland Athlone.
Yes, we have the following members of the public registered to speak. Crystal Kajaner.
Good morning.
Good morning. Jeffrey Koo. Oh, there you are. Hi. Janice Lee. Hi, good morning. Neil Asadik. Hi, good morning. And we have the following members of the public registered to speak in opposition. Timothy Grant. Good morning. Tamara Rieringa. Good morning. Rod Beck. Cindy Lynham.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this item? We have someone else. Can you please come down and bring your name forward?
Councillor Principe, we have Jared Jensen registered to speak in opposition.
Thank you. Jared Jensen will be speaking on this item as well. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this item?
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Items 3.10 and 3.11 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.10, bylaw 20645 to amend the Strathcona Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 3.11, Charter Bylaw 20646 to allow for low-rise multi-unit housing, Strathcona?
Yes, we have the following members of public registered to speak in favor. Gary Luong.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, good morning. Jeff
Morning.
Booth?
Good morning.
Good morning. And we have no one registered in opposition. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item?
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.12 or 3.13, which will be dealt with together? Item 3.12 is bylaw 20643 to amend the 109th Street Corridor Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 3.13, Charter Bylaw 20644 to allow for medium-rise multi-unit housing, Queen Alexandra.
Yes, we have one member registered to speak in favor, Ram Chadha. Ram, are you there? Not at this time, and we do not have anyone registered to speak in opposition. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? All right, it looks like we have called all the speakers. We'll go through the list again after of anyone who hasn't was here for roll call. But at this time, I would like to ask my colleagues to please, if you would like to select items for debate, please sign up at this time. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, I would like to select item 3.8 and 3.9, as well as 310 and 311.
Uh, 3.8, 3.9, 3.10, and 3.11, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador?
3.7, please.
Thank you. 3.7. Councillor Wright?
3.1, please, just for a question.
3.1? Sure. Councillor Rice?
3.4, please.
3.4. Thank you. And Councillor Knack?
Yep, thank you. I'll select items 3.12 and 3.13. And just see. And I was just double checking to see if the ward councillor went on, but I'll select, because I think we have speakers registered in opposition on 3536, as I don't think that's been selected yet. And did we get, someone got 3.2? No, not yet, 3.2. We do need that as well. Is someone?
All right. As the way I see it, we only have one item left, 3.3. I just wanted to clarify. No other councillor wants to sign up? Okay, so we have one item. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, I'm happy to move closure of public hearing on Charter Bylaw 20665.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson and Councillor Salvador. Please vote on the closure of the public hearing.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
Thank you. I'll move first reading of Charter Bylaw 20665.
Second.
Thank you. Anyone who wishes to speak on this item? Seeing none. All right, please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote, and that has carried.
I'll move second reading of Charter Bylaw 20665.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading of Charter Bylaw 20665.
Second.
Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
Thank you. I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 20665.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. So we will move on to our first item, item 3.1. Administration, you have a presentation for us?
I don't need a presentation, but if we could just, I have questions related to slide number 4. If we could just pull that up and. So I'm on side with the request at hand, but since we are talking land use, I'm just wondering about the land use for that abandoned well site up, I think it's in the center graphic, right beside the red commercial building, so there's the little plus sign in the circle. And I'm just wondering, in relation to land use, what is happening to that land? And how many other abandoned wells do we have in the city? I thought this was more of a rural problem.
Councillor Wright, there are a number of abandoned wells in the city. Typically, we try and incorporate them into either a public utility lot or a park space where they can get access for any remediation that's needed.
Is there any remediation planned on this site?
There has to be remediation on most abandoned wells, yes.
But is there any planned
Not that we know at this time.
Okay, and then who's responsible? Is it the company that abandoned that, or is it the actual park owner?
Councillor, it's the company that abandons it. And in case that company is no longer is no longer solvent, then it's the Abandoned Well Association that will be taken care of. But it's under the preview of AER.
Right, okay, but I was just wondering if there was any plans and yeah, and how prevalent that is in the city. Any idea how many abandoned wells we have?
Not offhand, no.
Can I get a follow-up on that by
Yes,
memo?
certainly.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you very much. That's all I had. It just kind of surprised me to see that there. So I will go ahead and move closure of Charter Bylaw 20664.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
And I move first reading of Charter Bylaw 20664.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
See, Speaker David online, you're unmuted. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Wright.
And I move second reading of Charter Bylaw 20664.
Sorry, we're still missing 2 votes on the
I'm
previous.
sorry.
Oh, sorry about that. And one of them is me, because I saw you look at me.
Now we have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that has carried.
I would like to move second reading on Charter Bylaw 20664.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
I'd like to move consideration for third reading of Charter Bylaw 20664.
Second.
Please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Jans? We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
Sorry. I'd like to move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 20664.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Next, we'll move on to item 3.2. Do you have a presentation, administration? Please go ahead.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Councillor. Good morning. This application proposes to rezone 5.9 hectare site in the Belmont neighborhood from a DC sites. Sorry? Is my mic on? I think my mic's on. I will speak louder. It's not my strong suit, but I will do. Apologies, I'll restart so everyone can hear. Good morning. This application proposes to rezone 5.9 hectare site in the Belmont neighborhood from DC 2.621, or Site-Specific Development Control Provision, to the CSC, or Shopping Center Zone. Next slide, please. The subject site is located at the southwest corner of 137th Avenue and Victoria Trail. The surrounding area is developed as a variety of residential uses. Transit service is offered via 135th Avenue and 139th Avenue, while active mode connections are offered along 137th Avenue and Victoria Trail. Next slide, please. When compared to the current DC2 provision, the proposed CSC zone will allow for a wider variety of commercial uses intended to serve the community, including cannabis retail services, general retail stores, and personal service shops. The applicant does not intend to redevelop the site, but rather intends to market it to a wider range of uses. Next slide, please. The application supports the city plan's policies related to providing commercial development along major intersections and roadways with good access and accessibility to major arterial roads and providing local amenities within walking distance of surrounding residential areas, working towards the development of 15-minute districts. The subject site is located along two major roadways, offering good visibility and access to a range of services. Next slide, please. Administration reached out using advance notices, site signage, and the city's webpage. There were 7 responses, all of which were in opposition to the proposed rezoning. The main concerns listed were traffic and parking, noise, crime, and an abundance of commercial in the area, along with the range of proposed uses. Next slide, please. Administration recommends that this application be approved as it allows for commercial uses to serve the neighborhood and surrounding area, is appropriately located, has good visibility, access, and connection to 2 major roadways, and will remain in alignment with the new zoning bylaw. Thank you.
And thank you. We have Joshi, Nathan Wanchulak, and Jody Chu. Are you all just to answer questions only?
Correct, Councillor.
Thank you. So does anyone have any questions to the speakers in favor? No? All right. So we will go to the speaker in opposition. I would like to call down Kathy Murray. Please come on down and the clerk will guide you to your seat. Hi, welcome. Yeah, you go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Alrighty. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. Hopefully you can hear me. No? No? Anybody? It's on? Right? Speak right to it. Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyway, first, I'm a local resident, and I myself and most of the people with whom I've spoken in our community have absolutely no problem with the idea of a cannabis store going into the complex. And having looked up things on who the owner is, which is SNLD Company, they're the folks who run Wine and Beyond and other stores. We all consider them to be pretty responsible business owners, so no issue with them. But, now a little background. My husband and I bought a condo across the street from that site in 1990, and we're still there. And we moved in with our 3 kids. Back then, the neighborhood had 2 elementary schools, the community league, 1 pharmacy, and a little professional building with 1 doctor who wasn't taking any new patients, 2 pubs, and a little IGA grocery store like the ones in small town Alberta. Nearest restaurant to us was 20 blocks to the west, and it wasn't very good, so there was nothing in the area. And everything that was there closed by about 6 o'clock. Okay, so on the Belmont site in 1990 when we moved in, it was a minimum security jail complex for people transitioning back into the community. And it was decommissioned and then demolished by the mid-1990s, and the developers, the Loring Group, bought the property. As it was a totally new development, new uses proposed for the land, the city sent out 4,000 household surveys to the area to see what local residents wanted on the site and to set up a number of public hearings. Larry Rollinger, owner of the Loring Group at the time, is quoted in the Edmonton Journal then that he was not planning to build a huge mall, but wanted to provide services for the community. And he planned to buffer the commercial development with trees and housing. They would try to retain as many of the viable trees already on the site, including what they themselves described as a distinctive and attractive perimeter of 40-foot-tall fir trees, which gave the site a unique appearance. The trees were still there until June of this year, when they got removed for no reason. But that's irrelevant to the land use. As the plans and the meetings proceeded back in the 90s, various community groups like our Condo Association and a couple of others, plus the South Clairview Community League, which borders the south perimeter of that property, and numerous other local residents developed a long list of things that we'd like to see on the site and a short list of what we didn't want. We wanted a decent-sized grocery store, some professional services like a medical center, dentist, maybe an optician, maybe a family restaurant, and even a fast food place, as there were none in the area at the time. We did not want any pawn shops, any more bars, and definitely not a nightclub or a casino that wouldn't shut down till 3 in the morning. We hammered out a deal with those developers and the city on all of this, and welcomed the idea of their plans for mixed residential housing on the south and west of the land, single-family homes, row housing, perhaps an apartment block. Over the years, this all happened, with a few hiccups, but nothing too serious. I'll be brief. Fast forward to today, and local folks like me are downsizing. We don't need our 3-bedroom duplexes and big backyards anymore. Coming into our neighborhoods are a new generation, like my neighbor on the south, who's a single mom with 2 teenagers, or my neighbor on the north, which is a young couple with an 8-year-old and a baby on the way. They don't need pawn shops, tattoo parlors, more pubs, or a nightclub that doesn't shut down till 3 in the morning. They want medical services, a dentist, an optician, maybe a sporting goods store where they can get their kids runners or a hockey stick or a bike helmet. And they want a family restaurant, not just a McDonald's, where they can celebrate their son's birthday or their daughter's good report cards. Now there's a rezoning plan which we see as changing the entire feel of the community, creating a potential major shopping center and removing any of the restrictions of the direct control zone. So before I wrap up, I had some questions for Luc Cormier. I don't know if he's here, the planner. Ah, right, okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Can I do that after, or?
you're not allowed to ask questions of administration, but,
Oh,
you
okay.
know, council will have the opportunity to do that.
My comments weren't included in the report from administration to council. So there were 7 comments about traffic and parking. Mine were not about traffic, parking, or anything else like that.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. We'll ask questions now of you. Councillor Knack, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate, thanks for coming. So maybe can you let us know what questions you had, and then we can ask that of our administration, because that's the part I would love to understand.
Okay, my comments about the development were not included in the report that went to council, right? Okay, it was included in an email that it was going to be presented to you. Well, I also got a response yesterday, email, that was an oversight. This was weeks ago. And I had asked, why is it up to the applicant, SNLD, the company, to decide on whether we could use a variance or a rezone? And he said the ultimate decision to rezone is for the applicant to decide. And I said, well, then do they have that much power?
Yeah, and so it's always, public hearings are always tricky, so I can ask, I'm technically allowed to ask questions versus answering them, so I can say, were you aware of the process of the public hearing is that an applicant has the opportunity to come forward with any type of rezoning application? That doesn't mean admin will support it, that doesn't mean council has to support it, but they have the legal right to do that no matter what.
Yeah, but it sounds like, the ultimate decision to rezone is for the applicant to decide. What about all the people who've been there already, the business owners?
Yeah. So then maybe, I guess maybe the question for you is just looking at the direct control zone and what's proposed, I guess what I'm unsure of right now is what specific concerns do you have that, so you referenced a couple of uses that seem like they're even permitted under the current zoning that would be allowed in the new zoning. So I'm just trying to figure out what are the main concerns here today that you want us to be aware of so we can ask administration on behalf of you for that?
Okay. We have concerns still, like I said, about putting in pubs or nightclubs or anything that is open late or early, into the early morning hours in particular. You might throw that under noise, but it is an issue if you're living across the street.
Okay. Anything else on the list that jumps out at you? Or?
And I was also told in this email yesterday that the development officer can't grant a variance for a use that is currently not listed. Therefore, it's not possible to grant a variance. And it left me confused. I said, how can you use a variance at all if it's not listed?
Okay.
What does that mean? And why are we even here then if we can't do that, if it's not possible?
So my guess, and this is some will ask of administration, is that I believe that while there are a number of uses that are currently allowed under the current direct control zone, at the time of its creation, it didn't assume every use. And so we've been updating the zoning bylaws years go on. And so they can't just add whatever new use comes in. And so I think,
why not? Yeah.
Because it's direct controls are very legally
specific.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So,
but then why say it's impossible? Then can't we add that if we vote on it or something? Or
and that's part of the process here today. And so I guess just to make sure I've understood the concern, so we can ask that on your behalf. I heard a big concern around potential nightclubs or pubs.
Yep.
Now, from what I understand, that currently could be allowed under the zoning. And so the concern is just, regardless of it's the current zoning or the new zoning, you have a concern about that particular use. Is that correct?
That's the biggest one, but yeah, several others.
And can you give me a few of the others, just so I make sure I wanted to make sure I didn't miss it.
Well, anything that operates outside of, like, say, 10 o'clock at night.
Okay.
Like even a movie theater or something like that, or a hotel, casino. I don't know.
And that site is pretty well fully developed from what I've seen. I've been by, like, there's no, like, there's no major empty site. It's got the major grocery store. So I guess what I'm wondering about is your concern that they're going to essentially like close down one of those buildings and put in something new, or?
Well, obviously with the shopping center designation, they
Yeah.
would be allowed to add another couple of stories to any building there. So there could be demolition and construction of something big, a boutique hotel, I don't know, or a movie theater or something.
Okay, okay.
That kind of, there is room
Okay.
for new development, yeah.
I get, but I'm going to be out of time, so I'll let others jump in. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'm just gonna jump off of Councillor Knack's line of questioning.
Sure.
Thank you so much for being here, and
you.
I just want to start by saying I really always appreciate the stories of hearing how Edmonton has changed and transitioned over time, and so thank you for sharing that today. For me, I guess my primary question that I'm just trying to understand is what is your ideal hope and situation? What is your ideal outcome from today? What would you want to see?
I'd like to see us just stick with this direct control, site-specific direct control. I see no reason to change it, really.
So,
But you could add the a possibility of a cannabis store, because obviously it wouldn't have been thought of in 2000, because it was illegal still then.
so if I'm reiterating properly, you would like to, your ideal would be continue to keep the direct control so you know the height and what exactly is permitted uses
Yep.
with potential of amendments to some specific types of uses.
Yes, exactly.
Is that my understanding? Okay.
Yeah.
Does that, I'm just gonna look to Councillor Knack if that answer, okay. Perfect, and just again, the difference in uses, you mentioned cannabis. Is there any other ones that you're, like, I've heard the ones you're concerned about. I guess which ones are not there currently that would be allowed in the new proposed zone that you would also be okay with?
Okay, not currently there, but allowed. I think, if I'm understanding it still, that, as I said, pubs and nightclubs, and maybe movie theater, I'm not sure even a casino.
You said you wouldn't be okay with those. Are there, other than
No,
cannabis?
I wouldn't be okay with those.
Yeah, so other than cannabis, are there any other uses you would be okay with?
Well, obviously, like a sporting goods shop or something, you know,
Okay, so-
clothing store, that kind of thing.
Retail,
Yeah, yeah.
kind of stuff.
There's room for it, yeah, and a restaurant or
Yeah.
two.
Yeah. And are you familiar with the, like, with the standard zones, are you familiar that there's still, like, things such as nuisance requirements in terms of, noise and stuff for surrounding areas?
Yeah.
So no matter what happens today, that there would still be requirements regardless of the zone around, like, noise and nuisance?
Yeah, but it's easier to say sorry than get permission, right?
Okay, okay, perfect. Thank you so much for your answers and for being here today.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Any other questions to the speaker? No? Okay, so we'll go on to questions of administration. Councillor Knack, please go ahead.
Sure, I realize this is technically Councillor Paquette's ward, but he's away, so we're going to try to fill in the gaps as best we can. So hearing some of the questions, I guess first piece I want to double check, I pulled up the DC2. It seems like it has a fairly wide list of uses, and I don't have a side-by-side with the CSC, but it sure feels like it covers almost every one of the uses and maybe a few more. Can you walk me through the two? I'm just trying to catch up on this. I'm not necessarily looking for a line by line, but I'm trying to get a sense of how many additional uses are being added and potentially how many uses are being taken away. Because things like nightclubs and clubs, I think, are already identified in here in the DC zone. So I'm just trying to figure out, in terms of the nuisance concerns, what are we looking to add in this?
In terms of the nuisance concerns, I don't have a specific line item on that. There's about 15 more uses under zoning bylaw 12800.
Okay.
And again, that will shift in
Correct.
January when we move to 20,001. I would say that detaching it from the direct control and allowing it to continue to evolve along with the remainder of the zoning bylaw is part of the rationale for supporting this. DCs do tend to get stuck, and so there's some differences and nuances in terms of what the specific uses are in the DC, even from there to 12,800. So I do have a line by line open, however.
If you
there's
have
a
it, I mean,
specific-
just so we
It's
can
a very
fill
long list, is all.
That's okay. You can use time for that, just so I can understand.
Okay, I'm just trying to think of like the key ones here. So the bars and neighborhood pubs for less than 200 occupants and 240 meters squares of public space is a new language, not necessarily a new use, but
Because I just want to double check, the DC shows major eating and
yes.
drinking establishments. It shows major and minor amusement establishments. On the drinking establishments, that includes even dance. So
correct.
So it's, I guess what I'm just trying to make sure is, in terms of the newest, the most significant new things, cannabis sales would probably be one.
Cannabis sales is one, and again, that's part of the challenge of having the DCs. Is any DCs that are coming in are gonna have that as a new use.
Okay.
Creation and production establishments is a newer use as well, and
Okay.
again, that will shift into the new zoning bylaw. They have the liquor stores already. I'm just trying to see here. The nightclubs for less than 200 occupants and 240 meters squared of public space. Which would be on this site less than 2 hectares.
Okay.
Or sorry, this one's more than 2 hectares, so it would actually be larger than 200 occupants would be permitted here. Private clubs.
And that's on the DC. I see it here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I've just got some highlighted here. It's the urban indoor farms and outdoor farms, specialty food services.
Okay.
It's a difficult situation. We're
I
actually
hear.
comparing
I wanted to
three-
make sure that I got a general sense. The biggest one I'm hearing, because again, there's ability for or
Already in
dance
there,
clubs,
yeah.
drinking like the current zoning allows for all of that.
Spectator entertainment establishments.
already
It was
there.
quite broad
Yeah.
already, yes.
There's a few things that might be removed. There was funeral services on this direct control, which would not be captured in the CNC. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Funeral services is not the same as crematorium, just to double check, since we've talked a lot about that. I don't actually know what the defined use of funeral services off the top of my head.
I'll have to double check that
Okay.
one. That wasn't one that had come up as a concern, so
I'm wondering, these are examples of things that might be coming out too, to try to get a sense of where we're at. Okay, that's helpful. And then, so then the biggest potential change beyond that additional use would be if they were to take down any of those buildings and rebuild, they could build a taller building than what's in the DC. The DC allows a 10-meter high. This would allow for up to 16 meters high.
that is correct. And then with the transition to the new zoning bylaw, 2001, then we'd also be looking at an increase in the maximum floor area ratio as well.
This site and maybe it'll be a question for new information of the applicants of getting a sense of, are we actually looking to take down any of those buildings or rather just
That
use
was not the
exi-
intent that
Yeah.
was stated. They're looking to market it to a broader range of
Yes.
users.
The other big piece, I guess, is the CSC zone is not an uncommon zone in locations like this. I can think of probably 30 or 40 just in the
That's
ward I
correct.
represent alone on corners on arterials. So it's a zone we've used. You don't always see it get built to the max, but it has that ability.
Correct.
Okay, I'm out of time on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. And before we go on to Councillor Rice, we have some visitors here with us today. We have from Garth Worthington School, grade 6 class with teacher Ms. Bon Camino. From Ward, Ipi Koka Napiyotsi. And your counselor, Councillor Rice, she can say the ward name much better than I can.
Ipi Koka Napiyotsi.
Yes, hi, welcome. We're so happy to have you here. We love having company. Are you having fun here today? Yeah? Learning a lot? Great, good. Enjoy your time here. Thanks for visiting us. And up next is your city councillor, Councillor Rice. Please go ahead.
Yeah, welcome everyone here first. So the question, I want to go back to focus on the land use. purpose and for this application. I heard our public speaker mention the 2 schools around this area. I would like to know, and then is the right cross for that PU zone, is that part of the school, or is there, what's the separation distance and from the school, or the general distance from school to this shopping center?
I'd have to check the exact distance, but it's not within the restrictions, so cannabis would be permitted on site.
So what is the requirement for the separation distance?
Just pull that up for you, Councillor.
Thank you.
I believe it was 200 meters. 200? Yeah, 200 meters.
Okay, so it's far. It's far than 200 meters.
Correct, yes.
So that is one question. Second question, and then what's the distance for the Lex shopping center and nearby for this one?
The nearest
Yeah, the
shopping
nearest,
center?
yes, and in the same neighborhood.
The Clairview Town Center has a shopping center. This is based on my eyeball and Google Maps, but I do believe we're around probably 700 meters.
700?
800 to the Majors part. Yeah.
So they have like the similar use, and in that shopping center as well, right? In the existing shopping center.
The Clairview Town Center is definitely more of a district pull. It's a little bit of a larger service area. This one's a little bit more of a smaller scale shopping center, but
Okay.
similar uses for sure.
So then, my next question, and because the concern and brought by the residents is already an abundant commercial area. So does that mean the land use for the commercial is not actually meeting the needs of the community? And why is abandoned there? And what's the ideal and from abandoned to build is a new one?
Sorry, I'm not sure if I have your question correct, but I'll certainly make an attempt. I would say that just because there's 2 of these and that there are concerns doesn't mean that the land use isn't appropriate at this location, which is what we would evaluate. There is certainly a land use component to wanting to have enough commercial space and have enough to provide for the needs of those communities, especially when we're looking at those 15-minute districts. However, I would also say that there is some level of competition, and there'll be different places that want to, or different stores that want to locate in different kinds of shopping centers. And so I think this one does complement it in a bit of a different way.
Because to ensure for the land use is to support our business. To ensure business success is also important as well.
Absolutely.
That is why I want to ask that question. The third question is about, if you look at the land use around the site, the 4 sites, and based on the report in front of us, the 4 sites has housing. So the 4 sites is not only about the open spaces. So I just wondering about, because surrounding this site is the 4 sites, east, west, north, south, and all the houses related. And then what is specific plan and to ensure the trees and to be protected with this development?
I'm sure, I don't understand the question, Councillor Rice.
Yeah, the trees and...
The trees? Oh, okay,
yes,
sorry.
Yeah, sorry. And
in terms of the trees, we would have to direct that question to the applicant. There was no intent to change any of the requirements to the trees, and it appears that they came down before the application was made.
Okay, so the one last question, for the variances and between these 2 zones, and then there additional use, and besides the cannabis, there is any other?
There were some. It's as
I heard the new zoning bylaw. Yes, is the height, the maximum height, and the maximum floor area ratio as well. So that is that is only.
Those are the major changes, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I will get back to you, Kathy, and when we have opportunity to ask more information from speakers.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Yes, so the process is that we'll finish questions to administration, and then we'll come back to the speaker for questions. Thank you. Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just following up on Councillor Rice's question, a relatively vacant parking lot isn't considered an open space under our parks and open spaces, right?
That is correct,
Okay,
Councillor.
so there would be, okay. And then the other thing, the height goes from what, 10 meters to
It's going to 16 meters.
16? So good old Google Maps that you've already got open. So just to the west of the Bank of Montreal there, what's the height of that building?
Sorry, I'm just going to look for this
Is it like
zone.
4-story or 5?
The zoning on that is RA7, so we'd be looking at 16.
Okay, so it wouldn't be dissimilar to what's already in the area, okay. And then, going back to the vacant parking lot again, if we have more traffic going through there, more people coming out, that creates the vibrancy, wouldn't that potentially reduce the crime that's been noted as one of the concerns in the report?
We would always consider more eyes on the street, more active use of spaces to be a benefit to the community and to the watchfulness that's available to it.
Okay, thank you. And then the addition of, because I think Ms. Murray also referencing casinos being open late at night. In order to have a casino put into that area, that would have to go through AGLC, right?
Yes.
And they do pretty good extensive public engagement, I think, don't they?
I've never experienced their engagement. I'm sorry, I can't comment on that.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I think because we had one in the southeast that was looking to be put in, and AGLC then declined the application for it. Okay, that's all I've got. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'm just going to pick up on a line of questioning I don't think has been asked by my colleagues, but was mentioned by the speaker thus far, and that's on sort of the process piece. So I'm going to go to Ms. Ingpen. What should council consider in terms of the fact that the report seemed to have missed some comments from the public? And, you know, yes, it's great that one is here. Should we be concerned that others are missing too, or should I ask that question to administration?
No, that's a perfect question for myself, Councillor Rutherford.
Okay.
So when we capture concerns in our reports, it's usually a broad band of concerns, right? There's quite a bit that comes in, well, sometimes not a lot, but typically on these types of things, quite a bit come in. And so what administration does is try to sort of capture the spirit and intent of those comments. And then we have the public hearing process for individuals who want to come out and speak to their specific and individual concerns. So from the process standpoint, I have no legal concerns about the way that this has played out.
So even though that in the email correspondence back to Ms. Murray, it said there was an oversight?
I don't foresee it as like a legally troublesome oversight. Perhaps maybe this planner would have normally put something like that into the report, but I think from the perspective of allowing everybody to have a fair hearing and to have their say, I believe we've met our requirements.
Okay. Can I ask a question to the administration then about, just to make sure, was there any other oversights?
Yep, I think that's a fair question.
Okay.
You're asking about engagement, and that's a relevant consideration.
And obviously there was an admission from administration that there was some comments that were missed in the report. Can I be assured that that's the only one and that that person is here, or are there others that were also missed in the report?
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We did go back through after that was noted, just to double check. I will say that administration endeavors to summarize the most common concerns and comments that are raised. And we did reach out when we heard that this one was missed. I would say that we did an extra thorough double check back just to make sure, but there was no additional comments that aren't included in the list that you've seen.
Okay. Most common concerns, so we don't take into consideration that sometimes unique demographics might have unique concerns that we would want to be aware of?
No, we absolutely do that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Any other questions to administration? No? Okay, so we will go back to questions of the speaker after hearing from administration. Please go ahead, Councillor Knack.
Yeah, actually, I want to start with those who registered in favor, just to ask, I don't know if it's going to be Mr. Joshi or whoever wants to from the applicants. I just want to get a sense, so I'm hearing the concern, in talking with administration, the main, I think, additional use is really the cannabis one, because the current direct control allows for most of the other things that had been flagged as concerns. But I think the other major concern became, are you going to demolish these buildings and then build something at the 16-meter height? And I guess I want to get a sense, I've been by that development, it seems like a lot of CSCs, it seems like, how likely are you to be demolishing that site, I guess, and rebuilding?
Thank you, Councillor Nick. Just to clarify, like we are the applicants for SNDL who is trying to sign a lease with the landlord here, and they will be one of the tenants should the zoning today be successful, rezoning application.
Okay, so so you're here today on behalf of one of the tenants, and the tenants are here today as well. They would like to bring in a new use in the existing built form, and the only way to do that was to come forward for this. So the property owners are not here before us today because they're not looking to redevelop their site. They're looking to potentially lease a site under a new use.
That's correct. And we, as part of the process, like we did obtain consent from the property owners, but the application today is on behalf of one of potential future tenants who is interested in locating in one of the smaller units.
Okay, so just so I'm 100% clear, what I'm hearing is that there is a current vacant site that they would like to lease. They're not looking to have a new building on that site. They're looking to use what's already there.
Correct.
Okay, that's helpful context. My time hasn't started, so I'm going to assume I've got about 2 minutes gone. So I'm going to come back to you, and so I know you had a few maybe additional comments based on, if you want to share your thoughts. And
All righty. I did have one concern as you were comparing the CSC and the DC lists as to what's used. I believe you were comparing generic DC to zone regulations. We had a very, very specific agreement, like I mentioned, with the developers not to have things like nightclubs or pubs or any of these other things, movie theaters. We had like I say, a short list of what we did not want, and that was agreed to. And that was supposed to appear in the DC2 language.
Interesting.
And I'm not sure if, I didn't hear it. I heard nightclubs were allowed, and we specifically said no.
Yeah, and I don't know the history. I'm reading this specific DC2, which is DC2 621.
Yeah.
And I'm reading lines like line X, which talks about major eating and drinking establishments, provided that if the establishment is include a dance floor, half the area has to be designated to eating and dining. There's spectator entertainment establishments. So I guess that's the thing, is that when I'm looking at this direct control, this specific one on this site, and comparing it to the CSC, they look very similar beyond really the cannabis use, which I heard wasn't as big of a concern.
No, but that baffles me because that should not be on that DC for this particular site, because that was the agreement.
Yeah, and
we got support from the community league and the condominium associations and all that, because we said specifically no pubs, no nightclubs, no movie theaters, no whatever, casinos, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
We said absolutely not, but that's it. Anything else?
I guess, so then the main question is, because this direct control was approved about 20 years ago, January 2004. So this site's not quite 20 years old, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
What I've heard today is that it's not even the property owner who's looking to rezone right now. They're not looking to redevelop their site, so it doesn't seem like the concern of a new building going up that's 16 meters high would materialize.
No, but it's allowed in the future.
Correct,
So that's what we don't like either.
And I guess the question is, assuming the site's approximately 20 years old, I mean, I would imagine the earliest you'd start tearing down a relatively new building is 30 or 40 years from now.
We hope,
So I guess that question, and when I think about other CSC sites which have a very similar look and feel to this is not an uncommon design, which I can't think of one that's ever gone to that height, even though it's been permitted. does that, I guess I'm trying to just to get a sense of, does
Sorry,
that?
Councillor Knack.
Oh, I'm out of time.
Sorry. I'm sure someone can ask that. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice, please go ahead.
So I would like, thank you very much, and come to speak. When I was asking question to administration, and you hands up a few times, and then I would like to provide this opportunity for you and to get your information or comments.
Yeah, well, that was basically the one comment was, is this the DC2 generic brand, or is this the DC2 that applies specifically to this site that you were comparing? Because half of those things that were mentioned were not on our agreement with the community back in 2000, 2001, when it was being developed. We said no nightclubs, no bars, we didn't need any more.
So your specific concern is, and those agreements will not be honored and in this new zoning development.
Yeah.
So that's the specific concern, and for that.
Yeah, because the shopping center zone would obliterate any special considerations, any controls.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. And then specifically, and for the agreements, and then I know the agreement, is that agreement, I don't know, Chair Principe is not allow me to ask administration for that agreement? So if not, then I'm okay.
I think you can, right? Sorry, yeah, you're allowed to ask administration.
Yes, for that agreement, if like we are needed to honor the agreement and with the residents in that area. So what specific work or what specific piece needs to be reflected in this zoning bylaw, rezoning?
I'm sorry, Councillor Rice, I'm unaware of any additional agreement that would have been in place. What you might be referring to is if the developer and the community had made a decision to do something, but that was never reflected in the final zoning bylaw, the DC that was created. The DC is fundamentally our agreement with what is allowed on the land.
Okay, so if that is the case, and for this new rezoning, that means it's automatically permitted, and for all this type of, like the nightclub, bars, everything, that is actually agreed between developers and residents, so automatically permitted.
I can't speak to any agreement that might be in the private realm. However, I would say that if the council should approve this and it would become a CSC zone, then all of the permitted and discretionary uses that come with it would be applied to that land.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, that's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you very much. To Mr. Joshi, for the site that's kind of currently vacant, and that your clients would like to lease should the rezoning be successful, do you know how long it's been vacant for?
Councillor Tang, I am not aware of that information. What I can tell you is that it's a very it's basically one of the business units within a retail buildings. So, a typical CRU has a few shops in it, and my understanding is one of the units in there has became vacant, and as part of the agreement with the landlord and SNDL, they were tasked to get a rezoning for the site, which would make their cannabis retail sales use allowable, which would then, after which they would sign the lease and move into that business unit. But I can defer to my colleagues from SNDL, not colleagues, I'm from WSP, but perhaps somebody from SNDL can speak to if they have knowledge of how long that unit has been vacant for.
Hi, sorry, no, we're unaware of this information. We were told that it was a Snap Fitness before, but just don't know how long it's been sitting vacant for.
I'm wondering if administration have that, do you have that context at all?
I don't have that on hand, Councillor.
And I'm just wondering, if this rezoning fails, let's say, the landlord can continue to receive proposals from any of the business that is within the allowed use, right? Yeah.
That is correct.
Okay. And then to Kathy, you have mentioned that agreement that you keep referring to, and that's with residents and the developer and city administration?
Yes.
Is that like a good neighbor agreement? Is that a land use agreement?
Well, we thought it was part of this DC designation
Oh, interesting.
way back when. Nobody checked to specific language, but we had printed out lists
Okay.
in our discussions that said, these uses fine, these uses no. So
And I guess maybe to Missing Pen, can you walk me through a bit of that process? Is that a typical step or part of a DC, or is that typically something that the landlord or a landowner would kind of enter into goodwill on their own volition?
Well, maybe I'll get Mr. Ford to start off, and then I'll assist
sure.
with
Yes,
that.
yeah, Councillor Tang, this DC, as you know, is probably about 20 years old, without knowing the history and what the file planner was thinking at the time. But very often we work with the communities and the developers through administration to come to some suitable uses that they see would work on the site for them. I think that's what the speaker is referring to today. That is then transformed into the direct control that you see that we're moving from, that was approved 20 years ago. So that's, I think, the way the agreement forms itself when it's brought to council, the uses that are suitable. And then typically they're never going to agree between both sides, so they come to some kind of understanding that some uses will be in there and some won't.
Right, just to enter into, or to set some expectations, although whatever is in the DC is statutory, whereas kind of, right, so,
Yes.
okay. And it's the same landowner all 20 years?
Councillor, I don't think we might be able to pull that information, but I don't know if it's relevant
Sure,
in terms
yeah,
of
fair enough.
the zoning conversation. Just to pull it back, remember that we're here to look whether or not the proposed zone, that CSE zone, is compatible today, not compatible in 1994 when that original zone was approved. So do the list of uses and the permissions within that CSC, are they compatible today? Our recommendation is yes, and that's that decision before you today.
Yeah. I mean, fair enough, but I think there's been a lot of comments and questions raised from community members that I feel like the context is relevant in this case. Those are all my questions. It's actually good to get a bit of the clarity on that because I think it kept coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Any other questions to our speakers or administration? No. Okay, so can I ask a colleague to close the public hearing?
Certainly, I can move closure of the public hearing on item 3.2.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack and Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
I can move first reading of item 3.2.
Second.
Thank you. We have the item on the floor for first reading. Would anyone like to speak to it? Councillor Knack or anyone else? Okay, Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead.
Yeah, I will just be pretty brief. I hear the concerns. However, I think what we are trying to do is move away as a city from direct control zones. They are really a point in time and kind of freeze that land. And when I think about, one of the things that I've been championing is creating the conditions for businesses to thrive, and especially small businesses. And when we lock in to a DC1, we don't allow businesses to adapt and adjust to the changing context and demands of the area in the same way that we do with a more generalized zone. So that to me is what I'm taking into consideration today with this one. I do hear the concerns about the noise, and I assure you as the member of the public that the new zoning bylaw that will be coming into force on January 1st does still have a lot of regulations around nuisance and making sure that any business activities are not being disruptive, especially in quiet hours to surrounding properties. But lastly, I did want to just comment on the process piece and just really encourage administration to be mindful when you are, putting forward what we heard, that you're not unintentionally filtering out important perspectives that we as council need to hear. I think that's a really important thing, and I would rather have 20 unique comments rather than them all be consolidated, even if there is nuance, because people put a lot of effort, and it is a lot of effort to engage on public hearing stuff. I've said before, my colleagues have said before, this isn't the most accessible process. It's legislatively required how it is, but in terms of accessibility, so people that do engage, we definitely want to make sure that some of their thoughts and perspectives are not unintentionally filtered out in that process of getting the report. And that helps us to make sure we have trust in what administration is bringing forward, that it is fulsome. So I just want to put that thought forward. And but yeah, thank you so much. And again, I just really appreciate the speaker for being here and for being a committed Edmontonian for so many years, on a North Sider too. So appreciate that, and I'm sure you'll continue to love the area as much as I do as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Chair Principe. I do agree with my colleagues' good point about support the business and for our city and moving forward. But I do see the one gap and in the process. And what I heard from today, and our Edmontonians and put lots of effort and to hold that agreement, and for 20 years right now, the residents around this site, and as my question earlier, and it's all about houses and it's residential area, and they do care about their quality of life. And also from public hearing spirit perspective, and how we reflect the concerns brought by the residents and by the Edmontonians. I think to make sure the gap to be filled and before we approve, I think it's really important to recognize their concerns and also to recognize there's some gap and in this bylaw, and is not fully, completely reflect their concern, and also to not fully reflect, address the concern. So at this at this point, I'm going to support the residents, and so I will put it like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice, and Councillor Knack to close.
Thanks, Councillor Principe, and appreciate everyone coming out. And so for me, as I was going through this discussion, and what I was really looking at was the direct control zone from 2004 and comparing those uses. And I'm hearing Ms. Murray's comments that maybe there were some other things that were talked about that weren't captured in the DC2, and unfortunately I just don't have that history from 20 years ago. So how I'm looking at this is as I see a direct control zone that has most of the same uses that are being proposed in the CSC zone, on a site that's no more than 20 years old, so it's relatively new, relatively new speaking, and what's being asked for is a zone that is fairly common. I live right beside Meadowlark Mall, which is a CSC zone. There's many like this, and so I think the biggest concerns that I heard about, the potential for some of that nuisance condition frankly exists in either debate, whether we're talking about the direct control zone or the CSC zone. But I have comfort in two things. One, I think Councillor Rutherford's points around the existing community standards bylaws and the requirements around that. I think the other comfort that I have is that, again, this is not the property owner who's come before us to look for rezoning. They're planning, I see no reason, and if they were here today saying, hey, we want to demolish this and rebuild the commercial development, then we might have a different conversation about, hey, you promised some things in the DC2, maybe we should just look at that. So I'm comfortable knowing that we have an existing site, and really I think the biggest impact we're going to see from this is that if this is approved, the person who wants to open a cannabis store in an existing vacant space will now be allowed to do that. I don't foresee a scenario where the property owner is going to suddenly say, let's tear it all down and rebuild, because why do that if you've got a successful development? So thank you for coming. I really do appreciate that feedback on it. I will support this for some of the other reasons Councillor Rutherford raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
Councillor Principe, I'll move second reading of item 3.2.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
Councillor Principe, I'll move consideration of third reading of item 3.2.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on consideration.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
And Councillor Principe, I'll move third reading of Charter Bylaw 20663.
Thank you. Please vote on...
Second.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for the seconding, Councillor Rutherford. Please vote on third and final reading.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Thank you, everyone. Next, we will go on to item 3.4. Thank you for joining us. Administration, do you have a presentation for us? Okay, please go ahead.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone a site within the Kihiwi neighborhood from the CNC Neighborhood Convenience Commercial Zone to the CB3 Commercial Mixed Business Zone. This would allow for a mixed-use high-rise building in a district node. On January 1st, 2024, the CB3 zone would become the mixed-use zone under zoning bylaw 20,001, and it is under this zone that future development would occur. Next slide, please. The subject site is located at the western edge of the neighborhood at the corner of 111th Street and 19th Avenue Northwest, and is south of the Century Park Transit Center. It is surrounded by roadways on two sides with park space to the north and an Arrow A7 zone parcel to the east. The site is well located with immediate access to open space and an elementary school, transit, and bike paths. Next slide, please. Under zoning bylaw 20,001, the proposed CB3 zone will become the mixed-use zone, which would allow for a high-rise mixed-use building up to 45 meters in height or approximately 13 stories. To encourage development that is mixed-use, the zone regulations allow residential uses only when located above a commercial ground floor. While no specific building design is known at this stage, the massing model provided by the applicant and shown on screen is an approximation of a possible build-out scenario of the proposed zone. Next slide, please. In the city plan, the subject site is identified as being within the Century Park District node, which is well served by all modes of transportation, including transit, cycling, and walking. The city plan describes district nodes as being well suited for mid-rise housing and commercial centers, with opportunity for high-rise housing near transit stations and along arterial roadways. The proposed development aligns with the objectives of the city plan, including the provision of an increased variety of housing types, additional residential density in proximity to transit, commercial, and open space amenities. This application also aligns with the city plan's Big City Move communities direction, which envision 15-minute districts that allow residents to easily complete their daily needs. Next slide, please. Administration sought feedback from the public through information on the city's website, mailed notices, and site signage. 2 responses were received, and some of the main concerns we heard were regarding traffic impacts related to parking, traffic congestion, and traffic safety on the site and the surrounding intersection. Next slide, please. In closing, administration supports this application because the site is ideal for the proposed intensity of development. It aligns with the direction from the city plan to increase housing diversity and density in district nodes, and the proposed build form is compatible with the surrounding developments. Thank you.
And thank you. I will now call our speakers to come on down, and the clerk will guide you to your seat. Dave Onishenko, Renan Sones, Okay, Dave, you have 5 minutes. Please go
Great,
ahead whenever
thank
you're
you.
ready.
Administration, can you please bring up the slides? Great.
We're just getting that loaded.
Yeah. Thank you, Council. Thank you for hearing us today. I want to give a brief presentation about our engagement and the proposal on behalf of our applicant. This is a rezoning, as you heard, from a CNC site to CB3 along a future LRT and within close proximity to the Century Park LRT as being part of the Century Park LRT node. Next slide. The site here you can see is at the intersection of 111th Street and 19th Ave in the Kihiwan neighborhood. It is surrounded, as noted, by park space to the north with rec center and commercial with a grocery store. There's a public utility lot to the south. There's the wide arterial road to the west, along with other multifamily housing on the other side. And directly east, there is an RA7 parcel, 2 RA7 parcels. So a perfect site for this. Next slide. This gives kind of a high-level view here looking at the zoning context of that, and you can see how the site sits in isolation. The shadows that would cast to the north are over top of Park site, and mitigates kind of that impact while being well connected to the site with the street-oriented commercial and close proximity to some of these other uses we spoke about. Next slide. You can see in context, this is within 800 meters to the Century Park LRT station, along a frequent bus route, adjacent to a bike lane and shared use paths. So it has the great opportunity to be part of that, livable 15-minute city with introducing a new housing typology in the area. As for additional transportation questions, we do have the transportation consultant who did work on this if there is questions related to that for questions only. Next slide. You can see a massing model here of what the applicant had intended to build and is still part of that discussion. This shows a 36-meter tall building that is mixed use, ground-oriented commercial. Next slide. I want to speak a little bit about public engagement. We started this process with a pre-application meeting with the city where we had discussed a direct control zone. The city administration directed us to CB3 as an appropriate use, sticking with a standard zone. It required moving the building further south to create a great street-oriented development. This is something that when we had started our online engagement, as a standard zone, I will tell you, this level of engagement that we participated in isn't required, but we found a lot of value in that. We set up a web page on our company's website, and we reached out to a couple different community leagues, including the Yellowbird Community League, who we met with at their meeting, and they offered an overwhelming amount of support for the built form and new commercial in the area. We put up our own on-site signage that directed to the website before the city signage went up. We also reached out to the Blue Quill Community League, which captures the neighborhood of Sky Rattler, which is directly to the west. And you can see a little bit some of the numbers, over 100 web page views and 0 online feedback through that web page form regarding that. Next slide. So in summary, this is a brownfield site. It existed for 25 or over 25 years as a gas station site with a 7-Eleven. This is an excellent opportunity for a brownfield redevelopment in a strategic site located to this new infrastructure that the city is investing in an area that can handle that. It aligns with city goal plans for creating new housing and job growth within these nodes and corridors. And it enables this ongoing residential infill with a variety of scales, densities, and designs. Finally, it introduces a greater housing diversity to that neighborhood, allowing people to age in place, allowing different family units and people to move into that neighborhood, and provides, as we heard from the Community League when we met with them, additional CRU space for new commercial, for your coffee shops, for your pharmacies, for things of that nature. Next slide. So thank you very much for your time. We are happy to answer questions, as well as the applicant, David Bendersdorf, can answer questions, and our transportation consultant, Catherine Oberg, can answer questions as well.
Thank you. Okay, I see the other speakers are just registered to answer questions only. All right, so next we will go to my colleagues to ask questions of our speakers. Councillor Rice, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. So I agree, and with the speaker said they did a lot of public engagement and with the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you for that effort to inform the residents in that area. I also heard as a concern for that area, I also received some comments and questions here. So I am going to ask you a question on behalf of my constituents and for this to get some clarification on. So the first one it is about public engagement. Yes, I heard Community League contacted. Right now, and the question, specific question, and from residents is, the residents around that area, the house, and all the neighbors, the specific questions say, we all say there was no notification mailed out about this application. So they would like to know who they were mailed to.
Yeah, thank you. So as a standard zone, that isn't a requirement for us to do. The city did send out notification, which they alluded to. As for the engagement we did, we felt that it was better to take a broad approach with the larger organization, that being the community leagues. For example, I said we met with the Yellowbird Community League, which represents the neighborhoods
so
to the east.
sorry,
and-
David,
sorry.
I have to stop you there because I just want to know, and then the notification and mail to specific residents, and I can ask that follow-up question with administration. So that is the number one question. Number two is about the sewer system and water infrastructure. Because the original, the site is a CNC zone, and it does not need that capacity and for sewer system, storm system, and the water supply. But right now, if we are rezoning to CB3, the combination of commercial and residential. And though for the residential, because this is up to, the maximum could be 45 meters. So my related question, the first question is about how many meters, the height, and for the development and in the plan for this one.
Okay. As we had shown in our presentation, the applicant's intent at this time is a 36-meter building. This is
36 meter and is about 10 floors?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. For the 10 floors, how many units could be?
Again, that could vary based on the size of the units. In term for infrastructure, that should be a question for administration and something that we did discuss in our pre-application meeting without concern.
But in the plan, and then because this CB3 could be starting in the January 2024, will under the new zoning bylaws, the maximum of like floor area ratio will be big. And so that is why I would like to know what's the unions, and for that, based on the unions number, do we have that infrastructure capacity for the sewer system and for the water supply,
yes,
and to meet the needs?
Based on our conversations with administration, the answer is yes, and I can let administration speak to the specifics.
Okay, so I will follow up for that question. Second question, this is the first one related to. Another one related to this one is the parking. And if we have maximum, and for the development, what is the parking plan and for this specific site? Because that specific site, as you mentioned, is adjacent and to the new ART Capital 9, and adjacent to the intersection and cross ART 9. And this development is just at a corner. And for the neighborhood, that's the entrance, and for the neighborhood as well. And then for the parking, and then my constituents would like to know about the plan, because that is what impact the traffic.
Yeah. As for the traffic impact, that's something our transportation consultant can speak to. The client's intent at this point is all underground parking, with the exception of parking at grade 2 on the north side of the building to serve some of those commercial uses, as well as perhaps.
Okay, thank you. My time is out. I will ask a follow-up question to administration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. Just in regards to your consultation, so you met with community leagues and everything.
Yes.
I'm just wondering about the school in the area. Any consultation with them? Can they manage, increased enrollment? I see there's, on their website, there's only about 274 students registered now.
Right.
Any consultation done with them?
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So we didn't directly consult with them. I think that may be a question as well for administration as to whether notice went out to them.
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure.
Okay. And I don't know if that's normally done in our outreach to, but I mean, that's something that we heard in our zoning bylaw renewal discussions was, we want to, I guess, create more enrollment in some of these underutilized schools. So, so the property would allow for like, 2-3 bedroom sites if families wanted to move in there and.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, multi-unit housing is,
Okay.
is one of the uses.
Okay, perfect. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Any other questions? No other questions to our speakers? No other questions to administration? Any questions to administration now? Oops, Councillor Rice, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. So I would follow up the question about the maximum floor area ratio, and because from 4 to 7, and based on this, and how many units could be in this development?
Thank you for that question, Councillor. It's going to be hard to determine the number of units that can be built at the rezoning stage. The final details in terms of a concept plan, a site plan, floor plans, telling the number of units would come at the development permit stage.
But this is not normal, because usually when this rezoning application for the public hearing, we will get the sense about how many units will be built. And why this, for this specific case, we say it's difficult.
It is difficult. I would reiterate and say it is difficult because the final details are in terms of
I can add, Councillor Rice, in terms of the land use scenario for the transportation assessment, 100 units, residential units were assumed in addition to 11,000 square feet of commercial. There was a sensitivity analysis was also done because of the very fact just mentioned here that it will be hard to nail down a number. So we looked at even doubling that number and seeing the impacts, and the conclusion was that it could be managed within the network.
But if you don't know the unit number, how you do the traffic impact assessment, and how you do the impact assessment for the infrastructure capacity to support water supply, to support the sewer system, everything like that. Because the original site is just the CNC site, is for very lower one floor and then commercial use. And right now we're up to the 10 floors, and this needs to be considered at the beginning.
Absolutely. So just to reiterate, we did look at 100 units and 11,000 square feet of commercial to quantify any traffic impacts.
Councillor, to add to that, we looked at the potential of development and the maximum that's possible that was considered for calculation of sanitary flows and the storm flow generation. And based off that, we weighed it against the existing infrastructure and saw that if the maximum number came in, do we have adequate capacity? So the potential generation, all things considered, commercial as well as residential, in this case is in the tune of about 8 to 9 liters per second for the sanitary. We have abundant sanitary capacity over there, so that is not a concern.
So I heard lots of concern about that, and there are two reasons there. The first reason, and because it's ART capital land right across the 111th Street in front of this big building, and if we don't have infrastructure capacity assessment in place, I do not want that to interfere the ART construction. That construction and for the on-site is just right beside. I want to make sure the capacity and assessment impact and could be done prior to ART construction coming in. And so that is one question I want to get confirmed. The second, I want to get confirmed all the cost for the upgrade of sewer system, water supply infrastructure is under the cost of the developer, is not under our cities. So can you answer these two questions?
Correct. The exact requirements would be known once we have the building design. At that time, when the application is made, it is reassessed, and all the costs are typically borne by the developer.
Okay, cost to developer, but for the capacity, for the updated construction prior to the ART construction, is that all confirmed?
Yes, I can confirm that.
Okay.
Has been looked at, and it has the capacity.
Okay, so that two questions confirmed, and then the next question regarding the building height. And because this site is in the secondary corridors and also is in the district lots, and based on the secondary court and district lots, they said very clear the requirement for the land use and build form, and is have had that compatible with the secondary surrounding area, but facilitate medium to high density housing opportunities. So they both require compatible with surrounding area. But if you look at the surrounding area, the maximum height is 2 floors. So right now, and we are going to the 10 floors. So how that compatibility to be met?
Thank you, Councillor, for that question. In terms of land use compatibility, the site is buffered on the west side and on the south side by roadways. To the north of the subject site, we have a park space, and to the west, we have an existing building right now, but the zoning intent is for an RA7 type building in the future. So in terms of compatibility, I would say the proposed CB3 zone and the MU zone is compatible with the planned and existing land uses.
So you mean the east side and the west?
Councillor Rice.
Oh, sorry. My time is out. I will come back
Sure,
to
sounds
confirm
great.
that question.
Great,
Yes.
thank you. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just had a quick question around site access. So if I'm remembering correctly, there are two entrances right now. Will one be closed?
So, Councillor, an all-directional access is from 19 Avenue, which remains, and there will be only right-in, right-out access to 111 Street.
Okay. Is there a reason why we're allowing the two accesses? Just in terms of thinking of it as sort of a more street-oriented building, providing that, yeah, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, it does serve, given the kind of development, the land use, accessibility is helpful to not put too much strain on just one access or the roadway. It does help to give more options.
Okay, yeah, and I take your point with the LRT on 111th Street. It would only be the right-in, right-out. Okay, and there's no requirement in terms of, yeah, there won't be sort of an official alley, that will all be private roadway?
Yes, any circulation will be internal to the site.
Okay, thank you. I think those were all of, oh, and then just with CB3, again, it does require rear loading and rear parking areas?
That's my understanding.
Yeah, so they'll be behind the building. I think what we saw in the rendering was they're sort of to the north there, but you still have the street frontage. Okay, that's great. No further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, was there any consultation done with the schools as part of the community insights?
Yes, that is correct, Councillor. As part of our circulation process, we would normally circulate the application to the school boards, and no commentary was received from the school boards.
Oh, so it was included, it's just
yes.
not noted in the report, because...
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, okay. So then we can assume that they don't have any concerns. I'm sure they would probably be ecstatic to increase their enrollment.
That is correct, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I had.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice?
Thank you.
I'll move a second.
Public hearing? Public hearing we have? Okay, sorry. Let's move a second round. Sorry about that, everyone. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Please go ahead, Councillor Rice.
So follow on my earlier question about the height, and because compatibility and then with surrounding area. So east side, you said is current is RA7, and then how about the west side?
Councillor, west of the site is, there's quite an expansive roadway, 111th Street, and then you have a site with RF5, townhouses, 2 stories. To the southwest, you have a very large site of RA7, which allows up to 4 stories.
So what's his maximum height for
The maximum height of the RA7?
Yeah.
16 meters, 4 stories.
6 meters, right now is it, right now we're double that.
Yes. Again, this site is entirely compatible with surrounding land uses. If you look at, you know, the impacts of sun, it's on the east side of the roadway. You have a large roadway in between. You have a apartment site to the east. It is entirely suitable for this kind of use.
I understand for the CP3, and then that's his maximum 45, but I get confirmation, and then the intent right now is 36 only. So, right? So that's confirmation is 36 only. For the double height site, have you ever considered about this site actually on the top of the hill and from southbound and from 111th Street common? So that actually makes us even looks taller, not only double tall. Is that from engineer perspective and also from land use perspective is not considered already?
No, it's not considered.
But how about the shadow assessment?
Shadow assessment was considered and a study was done, yes.
So there is no impact for the surrounding area?
No.
Okay.
Not at times of day. I mean, at times of year, there will be shadows cast across the park site, but there are from trees. There are from other buildings in the surrounding area, but it won't have any marginal impact on the surrounding area.
Okay, so thank you for all this clarification. That makes me feel more comfortable. About the consultation, and then right across the west side of Skywater, and Skywater has their own neighborhood association. Did the consultation ever done with that Skywater specifically will be impacted directly by the shadow and for this high tall building?
Thank you for that question. Thank you for that question, Councillor. So in terms of engagements, the Blue Quill Community League, the Southwest Area Council, and the Yellowbird East Community Leagues were consulted as part of administration's public engagements efforts on this application, and no concerns were received from the community leagues.
But Skywater has their own neighborhood association. It's not part of Blue Quill Community League.
Council, we also did expand the notification area. We doubled it in this case to 120 meters from the standard 60.
How many response? And
there were 108 recipients, and there was 1 response.
Okay. Yeah. So I also I would like to appreciate the developer did a very good job and for the signage, because both south and both west and did the signage and on the road. And so right now, based on all this consultation and the signage, we did not receive from city perspective and for the responses. But I do receive some emails and for the questions I just asked. Okay, that's all my questions, and I'm happy to close right now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. So we have closure of the public hearing on this item. Please vote. Oh, I need a seconder.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
I move the first reading and for this bylaw.
Second.
Thank you. We have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak to this item? Councillor Rice, would you like to close? Any closing comments?
Yeah, sure. I do feel the commercial development in certain neighborhoods is a good thing for the neighborhoods. Specifically give some like convenience and for the neighborhoods. From that perspective, to improve the quality of life and for the residents surrounding area. at the same time, and when we do the development, I do believe the long-term planning also is really important and for the neighborhood, and specific for the site development close to our major transportation, like for example, ART, and how the construction and how the development can in align with some major construction in the city to make sure there is no interference and for the major construction and will be happen in the future. Because if there interferes or the timing is not aligned to each other, that may cause extra cost and for the developer and for the city, for our taxpayer dollars, to ensure the infrastructure capacity can meet the needs and from public perspective and also from neighborhood perspective. So I do hope any development and including our developers and keep in mind and how we can do this efficiently and also cost effectively to not create additional cost or additional tax burden and for our taxpayers as well. So this is one thing I would like to say and for this development. Also, I would like to say this development actually is a tourist building and what happened in the South Edmonton in the world EP Kokani PLC. That is the first time. This is why those questions to be answered clearly and confirmed is very, very important. And then I understand, and for two community league perspectives, they welcome this commercial development and then also some residential combination and to the neighborhood and to leverage the existing resources around the site, including recreation center, YMCA, and ice rink, and public parks. So they welcome this new development to the existing neighborhood. But I do want to make sure the water supply, water infrastructure, and also sewer system, and also the safety of the traffic will be increased by this development and right across that intersection, and then right across with the future Capital Line South Extension tracks, and it will be considered during this development to make sure surrounding area have this safe pedestrian crossing and have this safe traffic and to travel between their neighborhoods and to our Century Park and also to our city as well. So looking forward for the development happened in this neighborhood and also surrounding neighborhood and provide that convenience support and to people's life and in the area. And I hope this development will help us to achieve that goal. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Rice?
I move the second reading and for the chart bylaw 20637.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
I move the consideration and for the third reading for chart bylaw 20637.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on consideration of third reading.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
I move the final reading and for the chart bylaw 20637.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on final reading.
Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Thank you. We are completed item 3.4, and now we get to welcome a class here. Hi, everyone. Welcome. This is grade 6 students from Garth Worthington School with their teacher, Ms. Ludwig, and their school is in Ward Ipi Coconut Piotzi. And Counselor Rice is your counselor, and you saw public hearing in action right here today with your city councilor. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Are you having fun? Is it fun? Yeah, great. Good. Enjoy it. Make it one of the great memories of your life, okay? And maybe you'll be up here one day, sitting here. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you later. Thanks for coming by. Bye. All right, we are on to item 3.5 and 3.6 will be dealt with together. Administration, please go ahead.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone from the RF1 single detached residential zone with the mature neighborhood overlay to the RA7 low-rise apartment zone. On January 1st, 2024, the RA7 will become the RMH16 medium-scale residential zone under zoning bylaw 20,001. And it is under this zone that future development would occur. As such, this presentation will focus on the future RM zone, which allows for a residential building with limited commercial opportunities at ground level and height up to 16 meters, or approximately 4 stories. An amendment to the McKernan-Belgravia Station Area Redevelopment Plan is proposed to facilitate the rezoning. Next slide, please. The site is located on the north edge of the Belgravia neighborhood, across University Avenue from the University of Alberta Education and Healthcare campuses. It is in close proximity to existing and planned active modes options, including transit, with the closest stop being directly across from the site on University Avenue. The Health Sciences Jubilee LRT station is approximately 7 minutes walking distance from the site. Next slide, please. Through engagement, concerns were heard related to traffic and parking congestion, a potential loss of privacy, and worries that more density would bring more noise, garbage, and crime. Administration responded to everyone who submitted feedback and provided information related to how their concerns were considered relative to this application or other city initiatives where applicable. The McKernan Community League has expressed support for this application, citing a desire to see commercial uses incorporated in the new building in support of the city plan and the new zoning bylaw. They also expressed a desire for the new building to have as little vehicular parking as possible to emphasize and support alternative modes of transportation. Since administration wrote this report, a letter of support was also received from the adjacent landowner to the west, who sees the proposed redevelopment as an upgrade for the neighborhood. Next slide, please. The RM zone is generally considered compatible with the surrounding lower scale zoning, most of which is separated from this site by a road or alley, except to the west. Relative to concerns heard through engagement about privacy and overlook to the south, the required 3-meter rear setback, combined with the 6-meter wide alley, is considered an acceptable separation distance between 4-story building and the backyards of houses. Next slide, please. Under the city plan, the site is on the edge of the University Garneau major node. Major nodes expect to see mid and high-rise buildings. A low-rise building in this edge condition provides a transition away from the node into the neighborhood to the south. The proposal also helps achieve two big city moves in the city plan: a rebuildable city and a community of communities. Goals associated with a rebuildable city, including adding 50% of net new units through infill citywide and welcoming 600,000 additional residents into the redeveloping area. Goals associated with the community of communities includes 50% of trips made by transit and active transportation, and areas that allow people to meet their daily needs within 15 minutes of where they live. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It increases residential density close to a major employment center and near mass transit options, and it provides a good transition between the University Garneau major node and the residential neighborhood to the south. Thank you.
And thank you. Next, we will hear from our speakers in favor. Marcelo Viguera, come on down. The clerk will guide you to your seat. And John Stadnick, I'll just call for your name again. Are you online or in person?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'd like to start my presentation by highlighting the opportunity provided by this rezoning in Belgravia. Next slide, please. The city plan emphasizes ongoing residential infill at various scales, densities, and designed across many neighborhoods. Our proposal aligns with many city plan policies, ensuring sensitivity transitions to existing small-scale developments, such as single detached dwellings to the west and south. The rezoning proposed replacing 3 single detached houses with a 4-story low-rise building. While the loss is minimal, the benefit is significant, providing housing diversity at a moderate higher density, not to mention the increase in tax revenue. Being located directly across from Cross Cancer Institute, the K. Edmonton Clinic, and the University of Alberta Hospital, this proposed development is catered to health professionals and neighborhood residents seeking to downsizing options. Future residents will be able to capitalize on proximity to services and transit within the University Garneau node and park space in McKernan and Belgravia. Next slide, please. As you can see, the site situated on the north perimeter of McKernan and Belgravia is strategically positioned for intensification. University Avenue is a typical Edmonton arterial road which serves road access to small-scale residential developments. As in other similar arterial roads with service roads, the city plan promotes infill in these areas at a much higher density than single-detached housing. Currently, the University Avenue corridor west of 114th Street is limited to 2 blocks, shown yellow on the map. Our site, the red rectangle, extends density westward, releasing additional development opportunities on this portion of the corridor. To support this rezoning, our proposed ARP amendments redefine the university corridor, better aligning it with the city plan and accommodating expecting growth. This incremental development ARP amendments set the stage for corridor-wide intensification, enhancing connectivity and transit options. Next slide, please. So the City of Edmonton Infill database highlights the shift towards diverse housing types in McKernan and Belgravia. The new zoning bylaw will provide additional opportunities for diversified housing in the interior of the neighborhood. However, rezoning continues to be an effective tool to achieve a better distribution of housing types and density. Since our site is located on the periphery, this modest 4-story infill serves this balanced approach to the intensification. The McKernan Community League acknowledged this benefit of the proposal brings to the area, and so does the adjacent property owner to the west. As administration mentioned, both support this rezoning. These benefits are not just related to planning, but also in terms of infrastructure, including new sidewalk connections and alley upgrades. Next slide, please. So this project represents a step in the right direction for both neighborhoods. Low-rise allows for a built form and density consistent with the city plan's goals and directions. To implement this rezoning, we propose amendments to the RP which unlock additional residential opportunities on the underlies arterial road site. By directing infill development to the end of the block, our proposal aligns with common city practice as to how to redefine the built form on a block. This development contributes to another density edge of the McCartney-Belgrave while ensuring compatible transition into the neighborhood. Next slide, please. So to conclude my presentation, this proposed RA7/RM zone is the appropriate zone for low-rise development on this site and is compatible with the surrounding existing developments. Future developments will also be compatible with this rezoning because the RP amendments enhance the alignment of the local plan with the city plan. I hope you support this application and thank you for your time.
And thank you. I'll just call again. John Stadnick, are you online or in person? No. Okay. Any questions to Mr. Figuera? Councillor Knack, you selected this item?
No, I can defer to the ward councillor. Thank you.
Okay. That's Councillor Jans. Councillor Jans, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson, please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, just a very quick question. I think it was on your second slide, if we could go back to that possibly. I just saw some other massing, some purple buildings that I wasn't sure. Yeah, that's the one. So the sites that you're showing in purple, sort of adjacent to this site, are those rezoned? My understanding was that it was still RF1 in that area.
Well, thank you for your question. Councillor Stevenson, so because we have like many applications in those neighborhoods like McCartney, Belgrave, Windsor Park, we start modeling what the whole massing is in this area. So in order to interact with those, especially community leagues, they ask us like what it would look like if all those sites would come up, right? So the big purple is obviously the university and the hospital, and then we're showing some existing sites that were approved for rezoning, and others that are in development permit stage. So all these things are color-coded in that way.
Oh, okay. So sort of to the east and west of the site along University Avenue, those two sites that are shown in purple have been rezoned, or they're
No, they are potential sites for rezoning. That's what it's saying.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question. Appreciate the presentation today.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Any other questions to the speaker? No. Okay. So now we will go on to questions of those opposed. Thank you. Pierre de Grandpré, come on down. The clerk will guide you to your seat. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, Deputy Mayor, councilors, and administration members. My name is Pierre de Grandpré. I'm a resident of Belgravia within the 60-meter notification zone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on the matter of the upzoning of the parcel at 115 A Street and University Avenue from RS to RM 816 as per the new charter zoning bylaw. We are in opposition of the proposed changes. Our two major issues are as follows. Number one, planning issues. Council and urban planning have already decided on the RS boundary to terminate at 115 A Street. We understand the reasoning behind the 114th Street corridor and the McKernan-Belgravia LRT station higher density nodes. However, we believe this particular rezoning application has crossed the line, literally. This is simply a matter of convenience, and I emphasize that the present landowner has 3 residential properties in a row. This could also be classed as pandering to developers if one is already or will be eventually involved in this project. This is giving preference to developer desires over residents' wishes. Essentially, this is an intrusion into the neighborhood. This upzoning is a precedent-setting proposal because it goes against boundaries which have already been established by the administration. This represents a lot-by-lot dismantling of a mature neighborhood. Inner-city neighborhoods like Belgravia are a rare and precious resource, similar to our river valley, and their boundaries should be respected. The city is not putting enough emphasis on the fact that single-family homes immediately adjacent to the oversized projects tends to lose value. This, in effect, turns people's homes into demolition projects as their properties simply become lot value, which is far less than market value. The city appears to be underestimating the desires of many people to still want a single-family home with a yard. Although some will appreciate higher density neighborhoods, the other half will simply move to suburban neighborhoods. This in turn will create increased suburban development, something the city is trying to combat. There was really nothing wrong with the city proposed upcoming RS zoning as presented in the new charter bylaw. This zone still allows for plenty of flexibility with its 3-story maximum and with higher density housing forms such as attached and multi-unit developments. Other eventual negative effects of this rezoning are extra traffic and parking in the neighborhood. We now have required parking permits to mitigate this effect. The McKernan Community League supports the project with, quote, as little parking as possible, end quote. Sounds fine as long as it's not in your backyard. Also, a lack of transition exists with the scenario, particularly to the west, and not just that duplex that was referenced on the site, but the rest of the neighborhood where this proposed upzoning will present a 4-story wall to the adjacent properties. Administration in support of the rezoning calls this a, quote, good transition. Not sure how they arrived at that. Again, 115A Street is definitely a proper termination for the RM H16 zone. Number 2, public hearing issues. With all due respect, although the city attempts to make public consultation a part of the overall planning process, many fear that the city is simply presenting a foregone conclusion. If no tangible results are obtained, then this is evidence that public input is largely ignored. Hence the age-old expression, you can't fight City Hall. We would hate to see the city simply rubber stamping any out-of-place buildings or, in this case, zoning changes. Many voting citizens are now beginning to realize that this densification of the core actually translates into a greater tax base by the city, no matter how this is disguised as a planning concept. I hope administration will reconsider their position on this rezoning issue and that the mayor and councillors will realize what's at stake for Belgravia. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for being here this morning. Sorry, there's no clapping unless it's a protocol item, like kids visiting us, which we all like to clap for. And next, I will ask my colleagues if they have any questions to the speaker in opposition. Councillor Salvador, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks to the speaker for being with us today and for your remarks and feedback. So maybe just a few questions. I know you mentioned the Community League wrote in support. Just wondering, are you at all connected with the Community League? Did you have some of those conversations and voice some of those concerns in that forum as well, or or were you separate from those conversations?
No, I'm not connected with the community league.
Okay. And then just on the, let's see here, traffic and parking issues that you raised. You also mentioned that there's already a permitting system in place.
Yes.
How has that been working in the neighborhood?
Very, very well.
Okay. What concerns or issues do you foresee if that parking permitting is retained, if this were to move forward?
Well, we would obviously need the parking permitting retained.
Right.
Because of the proximity to the U of A campus, et cetera. But this project is proposed, if it goes ahead, proposed to have very limited parking. And this may be on paper. It sounds like a wonderful TOD project, you know, but the trouble is transit-oriented developments really on the ground turn into something different than what's on paper due to the fact that a lot of citizens or a lot of tenants that rent in there do end up getting cars, and they simply end up parking in the street because the building is not designed to handle that. Nor is there any policing of who can have a car and who can't.
Right. But I'm just trying to understand if there is a permitting system that is already in place, and if that stays moving forward, will that not mitigate the concerns that you're raising around that parking pressure?
To some extent it would, but again, that's just one of my points, a fairly minor one, by the way. I think my major point is the fact that we wouldn't be sitting here today if the landowner hadn't owned the three lots in a row. Then everything would have been fine because we would simply agree with the RS zoning that was already proposed by administration.
Right, sure, and you might have heard earlier. I mean, that's the process we have to follow. Every landowner has that right to be able to put an application forward, and that of course kicks off this process. But appreciate your thoughts there. I'll defer to the ward councillor who's on. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans?
I actually think I just got my questions answered by the members, so I'll buzz off here.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. Thank you for being here. I wanted to ask, sir, you touched on your last point, and it's the one we struggle with all the time, right? With many land use applications, and this one included, we have the immediately adjacent owner that has said they actually do support it. We've had the community league that says they support it. We've had yourself registered and say not support, and there were a few others. And I guess I wanted to, you had sort of touched on, well, if we approve this, it shows that council isn't listening. And I guess I wanted to dig in because we've had people who say that they would actually like to see it approved. And there's always that tension of, in a scenario where you have a mix of feedback, no matter what we decide, there's going to be people who feel we didn't listen, right?
Absolutely.
And so I guess I wanted to double check. So part of why we go through this process is to figure out, are there ways to find a compromise? Are there ways to both address those that want to see something advanced and at the same time try to find a way to address issues that are being raised in concern? And so for what I'm hearing, your view is that there wouldn't be any scenario where you'd want to see anything above the new zoning in place on a site like this. Is that correct?
Partially. I mean, that the new proposed zoning, the RS zoning, does allow for up to 3 stories and increased densities and multi-units. So, quite frankly, there's nothing wrong with that decision that was made by council and the administration. Right, that's my point on that one.
Sure. And others might disagree with you. We have a lot of folks who didn't necessarily agree.
Perhaps.
I guess the last question, and like your thoughts, because I think you've also touched on that notion of precedent, and it's one we talk about. For decades, the city, generally speaking, has seen higher forms of density, 4 stories or more, along arterial roadways, whether neighborhoods had a plan in place or not. Because oftentimes the feedback has been, if you're going to allow for higher density, you should put it on the edge of a community to try to mitigate the concerns that folks interior to a community might have.
Right.
this would suggest, would continue down that path, but I guess I wouldn't mind your thoughts on that, because we're hearing that normally we should put high density on the edge. You're saying, even though that's something we've done as precedent, I think, for decades, this would be a scenario that is more unique and needs a, so I guess part of what we want to always dig into is what makes this area space where we might say, you know what, we shouldn't do a 4-story building like we might do in a number of other areas along arterial roads.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think what's been ignored is a transition, first of all. Okay. And as I said before, I think there's plenty of flexibility in the new zone, the RS zone, for that transition. We talked 3 stories to be allowed, etc. And another point on that is that, as I mentioned, precedent setting is because, you know, once the arterials are done, which I understand your point,
sure,
totally,
yep,
then we have the next block coming in. So we have what's called a neighborhood erosion, for lack of a better term, that would eventually see the whole neighborhood upzoned.
I get it.
Right?
So over time, that cumulative impact is what you're raising.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if it could be absolutely written in stone that you would only be upzoning arterial roads, then I think the neighbors would be a lot more relaxed with that concept rather than, you know, who's next? What block is next? Kind of thing.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Any other questions to the speaker? All right. Any questions to administration? We're coming up close to our lunch hour. Are there any questions to administration? Yeah, Councillor Rice, go ahead.
Yeah, just really quick questions and compatibility. And because this question I asked from the previous item as well, and right now our A7 is 4 floors, 16 meters tall. So is there any specific criteria can say this is how we make that compatibility in online? Because right now the concern I heard is this is all the single house surrounded, and then all of a sudden becomes the RA7. And between our A7 and then the single house, we have that variances. And then I just wondering, and what is the criteria city administration used to allow the certain heights difference and in the neighborhood?
Councillor Rice, the zoning bylaw and the regulations, including in this zone, ask for things like different architectural treatments in order to break up the appearance of massing. So there's generally, I think, an understanding that in transition times, so right now the house to the west is a smaller scale house. During transition, there is a jump. If this site were to be developed at 16 stories, the 3-meter interior side setback is a large enough space that vegetation and landscaping can be planted there. And the zoning bylaw considers this a great mitigating effect for impacts of medium to larger scale buildings besides smaller ones.
So in terms of jump, the height jump, and then for example, yeah, I understand what's the points here, but if the next door of this new development, and somebody wants to be in CP3, for example, that is a larger big jump from 16 meters and to 45 meters. And is there any way we can measure and then how this type of jump is reasonable, is not cast a concern and from the residents, from land use perspective?
From a land use perspective, yeah. Well, currently we have heard from this neighbor to the west, and the neighbor supports the proposed development. The neighboring properties now have RS zoning, which allows for a maximum height of 10.5, and this height is 16 proposed. So the jump decreases if and when the property to the west is developed.
It already is developed.
Okay. Any more comments on this? Heights, jump? Okay, that's my question. Thank you very much, Chair Principe.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Any other questions to administration or speakers?
Madam Chair, can I suggest that we extend orders to finish the item if there's no questions?
Certainly. Can I get a seconder on that?
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Would anyone like to close public hearing on this item? Councillor Jans, would you like to close?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Jans. Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Jans, can you move first reading, please?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Anyone to quickly speak to this item? Seeing no one sign up, please vote on first reading. Councillor Jans, would you like to close?
Just very quickly, if this item does pass and the recommendation is moved by council, I'll be continuing to work with the Community League on some of the issues related to parking and traffic safety there. The concerns about building massing are duly noted, and the residents' opposition is noted there. However, I'm prepared to side with the opinions expressed by the Community League and support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Jans, can you move second reading?
So moved.
Second. Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Jans, can you move consideration of third reading?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Rutherford?
I voted yes.
Okay, thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Jans, can you move third and final reading of Bylaw 20659 and Charter Bylaw 20660?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Saying I have a failure with eScribe, so yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. We have completed item 3.5. 3.6 will be on to item 3.7 when we come back from lunch at 1:30. We'll see you then.
We're live in the chamber.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. All right, so we will continue on with our meeting. We'll start with a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette is away on city business. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mayor Sohi is away on council business. Councillor Hamilton is away on council business. And Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Cartmel was away on council business, but he may be
Good afternoon.
joining in and out. There he is. Wonderful. Good afternoon. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right, so we are going to continue on with our agenda. We're on now item 3.7, administration. Please go ahead with the presentation.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Highlands neighborhood from the RF1 single detached residential zone to the CB1 low intensity business zone. Next slide, please. Located at the corner of 112th Avenue and 60th Street, the site is located along an arterial road bordering a residential area and is well suited for low intensity commercial office and service uses. It is surrounded by roadways on 3 sides, residential land use on the south, and has immediate access to bus service along 112th and 118th Avenues. Next slide, please. Under zoning bylaw 20,001, the proposed CB1 zone will become the neighborhood commercial or CN zone. The key differences between the RF1 and the new CN zone is that the CN allows for a larger building and a shift from primarily residential uses to primarily commercial uses. The purpose of the CN zone is to allow small-scale activity centers that become community focal points for commercial businesses, services, and social gathering that are integrated with the neighborhood. The CN zone requires greater interior and flanking setbacks than RF1. Also, parking, loading, storage, and garbage collection are to be screened from adjacent properties and public roadways. This helps mitigate the impact of the proposed development on the smaller scale building to the south. Next slide, please. Administration sought feedback from the public through information on the city's website, mailed notice, site signage, and an engaged Edmonton webpage. 48 responses were received. Some of the main concerns we heard were regarding the potential for cannabis and liquor store uses, leading to increased crime in the area, increased parking and traffic congestion, and concern for safety of local residents and the changing character of the existing neighborhood. Administration understands that proposals like this one represent change and that change has the potential for impacts on the ground and in the community. Next slide, please. The big city moves from the city plan are future focused, and they tell us the choices we can make to achieve a more compact and vibrant city. This application aligns with the city plan's big city move, community of communities, which gives direction to enable Edmontonians quicker access to a diversity of services and amenities throughout the city. Next slide, please. In closing, administration is in support of this application. It proposes a built form and low-intensity commercial uses which are compatible with the surrounding area. And it aligns with the direction from the city plan to encourage redevelopment that contributes to the livability and adaptability of districts. Thank you.
And thank you. So we are going to start with hearing from speakers in favor. Ryan Eidick, please come on down. Andrew Olson, are you still online?
I'm still online, yes.
Hi there.
Hi.
And I just wanted to confirm, Wanda, you did not want to speak?
Yeah, just answer questions only.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, thank you. Just for the record, you're opposed? Okay. Did you want to speak in opposition, or you just... Okay, so we'll put you as the 14th speaker then. Okay, so we will hear from those in favor. Please, Mr. Heidick, please go ahead when you're ready. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Mayor, Your Worship and Council. I think I had a presentation that I would like to show. Hey, there it is. So yeah, good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. My name is Ryan Heidick. I'm the Director of Vines Consulting, and here representing the owners of the site in question. Next slide, please. So we represent some owners that believe that there's a market for some additional commercial development along this portion of 112th Avenue, which is an arterial roadway. It follows other recent commercial developments, including the Gibbard Block and other small-scale commercial developments just under 500 meters to the west, and a recently approved, so in 2021, direct control that allows for a small amount of commercial use is approximately 330 meters to the east. Next slide, please. I'm going to spend most of my presentation talking about process. I do think it's relevant. So we were approached by the new owners of the parcel back in June of 2023 to help them facilitate a commercial redevelopment on this site. After discussing it internally and with the city, it was determined that the most appropriate zone would be the CB1 zone, which of course becomes the CN zone as of January 1st, because it provides that low-intensity, neighborhood-oriented commercial with some mixed-use opportunities that was appealing to our ownership group. Then in August, we started to receive emails and phone calls from residents nearby, many of whom you will hear from today, that had some fairly significant concerns. So what we did is we went and met with about 10 of them in the living room of one of the speakers in opposition in her living room immediately south of the site in question. And there we fielded questions, discussed potential uses, but what we quickly found out was that, you know, any non-residential use that was going to be proposed on this site was not going to be supported. And I'm going to let them make their own points after that, but what we did with that information is we went back to our ownership group and we advised them that, you know, they didn't have any tenants or development plans or timelines or anything at that point, but we advised them that, you know, potentially accelerating that might help. We can go back to the neighborhood with an actual proposed use and talk a little bit more in detail rather than just potential future uses and that type of thing. So they worked with some realtors and they found a daycare operator that was willing to take the entire site. With that information, we went back to the neighborhood. We spent 2 days door knocking in September. We visited about 50 homes over that 2-day period. Meeting with about 20 of those residents, discussing the proposed daycare, and then discussing any of the concerns they might still have. For the residents that weren't home during those door knocking days, we left a postcard encouraging some direct communication with us and providing them some additional information. What we found is that while some of the residents nearby still had concerns regarding the daycare, a lot of those concerns, some of those concerns were mitigated, but a lot of them were still related to what could future be built on this parcel. And it should be noted also that we did receive a small amount of support, especially the further away you got from the site in question. Next slide, please. This is a slide showing the current RF1, or I guess it's the RS zone compared to the CN zone to show the comparable intensity of the possible developments. So the maximum height in the CN zone is about 1.5 meters higher than what's allowed in the RS zone. Front and rear setbacks are smaller than what's allowed. However, the site would be further away from the north and south, so the side and flanking side property lines than what's currently allowed in the RS zone. Should also be noted that within the RS zone, there's an ability, because it's a fairly large parcel, there's an ability to develop up to 10 dwelling units by right. Next slide, please. Next few slides are simply illustrative of what I just spoke about. So here shows the current build of the site. So obviously it could be used for a daycare, and this is what it would look like. Current footprint of the house is about 200 square meters, and the house is located on the southern portion of the site in question. Next slide, please. So this is what the maximum build out in the RS zone would be. So this looks at setback regulations and results in a floor plate that's almost double of what is currently existing on the site. And again, it could accommodate up to 10 units in theory. Next slide, please. Now here's a maximum build under the CN zone, which was discussed by administration, so I'm not going to belabor it, but results in a floor plate that's about 100 square meters larger than what's allowed in the RS zone currently, but moves it away from the north and south property lines. Last slide, please. Thank you. And this is a most likely scenario because this accommodates some on-site parking, which is required for daycares, but was also one of the major concerns that we heard with from residents during our engagement. Again, it should be noted that it's larger setbacks on the north and south sides. I'm going to end there, so thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. So I will go to my colleagues to see if there are any questions to the speakers. Councillor Salvador, you selected this item. Would you like to go first?
Sure, and just clarifying, the other speaker was for questions only, or were they?
Yes,
Okay,
he had
great.
mentioned that when I called.
Sure. Perfect. Well, thank you so much for the presentation and overview. A number of my questions were just around the process as well, and the engagement that led to today, because I also heard a fairly significant number of concerns, especially when the signage first went up on the site. But I think you sort of walked us through some of those steps that you took. I guess, you know, how did those conversations with community members end up informing that decision to go to a daycare use? And I'm recognizing there's still, of course, it's not set in stone that a daycare would be the end use, but it sounds like, how far along are you in those conversations? Like how much certainty can you give community?
Great question, Councillor Salvador. There was a development permit that was applied for. It's placed on hold. So fairly down the road.
Okay, so sorry, explain that to me.
Our client, you know, in a sign of good faith, submitted a development permit application, I think in September, and that's been placed on hold pending the results of this, obviously. So architecturally, drawings are done, site planning is done, and that's been submitted to the city system. It's just sitting and waiting.
Okay, that is news to me. So DP is in progress, and the only thing that would be holding that up is today's conversation, I guess.
I wouldn't even call it in progress because it was submitted, fees were paid, and it was put on hold. So nothing's been reviewed, but yeah, it's in the system.
Okay, gotcha. Well, thanks for that clarity. And then maybe another question. You know, why the CB1 zoning in particular? Recognizing, you know, there might be some further flexibility with zoning bylaw renewal going forward. Why CB1?
CB1 at the time, I mean, I'll defer that to administration. They kind of led us that direction as well. It's along an arterial road, so that's a little bit more appropriate for CB1 rather than the CNC zone. Regardless, both those zones were combined into the CN zone that's being, that'll be approved or that'll be used in January. So really there's no difference in our opinion versus going with the CNC zone at that time.
Okay, and I'll follow up with administration on that as well. Would you be able to go back to, there was one slide that showed the potential floor plan of the daycare that showed sort of the play area, the parking in the rear. I just want to see that again, if possible. Yeah. Just want to make sure I know what I'm looking at. So based on this, it's not like a new structure would be built. So it's not like a demolition and reconstruction at this point. The intention is to maintain the existing building. Is that what I'm seeing on this slide?
Correct.
Okay, and I'll ask administration of this as well. Can you just remind me what the parking requirements are for daycares of this
Yeah,
size?
I could do that. So for daycares, it's 2 stalls for the first 10 children and then 1 stall for every additional child, or for every additional 10 children, sorry.
So 2 stalls for first 10 children and, sorry.
And sorry, I screwed that up. That's my fault. And then it's 1 stall for every additional 10 children beyond that. So
Okay.
40 children daycare needs 5 parking spaces is a good way of thinking about it.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you so much for that information. And again, I'll follow up with admin, but that's it for now.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Councillor Principe. I need to do a quick legal check just before I ask questions. So hearing that we've had a development permit applied for, can I ask questions about that to the applicant since it's been raised?
So,
Recognizing
I think that it's fair for you to ask those questions, but I would just caution council that when we're talking about this particular decision to be made, there's a full suite of uses
Correct.
in the zone that's being proposed. And so your decision shouldn't center around one particular
Correct.
development permit application, but rather the full suite and the full zone that's being put before you today.
That's right, yeah. What's unique is that we typically don't have this scenario before us, but yes, there is a possibility that somebody could not advance their permit and then build under the
You pointed it out, Councillor. That's one of the things there's a development permit application in the queue, but there's nothing stopping from somebody from not continuing or advancing.
Yeah, that's helpful. I just wanted to make sure. So maybe just one question then, appreciating what I've confirmed on that. So so when you showed the realistic site build out, that was assuming a demolition of the property and a rebuild, but what I've heard is that the intent is to use what you've shown in the first of those examples. So keeping the existing home, potentially doing some retrofits in the space, but you're using the existing footprint. So I didn't realize. I just want to double check on that because you showed the possible build out scenario, but that's not what's been submitted. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Knack, and that's very fair, and that makes a lot of sense. So the clients do want some future flexibility to develop a larger building in the future. Daycares have a way of attracting other types of uses. The daycare that I drop my daughter off to has a coffee shop right next door, for example, that I frequent quite a bit. So the idea is that if the daycare was successful, or in the future, they could build that kind of larger building. But the intent of the application is to keep the existing building as is and convert it to a daycare.
So that's what the permit is that's been applied for.
Correct, but in the future,
that there is an intent, and that's even potentially the person you're representing's intent is maybe in one point to actually build up to the maximum. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Any other questions to those in favor? No? Okay. Thank you. Just hold on. Are you one of the speakers? Okay, No, I'm sorry, that is not part of the process, but we will be inviting you down right away to speak, okay? Sorry, I'll just ask you to step back now. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. And then I'll call the speakers opposed. Cindy Olson, come on down. Karen Brown, the clerk will guide you to your seat. Karen Brown, are you here? Oh, there you are. Hi. Francine Gregory? Is that you, Francine? Yeah, great. Thank you. Jane Atkin? Barbara Hayduke? Paul Buzinski? Come on down. Lori Mutran Buzinski? Sheila Femister? Andrea Sweetnam? You're not speaking? Okay. Debbie Cronwit Martin, are you online?
I'm online.
Thank you. We'll call you. You'll be speaker 9.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Gwen Hillis? She won't be speaking. Dwight Hillis? Come on down. Colleen? You can come on down. And then Wanda Banis.
Chair Principe, we do have one more speaker that's requested to speak, Leo Cody.
Leo Cody? Online or in person?
In person.
In person. Leo, come on down.
Sorry, Chair, may I do a point of order?
Sure.
Yeah, so I just, I recognize that we have people waiting on 3.8 and 3.9. as well. So can we either just decide now if we're going to extend orders and or at least give an indication to the public of the plan so that they, those that are waiting in for that item are aware of what's happening?
Sure, absolutely. I would just like to clarify with my colleagues that we'll have quorum for extending orders of the day. I'm good to stay.
Me too.
5.
I'm sorry, Councillor Principe, I have another meeting, committee meeting at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
I won't be available.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I have 5 so far. 6.
Yeah, yes, of course, for me.
And is there one more? Councillor Rice, are you okay to stay if we extend orders of the day?
I have one other meeting on my calendar.
Okay. Councillor Cartmel, are you able to stay?
I have a meeting between 5 and 6. I can come back at 6. I cannot just continue at 5.
No.
That's fine.
So can I move at least, then we can vote on it and discuss it with something on the floor?
Okay, sure.
So I'll move extending orders to finish the agenda, because there's been other items that have been delayed as well, and they're pretty quick. Yeah, I'm going to say with a break between 5 and 6.
Okay, sure. Yeah,
With
that sounds good. Yes, with a
I
dinner.
think Councillor Knack seconded.
Correct, second.
And I just want to check with City Clerk's office that that's okay for
Thank you,
admin?
Councillor Principe, that is okay.
Okay, thank you. So then I'll ask my colleagues to vote on extending orders with a break from 5 to 6 for dinner.
And sorry, do we confirm if we have Councillor Cartmel at 6, we have quorum?
Yes.
Okay.
That's right. Okay, so please vote on that.
Yes?
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford, for mentioning that. And we're going to go ahead and listen to our speakers in opposition. Cindy Olson, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Cindy Olson. I speak in strong opposition to the proposed rezoning of the residential property at 11133 60th Street from RF1 to CB, followed by a second automatic upzoning to CN on January 1st, 2024. This is unacceptable. It upzones a residential zone to a business zone, and on January 1st, upzones automatically to a more intensive commercial zone that further disincentivize residential housing and incentivize commercial use. On the original notice, there is absolutely no information of a second upzone in January if the new zoning bylaw was to be passed. City Council, by their omission to add this information, has misled residents. We did not receive an accurate notification, so our right to notification was breached. I believe this could even be challenged in law. I would also like to highlight that the received feedback survey responses clearly indicate the community was not in favor of the upzone to CB1 zoning. Out of 47 responses, 37 were opposed, 9 uncertain, and only 1 in support. These letters were submitted before becoming aware that a second upzoning would occur in January. Other letters of opposition have been submitted since then, including this past weekend. If councillors have not had the time to read these letters, perhaps a short recess is in order to read and consider the concerns expressed. Page 80 of the zoning bylaw lists that the only residential uses permitted under CN zoning are lodging houses, multi-unit housing, supportive housing, and home-based business. The rest of the 32 uses fall under commercial, business, and service. Yet we have been asked to believe that the new zoning bylaw was designed to open up more affordable and varied housing choices. CN zoning, in fact, reduces opportunities for affordable housing and choice. I live next door to this property. The back wall of the garage is less than a meter from my property line. I asked my realtor for an appraisal under the new bylaw. I will likely lose $50,000 in value, as very few people want a commercially zoned property next door. Section 617 of the Municipal Government Act contains, in Part 7, regulations and bylaws that whereby plans and related matters may be prepared and adapted without infringing on the rights of individuals for any public interest, except to the extent that is necessary for overall greater interest. I do not see evidence that the uncompensated loss of value to my home, as well as the loss of right to notice or appeal for its citizens, can be justified as serving overall public interest. Even as a charter city, you're required to meet the intent of the Act. Highlands District Plan has designated 118th Avenue, our northern boundary, as a primary corridor, allowing mid-rise, high-rise, and intensive commercial uses. This corridor is 3 to 5 blocks wide. Allowing a second commercial zoning on 112th Avenue would further reduce existing affordable housing between the two avenues as they're squeezed out by commercial development. Demolition of existing houses would cause heavy impact on our landfills, and redevelopment would increase our carbon footprint. Further, 112th Avenue is not a primary corridor or even a secondary corridor. To support a rezone of this property to CN is counter to the city's district plan. The city's vision is based on an accepted population of 2 million people. This bylaw is supposed to get us there, but it's based on uncontrolled and unregulated growth. Apparently, 25 motions that may serve as potential amendments to the new bylaw have been put forward, but not yet scheduled for either debate or vote. Uncontrolled zoning bylaws will change the nature and viability of neighbors and communities. My understanding from the consultant for the owners is that the developer's intent is to operate a daycare or Airbnb. The Airbnb is already operating, but without a license. And daycare licenses have been on hold since 2025. So what exactly is the plan? Both RF1 zoning and RS zoning actually permit 14 residential, commercial, community, agricultural, and sign usages that would better maintain the character and historical integrity of Highlands. Therefore, there is no need to support this application. A vote against this application is a win for all parties. Under RS, the city gets more varied housing choices while remaining compliant with its district plan. The developer may develop under the 14 uses allowed in RS, and Highlands will retain its character and viability as a distinct, mature, historical community. Thank you.
And thank you. Next, we'll hear from Karen Brown. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, technical difficulty. Hi, my name is Karen Brown, and I speak in opposition to the rezoning of the residential property at 11133 60th Street Northwest to CB1. I have spoken at the zoning bylaw city council meeting opposing approval of the zoning bylaw before the final district plans were implemented. I am also engaged in the final public engagement of the district plans. I would have engaged earlier, but like most Edmontonians, I didn't know about it. Our family, like many others, started out this year living in an area that was single-family residential, and by the end of next year, with the new zoning bylaw combined with our district plan, the 118th Avenue district plan, we will be living in mixed-use zoning because of our proximity to the 118th Avenue primary corridor. Our family is now at the whim of whatever developer moves in and decides to build on a property close to us. We are an intergenerational family, with the adults being a senior and a disabled single father construction worker. We are not in a financial position to move to another area of the city, and what would be the point? So after decades of mortgage payments, maintaining our home, and paying our property taxes, if we are pushed into having to leave our home, we would be tossed into the pool of people looking for affordable rental accommodation. The city and council are not getting ahead of the issues Vancouver and Toronto have with housing. They are importing them. It has not been made clear to the community what impact rezoning this property to CB1 will have on surrounding properties or the larger community, or what this commercial rezoning will translate to under the new zoning bylaw and the district plan. For instance, would 112th Avenue Northwest be designated a secondary corridor? The 118th Avenue District Plan is still in draft form, although the claim is made there will be no changes before it is put forward for approval. But who knows? There are only 2 physical blocks between 112th and 118th Avenues Northwest, from 50th to 58th Streets Northwest, with the boundaries of primary and secondary corridors extending 3 to 5 blocks from the designated corridor. The properties from 50th to 58th Street Northwest between 112th and 118th Avenues Northwest would no longer be residential but mixed use. When the new zoning bylaw comes into effect, properties that are zoned as CV1 become CN, permitting a broader range of commercial development. It is obvious construction won't start on this property until after the first of the year. So what is really going to be built there? It's time for straight answers. What is the need for more commercial space, especially in the middle of a residential area? There are other commercial zoned areas along 112th Avenue Northwest within 5 blocks on either side of this property, but are separated from the residential areas by back alleys. Although the industrial vacancy rate has fallen with the influx of business from Vancouver looking for cheaper industrial space, the office retail vacancy rate is still high. The developer who recently had the derelict Mount Royal Apartments at 56th Street Northwest and 118th Avenue Northwest, rezoned from RA7 to RA8, advised a community meeting in September they would probably not proceed with commercial space as it would not make economic sense given the market. Despite the addresses, the Mount Royal Apartments are physically only 1 block east and 2 blocks north of the property at 11133 60th Street Northwest. The people requesting the rezoning are probably very nice and just pursuing their business interests. But I am asking the application for rezoning this property to CB1 be refused. It would be reckless, irresponsible, and disrespectful to approve this rezoning without understanding, acknowledging, and communicating the full impacts this will have on the immediate neighbors and the broader community under the new zoning bylaw and the district plan. Thank you for your time and attention.
And thank you, Karen. Next, we'll go to Francine Gregory. Please, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
I strongly object to the proposed rezoning of an affordable home in this wonderful neighborhood many of us called home. I moved to the Highlands 25 years ago because of the historic and mature ambiance of the neighborhood. The lovely trees, the river valley close to everyone's homes are also beloved features. It is one of the few historic and mature neighborhoods that we could afford at the time. Over the years, I've been fortunate to get to know many neighbors by serving for 10 years on the Highlands Historical Society Board, as well as the Community League, heading up Neighborhood Patrol. The Highlands neighborhood is established in 1912 and contains some of Edmonton's best preserved historic homes, trees, and streetscapes. The community is geographically small compared to many others in Edmonton and is home to 2,677 people. Highlands is a magical place with a mixture of affordable single-family homes, predominantly 90% of those homes in the area, with a few little mansions sprinkled in. Highlands is a tightly knit community and is a community that looks to the future while valuing its past. Significant efforts over many decades have been made by many in the community to maintain one of the few historic neighborhoods in Edmonton. Highlands already has a long-established, bustling commercial business area in the Gibbard Block area. This application to change the zoning will have profound negative effect on the use and enjoyment by property owners, particularly those close to this property, and residents to the community overall. Changing from a RF1 residential to CB1, which will be converted to CN zoning under the new bylaw. Allowing this application will have many negative impacts to the overall historical character of our residential community. It will be the first domino to fall to allow significant inappropriate commercial use in residential locations. There is no reason to encourage intensive commercial development in the Highlands. Typically, many members of the community often move within Highlands. Recently, due to the bylaw changes, I have heard from several neighbors that they are considering moving out of the community and out of Edmonton altogether to communities such as Sherwood Park. Some neighbors feel our neighborhood is under siege. In fact, several long-term neighbors have recently moved for these very reasons. There are many more appropriate locations for a CB1 or CN zoning along 118th Ave, Northlands, downtown, all in close proximity to this location. Approving this application is also contradictory to the proposed district plans and not compatible with the Highlands neighborhood. The significant adverse impacts to the neighbors next to this property is deeply concerning. The residents of the community of Highlands gain no positive benefit. This will not improve the neighborhood or the quality of life for the people who live in the Highlands. In fact, it will have an offensive and detrimental effect on the amenities and unique character and heritage value of our properties. It will have a determinant effect on the lives of the people, particularly those who live on 60th Street and any other street in the neighborhood. The lives of the people who work and contribute to the city and pay the taxes. Most cities in North America celebrate and fiercely protect their heritage areas. Highlands has over 50 homes in the city heritage inventory and over 200 homes in the Heritage Recognition Program in partnership with the City of Edmonton Heritage Conservation Unit. I implore this council to reject this rezoning application. There are many other reasonable alternatives available to this developer. Thank you.
And thank you. And I would like to take this opportunity now to welcome, we have some guests that joined us. Grade 6 class from Earl Buxton School in Ward Vihaswin. Your counselor is Counselor Cartmel, and he's online right now, but I know that he would love to see you in person and wishes you all well. Have you had, oh, here, let's give you a clap. Thanks for being here. Hi. So how was your day? Pretty great? Yeah? You sound a little tired. Was it a long day? No? Oh, okay. Okay, well, you know what? It's great that you're joining us today because you get to see one of the best parts of municipal politics is that we get to listen to the public. They get to come in and speak in front of us, and it's great to hear from them. And thanks for being a part of this. It's great to see you all. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye. Okay, next we are going to hear from our speaker, Jane Atkin. Jane, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
As you well know, my name is Jane Atkin, and I am proud to say I've lived in Highlands my entire life. If I can get through this without crying, it'll be a miracle. In fact, in the home that was built by both my father and grandfather in 1948. My residence is right next door to the property attempting to rezone and reason for which we are here today. I would like to inform you, and without uncertainty, that I am vehemently opposed to this rezoning. It is quite simply unacceptable in nature. The Highlands area is known as one of the oldest districts in the city, dating back to 1912. Almost 33% of the dwellings have stood since 1945. It is home to the McGrath Mansion and the Holgate Mansion, both circa 1912. I used to be an interior designer. I have respect for these structures. To name the most prominent structures, these and other properties not mentioned have been designated historical in nature and stand proud as a testament to our early beginnings and to that of real estate moguls William McGrath and Bidwell Holgate. These and other structures have lasted the test of time and will continue to do so if we intervene and prevent the neighborhood from being ravaged by you and developers alike. Highlands has a vibrant history and is filled with architectural elegance, which is part and parcel as to why individuals chose to call this home. A potential commercial development at the aforementioned address will completely destroy the aesthetics and beauty of this neighborhood. There are many structures within this community that have currently been built that are absolute eyesores. They quite simply do not fit the characteristics of our historical neighborhood and stand out like sore thumbs. They belong in the new neighborhoods, not the beautiful and already established ones. Why are we not preserving our history? Why are we destroying it? Why are we hell-bent on doing this? I ask you all. Rezoning generally leads to reconstruction of a property, which often leads to a substandard outcome. Because developers are in a hurry and cut corners to make additional monies, projects are slapped together, quite literally, seemingly overnight, and without thought to codes and standards. An example is a property in 111th Avenue that was built with a wood foundation, which I believe would be in direct violation of current building codes. How was this ever passed, and why isn't this being monitored by professionals and/or the city to ensure that safety and standards are being adhered to? Why are we not being protected as homeowners or potential homeowners? Why are the developers allowed to run rampant and amok and do what they wish, where they want, how they want, when we have no say regarding anything concerning this fiasco we call rezoning? Not to mention the damage that has occurred to lands adjacent to construction and for which the developer is not taking responsibility for. The new 2024 zoning bylaw is expected to retire the mature neighborhood overlay. The current 2023 bylaw lists afforded considerations such as privacy, window location regulations, maximum basement elevations, contextual front and rear setbacks, to name but a few. These points were put in place at the time to prevent the desecration of neighborhoods. Additionally, previous checks and balances whereby consultation to surrounding homeowners and neighborhoods were made aware of, and coming alterations now have been stripped away. As such, the possibility for consultation when there's opposition to a project, should we come to know, has been eradicated come 2024. This is so completely wrong. I don't know how people can't see this. We have the right to know what is occurring in our backyard and the neighborhood per se. Our homes are our largest investment, quite typically, and it is not unusual for us to want to protect it from individuals that literally have no respect for it and want to systematically destroy it and our privacy, all in the name of padding their pockets. This proposed structure literally butts up against my neighbor Cindy Olson's house and too close for comfort to mine. There's no street in division here, folks. There's no street. I can almost reach out. Cindy could just a stone's throw away. I already have the occupants of this current homeowner driving on my grass and disrespecting my property. How will this get better? You're kidding yourself if you think it will. This proposal does not fit the criteria of the City Council, and we are not informed on any of the two mail-outs, the possibility that it would lead to a CN status in January. Misguided, misled, not ethical. How are we to believe anything you say ever? I could cite other concerns, such as green space, parking in proximity of your home, the alley maintenance, which is generally lacking as it currently stands, the environmental impact, garbage disposal concerns, noise, privacy, crime rate increase, the fact it is not a node or a primary corridor. But I know these are slated for others to speak to, so I will conclude with the following. I believe you are clearly and quite obviously ignoring the pleas of thousands that are concerned, many of whom I speak to, and they say, why bother? They will do what they want. That's so disturbing and should be to you if you are an ethical and moral representative.
I'm sorry, your time is up. We have a lot of speakers to hear from. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for being here today. Next, we're going to go to Barbara Hayduk. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
All right, that's a really tough act to follow. Mine's much shorter, so she can have the rest of my time. All right, my name's Barb. I live across 60th Street from the house at 11133 60th Street. I've been in the Highlands area pretty much my entire life. I am a member of what is considered a generational housing. My parents bought the house. They moved my grandmother in before I was even 18. She was bedridden. I ended up there taking care of her. Then by the time she passed on, I was looking after my father, who was in a wheelchair. Then I got out for a little while, came back. Anyways, so now I have myself, my youngest child, who is 23. She could leave if she wanted, but I'm happy to have her there. I also have my great nephew there. So again, 3 generations. With having generational housing, there are fairly few that do that. I find it a great thing. Tearing down a house like this that it could easily be done in, it does, or it used to have a legal suite in the basement. There's no reason for getting rid of this house, as we need affordable property. It may be, I don't know, $550,000 for this house. That's still affordable to many, especially if you look at the fact that they can rent out a basement suite. Okay, so we've also talked about infill housing as a city. That's something that we could do. We don't want to do in the Highlands area because, as was said, it is a historical area. I'm not sure if you know, little trivia, Jasper Avenue used to be in the Highlands area. It was 111th Avenue. There's actual cement signs in front of some of the houses that have their address. Of course, thank you. Okay. To build a commercial property in this area, we have got 5 blocks to the south, 5 blocks to the west, 4 blocks to the east. Then we also have this 118th Avenue area. We could easily put commercial back in the vacant businesses 4 blocks away. What we have is houses. We have people. We do not want businesses in these residential houses because we would rather have residential houses. Repeating myself, I'm sorry. The other thing that we have is we have a vacant school in our neighborhood. That could also be utilized for businesses, possibly renting it from the school board. The other thing with putting a daycare in, which was my question to the developer, was I had heard that you could not put a daycare center into a house. You had to have a commercial structure. So does that not mean it has to be torn down and rebuilt? There's also the fact that if they put a day home in, all they would need to do is get a city business license. They would not have to have the house rezoned for a day home. So that's kind of where, which is it that is going in there? A quick Google search on your phone from my house, which is right across the street, 50 meters from this other house, within 800 meters, there is 6 daycares, 1 play school. Why do we need more? If you go to 36th Street, there's another 36 daycares if you go from 106th Avenue to 127th Avenue, 82nd to 34th. So that's over 40 daycares. I have also heard from someone in the daycare industry that there will be no more daycare permits given out before 2025. I agree with the question, what are the other uses for this house going to be? If it is going to be a day home, cool. If it's going to be a daycare, that's not happening unless these things are untrue, where the daycares are at their limit in the city. I don't know. That would be maybe city planners could answer that. I have no clue.
Thank you. Your 5 minutes is up. Thank you for being here today.
Thanks.
Next, we'll go to Paul Buczynski. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm speaking, of course, opposed to the zoning bylaw change for this particular property that we've been talking about. Why I wanted to come and speak, I'm not typically much of a public speaker, that you'll soon find out, but I felt I had to come because when I first found out about this proposed zoning change, I had sent in an email to the city planner, whose name was on the card I got in the mail, as well as everyone on city council. Surprisingly few responses I got to that email. I would like to thank Abby Manuel Jamwal, the planner one, for his response. I'd like to thank councillors Karen Principe, Karen Tang, Andrew Knack, and Jennifer Rice for their responses. And I'd like to thank Mike Kanicki, who's the assistant to Ashley Salvador. No one else I heard from, so I felt if I'm going to be heard, I have to show up here and speak. So here I am. I wanted to let you know about my concerns, and my concerns, first of all, are that changing the zoning from RF1 to CB1, which then of course gets changed again in a month and a half, will result in, as others have said, removing a affordable house from the inventory to replace it with a commercial property. In a city where we have plenty of commercial properties that are sitting empty, but yet I've been told time and time again that we have an affordable housing crisis. I've been told by the representative, Ryan, who spoke earlier, for the new owner that the plan is to turn this into a daycare. If we do the zoning change, there's no guarantee that that's actually what's going to happen, but let's take them at their word that they're going in for a daycare. So we want to put a daycare on 112th Ave, which is really quite busy, because although the address is 60th Street, this property faces 112th Ave. So the address is a little bit misleading. So we have 112th Ave, which is quite a busy road, particularly during peak traffic hours. And now you're going to be having a daycare, which I was told by Ryan will support 30 to 40 children. So we have 30 to 40 drop-offs and pickups on 112th Ave, typically during the peak traffic areas, peak traffic times of the day. I think this represents, an unsafe situation. Ryan talked about 5 parking stalls. Well, 5 parking stalls really aren't going to afford the access for 30 to 40 kids who are all coming roughly and leaving roughly at the same time. In addition to this, there is no parking directly in front of this property during the peak hours, 4:30 to 6 p.m. And there is no parking on 60th Street beside this property because that's a no parking zone to leave enough room for traffic to get in and out of 112th Avenue. I feel that this would be a safety issue for the kids, for pedestrians, for the traffic. I think it would work really strongly against the Vision Zero policy that the city has. And for that reason, it really shouldn't be looked at. The city wants 15-minute walkable communities. Very few people are going to walk their kids to daycare on the way to work or on the way home from work. So putting a daycare in here is not going to aid the city in achieving a 15-minute walkable community. And I've got more, but I see I'm out of time, so thank you.
Thank you very much for your time discipline. Next, we'll go to Lori Mutron-Buczynski. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Like my husband said, we had both sent emails in August to the city planner and to council opposing this bylaw. And I received responses from the city planner, from Councillor Knack, Councillor Tang, Councillor Principe, and Councillor Rice. So thank you for that. So I'm just kind of reiterating what a lot of people have said so far, but apart from this house's driveway, which we saw on Ryan's slide, which is just to the east of the property, the driveway is only accessible from 112th Avenue or from the back alley. So directly to the east of the property is a back alley, directly to the north is 112th Avenue, and directly to the west is 60th Street. So there is no parking directly adjacent to this property on 60th Street. And between 4:30 and 6 p.m., there is no parking in front of the property on 112th Avenue as it currently stands. So I can't see 5 parking spots for 40 kids. What is this going to do to the neighborhood? Because people are either going to park illegally or try to run across a busy road at rush hour to retrieve or get their kids. So this is just unbelievable. 112th Avenue is also an EMS corridor for fire, police, and ambulance, and therefore the parking can't be changed to one lane of traffic in both directions, especially during peak times. People need a place to pull over to get out of the way for EMS. There's also a curve in the road, if you saw from Ryan's signs or slides. There's a curve in the road 1 block away, which makes it very hard to see approaching traffic, which also negates any sort of parking changes to this area. It would be impossible to get from the streets onto the avenue with only 1 lane of parking or of traffic available. There's this service road a couple of blocks east on 112th Avenue, which would be a much better suited area for a daycare, because people drive their kids to daycare on their way to and from work. They need a place to park where they are safe and they aren't trying to cross a busy street, especially at rush hour. There are multiple commercial properties that are vacant in the Highlands already. Why take away an affordable house to turn it into a commercial property when so many sit empty? And this property developer is already using this property as a short-term rental, taking an affordable house away from the market. Our back alley is already crumbling. I can't imagine what it would look like after 100 or more cars driving on it per week. If the zoning changes to commercial now, it could be anything come January 1st, and that is really scary for us. Immediately next to this property, and my house is 111 years old, and I really enjoy the character of it. I really enjoy the character of my neighborhood, and all that's going to change if it gets rezoned. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Sheila Themister. Hi. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Edmontonians, or good afternoon, Council, first of all. Edmontonians who oppose the new zoning bylaw have not gone quietly into the sunset. As the public is made aware of your overbearing district plans, as well as the magnitude of the changed proposal, opposition is in fact increasing. People are extremely upset to find out that you are consistently putting the rights of developers over the rights of citizens and consequently destroying the lives of real people like Cindy Olsen. Highlands is a beautiful, mature neighborhood, and these people have contributed to our city for their entire lives. They plan to remain in their homes and continue to make this city a great place to live. During the public hearing, several presenters mentioned the need to prepare communities for an aging population by providing alternative housing. This is very misguided. Extensive studies show that people who age in their homes live longer, happier, and healthier lives. Progressive countries and communities recognize this as they care about seniors aging in place. In BC, this is part of their senior support program. This zoning change in Highlands is the start of the destruction of a beautiful single-family neighborhood. Researchers have revealed that, by your own demographics, that even up to 2065, 50% of people will still want to live in single-family homes. They also show that you will be short of single-family homes because of your plan. Many people are now thinking of moving out of Edmonton, including myself. I have spoken to multiple large business owners. Increased taxes on increased density will be added to your already established 7% increase, a fact that few people realize. Now you have them talking about moving their businesses out of Edmonton also. They are upset by your lack of respect for taxpayers, and they also know these things, that you have sold off many of the school sites and much of the parkland in the neighborhoods that will have the highest density, that people in high-rise towers will quickly demand additional recreation services, that neighborhoods with combined water and sewer are already experiencing flooding, that people are worried they will not get home insurance because of this repeated flooding. If you don't address the combined sewers, you will have class action lawsuits, property values will decrease, and developers will demand you pay for sewer replacement. We all see the potential for huge budget increases, and we now see Edmonton as becoming unaffordable. In New Zealand, densification has already contributed to bringing down the government there, and they will be abandoning intensification legislation. The same for Auckland, Australia. In fact, they said that only 0.25% of their landmass is covered by urban development, and they said it made no sense to push everyone into high-density housing. Note, in Canada, only 0.27% of our land area is covered by urban development. There is no need to densify to such extremes. Why exactly do you want people to live like sardines in a can? In Minneapolis, a group of residents successfully sued the city, and it is reinstating single-family zoning. California, densification is heading to a referendum. In BC, researchers say that proposed legislation will face multiple obstacles and still not achieve the desired effect. So, Council, what exactly do you base your decisions on? Where is the evidence that what you're doing is going to be effective? Because the evidence is quite the contrary. Mayor Sohi insists that people who are against this bylaw fear change. Maybe, instead, we are just more practical. You see, we were raised on a balanced budget, and we built our houses from scratch. We lived with one car, not two or three. We lived on a balanced budget, and we know what practical is. Poor decision-making is not practical. While arguing that this bylaw is not perfect, so he said, why do we have to strive to be successful? What kind of leadership is that? In conclusion, councillors, you have cheated your voters by not consulting us. You have dismissed decades of careful planning of our way of life, and you refuse to address our needs. Clearly, you simply sit here going through the motions and do what you want anyway. I will say it again. We don't trust you any longer, and I can assure you, you will not silence us. Thank you for your time. And finally, thank you, Councillors Rice and Principe, for standing up for us.
Okay, sorry, no clapping allowed at public hearing. Next, we'll go to Debbie Cronwit-Martin online. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Many people are watching this rezoning with great interest. This bylaw is another example of the city's support for developers over community. I worked in planning for 25 years. It was always made clear that planners were unbiased facilitators for community planning. They could not push or any position or agenda. Your planners are no longer unbiased facilitators. They are salespeople, actively promoting their views on planning, the district plans, and rezonings. At one time when the city did a public consultation, planners used every communications channel available to garner participation. There were notices in community league newsletters, mail drops, public service announcement, posters in community venues, and portable signs on major roadways. Within days of the meeting, we were expected to provide council a complete public consultation report containing the meeting logistics, advertisement methods, numbers of participants, and their verbatim comments and questions. Councillors knew they had an accurate representation of constituent views. Now you get summaries of what planners think they heard or wanted you to hear. Many people do not believe this council is getting all the information. Prior to 2019, if a member of city council asked a question and the administration did not have an answer, usually the department head stepped in and suggested the item be referred to future meetings to give the administration a chance to get the answers. They knew it was not right to ask council to make decisions without all relevant information. At the zoning bylaw public hearing, I don't know was a common and accepted answer. The public expects councilors to make informed decisions. Over the past few months, I attended several citizen organized meetings. Many participants were over 60. The very people who stuck by Edmonton during the booms and the busts. They paid their taxes, built the community league, supported the buildings of the Citadel and Windspear and many other facilities. The zoning bylaw changes, the district plans, and this bylaw disproportionately impacts this demographic. Ageism is alive and well in Edmonton. I was shocked to hear from a number of people that members of this administration and council have told them, perhaps you are too old to understand, or you've had your time, it's time for change. According to Pew Research, 89% of people between 18 and 29 use at least one social media site. That drops to 45% for over 60s. In 2018-19, the years we are repeatedly told we were our only opportunities to influence the development of the city plan and all subsequent plans and bylaws, only 37% of people 65 and older use social media. Yet your administration consistently chose to use social media to notify people of public participation opportunities. They chose to almost exclusively use online engagement. This is either poor judgment or ageism. You choose. And it continues today. During the zoning bylaw hearings, one person spoke passionately about the vibrancy of his home city in Spain and wanted the bylaw to replicate that here. When Churchill Square was redesigned, the consultant said he based his design on the vibrant public squares in Europe. Well, how has that worked out for you? Did you get the vibrancy of the Plaza Mayor in Madrid? You cannot transplant history, tradition, or culture. The city plan, district plans, and zoning bylaw are not the panacea for a vibrant city. In fact, it is ironic that you don't recognize that the wonderful cultures in the communities in the mature neighborhoods, such as Highlands, they have people who know and help each other, community events and traditions, and you're not just ignoring this, you're actually actively destroying it. The irony is mind-boggling. So what does this have to do with today's bylaw? The public review of the draft city plan was done almost exclusively during the peak of COVID. Your approach to the zoning bylaw was based on consultation with more with developers than citizens, and used a deeply flawed public consultation process. You are now putting into place district plans that every person in the district planning session I attended hated and heavily favored the development industry. This bylaw is a telling point. You have before you rezoning from residential or mixed use then to commercial in January. I believe this change is largely supported by the administration in anticipation of the approval of the district plans. The proposed district plan allows mixed use and higher densities for at least 3 to 5 blocks either side of arterial roadways. So 118th Avenue to 113th Avenue. And because 112th Avenue is also an arterial, it will be allowed from 117th to 107th Avenue. Virtually all of Highlands. Ask yourself, is this remotely reasonable or is it ludicrous? I argue that it's the latter. The community does not support this. The district plan has not been approved and will be strongly opposed.
Thank you, Debbie. Your time is up.
Are you really supporting communities and citizens?
Thank you, Debbie. Your time is up. Thank you for joining us today. Next, we'll go to Dwight Hillis. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. I have a couple pieces to this. I don't have the long, well-read issues that just came up, but I ask about the notice. The notice function doesn't make sense to me. As I read it, the mailed notices go to within a radius of 60 meters of the subject property. That in real life, that means 3 to 4 houses away in any direction. You had mailed notices to 26 homes. There's 1,090 single-family homes in Highlands as per your City of Edmonton website. So you contacted 2.4% to let them know of a possible zoning bylaw change, Then you sent something out to your by the website. That goes out to a radius of 120 meters, so you've doubled it. and to let people know they can get information on the website. Did you have everybody's email address that you sent the notice to? I don't even understand the context there. It doesn't make sense to me. So just a question on the notification. It seems very poor and inadequate. Ms. Olson purchased her property in 1977, a single-family home next to two other single-family homes on land zoned RF1, not on a main thoroughfare or beside commercial property. The expectation was that this was for a quiet spot for as long as she lived there. Under the proposed rezoning plan for her neighbor to the north side of the property, 11133, she would be beside a property that has a myriad of possible, as per CB1 uses, varying from bars and pubs, liquor and cannabis stores, to nightclubs. Is this fair? Is this equitable? By all accounts, her new neighbor brings traffic, noise, loss of light, a possible 12-meter high building, and a decreased property values to her. So what you're offering her is loss of possibly $50,000 by approving this zoning bylaw. This is not what she envisioned when she bought the property originally. Is this fair and equitable to her? Equity, Webster's definition of equity, just so we understand what we're doing here. It's fairness, justice, the application of common principles of fairness dealing to supplement statute law. That's Webster's dictionary. Merriam dictionary says equity is justice and impartiality. Value of a property of an interest in it in excess of actions against it. Collier's dictionary. Equity is fairness. Legal system founded on the principle of natural justice that supplements natural law, common law. This is not happening in this case or many other in the city when they're talking about rezoning. So the Edmonton zoning bylaw 2000-2001 was done partially under the lens of something called GBA Equity Toolkit, which I have here. It's some 20 pages, called the GBA and Equity Toolkit, Community Conversation Summary. It says as acknowledgement, the beginning of it says it's shaping an inclusive, compassionate, and equitable city is a collaborative effort. Where's the equity in this present situation? That was also drafted under a report called the Zoning Equity Report, which was commissioned by the City of Edmonton with the U of A Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council. It's an 88-page report. Yes, pardon me. And it makes reference to equity as a regulatory approach. It's similar to that used in the Canadian legal system with its particular approach to equity. Namely, it is guided by and informed by a rich legal jurisprudence on Section 15 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This constitutional provision provides the regulatory human rights framework used to promote equity through the courts and other government agency through the protection of enumerated and analogous grounds. Is what's being proposed fair and equitable to Mrs. Olson? Right, that's it.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Colleen. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Colleen Daviduke, and I thank you for the opportunity to voice my opposition to the rezoning of the property at 111 33 60th Street, which happens to be across the street from the home that I have lived in for 50 years. Never in my wildest dreams did I ever think we would be here today having to fight for the preservation of our neighborhood, a community that has been one of the more historic areas of the city. Some of these homes go back to 1912 when William McGrath chose this area to build his home and community. He obviously saw the beauty of the river valley and surrounding areas as we do today. Changing the zoning from RF1 to CB1 will destroy the character of Highlands. The house that we purchased was built in 1945, and almost 33% of the homes in the area date back to 1945 or earlier. Walking through the area, you can read plaques depicting previous owners, their occupations, and the dates the homes were constructed. We are proud of our community and are very disturbed by the changes threatening to destroy our quality of life. I personally am very angry that developers have carte blanche to build whatever and wherever they think they will bring the most profit. Any business that occupies the lot at 111 33 60th Street will only add to the congestion we already face on a daily basis. 112th Avenue, like 118th Avenue, have seen a drastic increase in vehicular traffic and emergency vehicle sirens since the new subdivisions in the northeast have been developed. Any commercial business can only add to this congestion. Also, I would like to know where customers of these buildings are going to park once they no longer have to provide parking stalls. Student parking for Concordia College is already a nuisance for residents, and the small businesses on 112th around 65th Street can be a challenge, and without a service road, parking will result in overcrowding not only on the avenue, but our side streets as well. In the early 1980s, my husband and I operated a construction company out of our home. We were required to take a petition around the neighborhood agreeing or disagreeing with our business. This was a fair and reasonable solution and provided our neighbors with their rights as community members. This is a democracy. The addition of infills has already changed our neighborhood. As soon as property is purchased for new construction, the first thing they do is put up these ugly fences and chop down trees that have provided beauty and shade for years. We welcome the addition of young families to the area, but the average young couple starting out today can't afford $1 million infill, as they certainly aren't suitable for our seniors. 3 flights of stairs is not what we are looking for. Council has missed the mark if you are planning on affordable housing when the affordable houses are being replaced. While we welcome diversity to the community, let's be realistic. Commercial businesses in an area like Highlands will destroy the tranquility and history that we presently enjoy. Please consider this when choosing the direction the City of Edmonton will go in rezoning in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have next on my list, Wanda Banas. Are you here to speak? I actually had you next on the list.
Okay.
So
Hi
go
there.
ahead.
My name is Wanda Banas, and I don't live in Highlands, but I have great sympathy for what's going on there. I live in Prince Rupert, and we're undergoing the effects of city plan. Right next door to me, I have a Moby Dick coming up. I won't see the sun or the sky from the west, and I doubt my trees or lawn will survive. So when I hear about city plan affecting other areas, it kind of makes me sick, you know? We respect the people who came to this land first, but there is no respect for the people in the communities that have been paying taxes and building Edmonton. You have decided that you want to be a corporation that will serve an agenda and maybe profit from it. It would be nice to see Edmonton a municipality again with a council who would serve the people. I've been told by planners who are supposed to plan Edmonton for the people, that their job is really to make city plan happen, because that's all that matters is city plan. So I can just ask, like, increased parking problems, noise, no gentle transition, more traffic. increased energy costs because you sit in the shadows all the time, loss of investment of value. Like my home is a 50s bungalow, well built, better built than anything today. It's upgraded. And I am a senior, but I can't age in place. I've been told it's time to move on. But I don't want to move on. So I have to sit here and fight city council, fight against what's going on. I used to love Edmonton, but I'm like everybody else. I look at outside of Edmonton now because Edmonton is not a safe, happy place. It's a place with an agenda. So, you know, you're going to tear down all our natural resources, take away our trees. You want to get rid of parks. I don't know why high density is so important at this time, but I do know there are foreign organizations that have decided how we're supposed to live, not city council or the people in this city. So my only question to you now is if there were a fair election coming up, how many of you think you would be voted back in? Because Edmonton is mad, and it's getting madder. And the more people wake up here, the less chance this city council is going to last. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Leo Cody. Please
Yes,
go
good
ahead. You have
afternoon,
5 minutes.
councilmen, ladies. I'm here essentially to present the opposition to the rezoning and building, commercial building on 111th and 3360th Street. What we've heard at council here today is a global issue, essentially. We've heard what's going on in other countries, and the same model seems to be adopted here at City Council without the consent of the people. The restructuring of the Canadian mayors and municipalities under the auspices of the United Nations began in 1992 with Prime Minister Brian Mulroney when Canada signed onto Agenda 21. Thus, Canada being one of the 178 nations lured by the promise of big money to go green by the year 2000. This resulted in Canada being governed by foreign entities, the like of the United Nations, G7, G20, the World Economic Forum, and the World Health Organization, to name some of the institutions that are NGO-based, non-governmental organizations, non-democratic, unelected. These organizations are without elected members and a non-democratic privately owned corporations. These are privately owned corporations. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. I'm not sure if you're aware the City of Edmonton Corporation is privately owned as well, and you are representing their agenda. In 1994, a municipal primer was issued to all local towns and municipalities outlining how they could restructure their governments. This directive was a non-binding agreement offered to all towns and municipalities. Non-binding. The mayor and councillors of the City of Edmonton are partnered with this private-owned corporation known as the City of Edmonton Corporation. Amarjeet, agreement with foreign entities is in breach of the public oath taken by you city councillors and mayor. I believe you do take a public oath, do you? Or has that been cancelled in the processes? You, the public servants of the people, have a lawful obligation and duty to fulfill the wishes of the people and not the wishes of foreign interests. The cities have assigned chief administrators, officers that are employed to implement global agenda instead of a local one. The International Council on Local and Environmental Issues, ICLEI, is the main driving force of this centralized global agenda. The World Economic Forum and the United Nations signed a strategic partnership in 2019 to jointly accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This is the same World Economic Forum chaired by Klaus Schwab, famously declaring, "You will own nothing and be happy." The same Klaus Schwab also boasted, we have penetrated more than half of Prime Minister Trudeau's cabinet. That's here, Canada. Let us remember, our present Mayor, Amarjeet Sohi of the City of Edmonton Corporation was with the Justin Trudeau cabinet as a member, pardon me, as Minister of Infrastructure and Minister of Natural Resources. We, the people, demand and require you uphold your allegiance with the people of Edmonton and not with the World Economic Forum. We, the people of Edmonton, do not wish to bow down to intrusive dictates of an unelected foreign entity and their interests. The recent rezoning and the 15-minute smart city scheme is a breach of our common law rights and without the consent of the people. And this is the direction all the municipalities are going. We reject increased controls and loss of rights and liberty. We see your newly introduced policies as part of an agenda dictated by foreign interests of elite groups. You do not have our interest at heart. We wonder, have you received personal gain by supporting these foreign policies? Why are you doing this? We, the people, have reached a crossroads. We see de facto governance by corporations like the City of Edmonton, focusing upon commercial interests opposed to the interests of the people. We, the people, must return to de jure government of the people, for the people, by the people.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you.
I got most of it
Thank
across.
you.
Thank you.
No, please, no clapping.
I'll pat myself.
Clerk Karbaszewski, are there any other speakers registered?
Thank you, Councillor Principe. There are no other speakers.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to questions to speakers opposed. Councillor Salvador, would you like to go ahead?
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you to all of our speakers for being with us today. What I heard from the majority of speakers, first and foremost, is a deep love and deep appreciation for what exists in the Highlands neighborhood. So just to reflect some things back, so hearing concerns around changing character, loss of historic character, parking, traffic, safety associated with that, the loss of what some folks have referred to as an affordable house that already exists on that site, opposition to infill more generally, and then some concerns around the integration of commercial use into an area that is primarily residential. So I might go through each of those and ask a few questions. So I'll start with Speaker Gregory. Hi, Francine. So, you mentioned that Highlands already has sort of a bustling commercial area over near Gibbard Block. And, I think about Foxburger, Kind Ice Cream, Via Bella, Knox, a fair number of businesses. And, I'm wondering, that seems to be quite an asset in the neighborhood. What's different about the site in question today?
Well, Gibbard Block has been there since almost the beginning of Highlands, and the commercial uses there are unique. There is a Kind Ice Cream, there's been local neighborhood restaurants owned by local business people. This home on this site that's being requested is not commercial. There are other areas such as Gibbard Block. There's also another commercial area down by the Baptist church that they could open a daycare, and there's a daycare in the Baptist church right there as well. I don't believe these people are opening a daycare. There's not even a yard in this affordable home. It's just very odd. So what's different commercially is the businesses that are in the commercial area of Highlands, which is on 112th. They've been there a long time. That area's been there since the inception of Highlands almost. And people, when you buy their homes or have lived there for a long time, that's an expectation. And there are unique businesses there, boutique businesses. And there isn't excessive traffic in terms of going to those businesses, because most of the community supports those businesses, so they walk to those businesses, as you know. So there's a very big difference as to what's being described to us today as supposedly a daycare when there are no daycare licenses being given, and there is many daycares already in the area. And I find the presentation by the developers to be offensive to our intelligence. It just doesn't make sense what they're saying. And the fact that a CN zoning bylaw change, which is coming in January, pretty much opens it up to be anything. And Miss Olson's home is literally feet away. And then next to Miss Olson's home is a beautiful historic home that's been preserved and well maintained, a gorgeous home. And there are many other gorgeous homes. And then very quickly down the street is the roundabout and then Ada Boulevard. This area of Highlands was never intended for this commercial use or whatever it is that will go there. Because no one here believes that spoke today, believes one, that a daycare is going to be there, or that house that is affordable won't be plowed over and some monstrosity built there. So there's a big difference.
Okay,
I hope
well,
I
appreciate-
answered that question.
That was helpful. Thank you so much for that answer. And maybe, one of the things you said just around the historic character, I might ask a question about that as well. And I think Speaker Atkin shared quite well that Highlands does have a unique character. There is a rich history in that neighborhood, and a number of homes are designated, and I think someone mentioned the plaques and some of the stories behind those homes. I guess I'm looking for a bit of an explanation when it comes to this particular property. My sense is that this particular structure, like 1950s home, not necessarily in and of itself historic in nature. So can you help me understand that loss? I'm trying to understand the loss of historic character if this particular house does not necessarily have it.
I think Miss Olson wants to speak to that.
Sure, and I might have to come back for another round. I'm just looking at my time.
The big difference is that there is a separation by an alley where the Gibbert box is and the block is, and people who bought there knew that was there when they bought there. There is 3 feet from my property to that building, and we have never had a commercial, it was never set up for a commercial building. That is a huge difference.
And I'm out of time. I'll come back around.
And expectation is not to have it there.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. I had some similar questions to Councillor Salvador, but maybe I'll turn to Mr. Bukansky, Paul. Yeah, there you are, number 6. You were speaking just sort of about the skepticism of people walking their kids to daycare. Just want to understand that a bit further. As someone who walks their child to daycare, just wondering what that was based on.
Well, based on my own personal experience and the experience of many of my friends. Typically, when you're going to daycare, you're going on your way to work or you're picking up after work. You don't have time to first go home and then go to the daycare, unless it's in the immediate area. If you're 2 or 3 doors away, great, you can do that. But the majority of people, there aren't 30 to 40 kids within a short walking distance to that property. So even if every child that was within a short walking distance was going to that daycare, you wouldn't fill it.
Okay.
So people are going to be driving. Kids have backpacks and school supplies, and they have hockey gear and soccer equipment that are often being traveled when you're going to the daycare, and when you're picking up, you don't have time for other home visits and whatnot. So most cases, people are driving their kids to daycare.
Yeah, again, I think there's a variety, and to your point too, in terms of, if it's close enough, people will likely walk, and I think that's one of the rationales behind providing more walkable commercial in the area.
And that would make sense in an area where there are people close enough to walk that have kids.
Yeah.
But
So
I've been
just
told
moving,
by.
sorry, I'm just mindful of my time.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to move on. I think, I apologize, Ms. Atkin, did you mention some of the other daycares in the neighborhood? The number of daycares? Oh, I'm sorry, yes. So are those daycares that are there now, are there impacts being felt by those in terms of traffic congestion or parking issues?
I wouldn't know. They're like within 800 meters.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's right in front of me. But the one does have the side road in front of it. The other two I know for sure are on 118th Avenue. One has a humongous parking lot. The other one I'm not positive. It's got a smaller parking lot.
Okay.
But I couldn't speak to increased traffic or anything else.
Or it hasn't been noticed in the neighborhood. I mean, there are these locations, but it hasn't. I haven't heard that, I guess, from other speakers in terms of the existing daycares in the area.
Well, it's just, as I said, a quick Google search.
Yeah.
I don't have young kids. My youngest is 23. I have no clue.
Yeah. Nope, fair enough. Then,
If I could just let you know, most of the daycares in the area are not 2 feet from someone's home or front door, which is what this house is. And they are along a main business corridor, such as the one in the Baptist Church or on 118th Ave primarily is where the daycares are, and they all have business parking and are next to businesses, just to clarify.
sure, yeah, I think that flags some contextual pieces in terms of the street type. Maybe just in terms of Sheila, I think, had you mentioned, sorry, I just wanted to understand that you, I think had spoken about densification creating higher taxes. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, that's what I said. What I'm understanding from some planners that I know is that when a community is upzoned, then the mill rate is different. And so there could be higher taxes because of that alone, and then your 7% would go on top of that.
Oh.
Some planners are estimating it could be as high as a 10% increase on property tax.
Right. Oh, so I think what you're referring to is sort of assessed value.
Yeah.
Assessed value
Assessed
could
value,
go up. Yeah.
That's right.
Okay. No, thanks for that clarification. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. So my first question goes to Ms. Olsen. You talk about the license, daycare license hold since 2015 on that same site. Is that the same site or different site?
That's for all daycares, apparently.
Oh, for all the
There is
daycare. That's on a,
on giving, because it's saturated, the market is saturated. Is what I
Okay.
have been told, right? So there's no licenses being given out till 2015 under our 2025, right? Under RS zoning, the developer could still operate a day home, but as a daycare, there wouldn't be a license.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for that clarification. That is a very good point, and to know that. And also, I heard the concern, and then I just want to confirm my understanding is correct, is about because starts January 2024, the new zoning bylaw will implement it. So the biggest concern I heard here is under that new zoning bylaw, under CN, and that commercial, neighborhood commercial zone, and then you are worried about some other uses under that commercial will be introduced to this site. So is that correct?
Certainly, but the other part of it is under RS, which is what RF1 would be upzoned to in January, there are still 14 residential, commercial, community, and agricultural and sign usages that the developer could do. There could still be a commercial business in there under RS, and that would not cause the impact that going from CB1 to what is the other one? CN would be. It would mitigate a lot of the concerns that we have. We are not anti-commercial. We are not, certainly not anti-affordable housing. Affordable housing, CN actually takes away the opportunity to put affordable housing in that site. Because it doesn't allow it. CN basically says that it is there for business, commercial, and very limited residential, and residential being residential home businesses. And I found that on page 80 of the zoning bylaw. Like, I looked through the zoning bylaw. It's 1,028 pages.
I know, it's a long document.
And many of those same things can happen on R3. We could live with that. We could live comfortably, probably, with the development
So
that goes
what
there.
I heard, this is a trust issue, and really that his daycare is the only purpose, or the other commercial uses will be introduced to that
It's
development.
partly a trust issue, for sure, but the other part of it is it's completely unnecessary to rezone it from RF1 when it's going to go to RS in January. Everybody wins. The district plan that this city is putting through for 118th Avenue remains the same. To put commercial in,
okay,
it's not in compliance, right? City would get better more housing, different kinds of housing. The businesses could still operate under the RS zoning, and the community would be able to maintain its character and integrity.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. So my last question goes to Ms. Vermester. Oh, hopefully I pronounce your last name right. So you talk about the aging population, and so I really try to see the connection between this site development and then how we support our aging population in that neighborhood already. And many speakers mentioned you live there for almost your entire life. So from land use perspective, if this land use and becomes a commercial use, so you did not see that benefits unto the aging population in the neighborhood?
Well, I don't really see the benefit of commercial in that neighborhood. First of all, it's a single-story houses. This is exactly what aging people need. If we proceed with the plan as the city is wanting to do, in about 25 years, we will have a shortage of single-family housing. Tell me how that's going to reduce the cost of single-family housing. It will not. We will have a shortage. By your own demographics and by professional studies, people still want to live in single-family houses, even up to the year 2065. This doesn't make any sense to destroy them and remove them. And tall, skinny houses are way more expensive than these. These are starter homes, and we need them. People still want to live there.
Thank you very much, and my time is up.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Councilor Principe, and thanks, everyone. I'll come back to you, Ms. Olson, just to, because I think it's you and Ms. Atkins who are the closest ones to this site. So I've heard, I think what I just heard, and I just want to clarify, I heard right for yourself. You yourself, and that might not be the position of everyone in the community, are comfortable with some commercial uses.
We know, I think everybody in the community knows that there will be some commercial uses going in, because when you go to if we go to an RS, that's what's in the RS, right? And that's what we're going to go to as an RF1. We can live with that. It could be a win-win for everybody.
Okay.
But to have to go from an RF1 to something that is basically, like it's
almost
commercial,
exclusively
it's
a
huge
commercial
upzone.
use, yeah. So
that's hard on the neighborhood. It's hard on the integrity. Look at this. This is a neighborhood. We support each other. We know each other. We stand for each other and the community, talking about, public areas for people to get together. We have a park. We have a community league. We don't need any more public, we're well saturated. The community has not saturated. We have a lot of public areas that we can join. The last when they did when they put in the sidewalks down Ada Boulevard and put those parks there, like, it's beautiful. Why do we want to change that? When we have everything, we have a walkable community, we have a 15-minute community, we will now have multi-choices in housing if we go to RS. We'll live with that. We understand it can't all be, a win-win is usually somebody gets something and the other person gets something. You come together.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is what we're fighting for. Our boat has sailed. Our ship has sailed. We're willing to work with this and become a community with whoever is in that.
Yeah. And so just so I make sure I understand, for you, because childcare is, I think, a use as identified in the RS zone.
Childcare is a use in the RS zone. It is not possible right now to get a childcare license. They could get a daycare license. I can't stop it. Like sometimes you just can't stop something. So you got to be realistic.
Yeah.
It's going to be an RS zone. We have to go with what is allowed in an RS zone. That's our best hope for keeping our community integrated and functioning and like it is. Like, look at this. This is amazing. I'm humbled by it.
Yeah. And so the most important thing I'm hearing for yourself is being able to retain that option for residential, even if they end up going with a childcare and RS.
That's right.
You want to continue.
Yeah, the other one, you don't even have an option for residential.
Okay.
It's out of there.
I appreciate that. How am I doing on time? A little bit left. Ms. Gregory, I wanted to ask you as well a little bit. Actually, well, I guess I wanted to sort of pose a similar question around the evolving nature of our communities, because I'm hearing, I've heard the concerns here today, and I've heard the suggestion around we've got some commercial already, and so there's no need to add more, I think, is what I'm generally hearing from folks today. Maybe that's not correct in terms. Yeah. So.
Could I just add something to that?
Sure,
When I grew up in Highlands, I've been in there since I was born. I moved across the street from Borden Park. It was a multi-generational family. My grandmother, my grandfather, my mother, my father, me, my aunt and uncle, and my two cousins in a 700-square-foot home. We moved to 66th Street. My grandmother, my grandfather, my father, my mother, me, for a while my aunt and uncle, and then the first thing we did was build a suite. Everybody on the block had a legal suite. When I got married, we had a home on 66th Street and 114th Avenue. Myself, my husband, 3 foster children, and a renter in the basement. When I moved to 60th Street, there was myself, my husband, we had 3 foster children. I then raised 23. I had a receiving home for 23 children who were hard to handle, and I raised 2 of their children as well. It's always been a residential home. It's like there's this idea that having a single-family home is just vacant space. It's not.
Councillor Knack, I wanted to address your CN zoning
I'm going to have to come back
question.
around. I'm out of time, but I'll come back
sure.
around.
Okay.
But thank you. I'll be right
Yep.
Oh, I guess I'll move a second round.
Second?
Thank you. Please vote on a second round.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Salvador, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much. So I might go to Speaker Barbara Haydu, is it? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Great, thank you. Now, I know you had mentioned you don't really want to see businesses in what is primarily a residential area, residential houses. I'm just contrasting what's in front of us versus what would be permitted and what's going to be permitted by right under the RS zone, which would be, and I'll verify this with administration, but 10 units of residential homes. Is that, would that be okay in your mind compared
Define 10 units of residential homes. Is that going to be 5 on the main floor, 4 and 3, is it, like,
It could be some, like a row
How many
housing with
stories?
basement suites, garden suites, 10.5 meters.
which is how many stories?
3.
I really don't want to look at that every day, but row housing, absolutely.
Yeah, and this is
Like,
all, of course, sort
main
of
floor,
in the
second floor? Sure.
in the theoretical, but I'm just trying to, yeah, compare what is as it is today versus what's in front of us with this proposal. So I guess maybe I would ask a similar question to Cindy, Speaker Olson. On the residential side, I mean, would you be okay and accommodating of that degree of
And I'm
residential?
I'm going to repeat again. I don't have a choice. My choice right now is to have RS3 or CN. Without a doubt, I will take RS rather than CN because it allows for residential housing of some sort, maybe even a single-family home or a suite. This zoning bylaw took away our choice. It took away basically RF1 zoning throughout the city of Edmonton. That's not going to go backwards. I would, as long as, and I know that there are some mitigations around like landscaping and stuff that you would have to consider. But, look at RS and look at CN. I'll choose RS before CN at any time because still makes for a community. It still makes for a neighborhood. I'm not happy with the Airbnb that's there because that doesn't make for a community and that takes away affordable housing. But, I have to accept that that's part of RS.
Okay.
It's also part of RF1.
Right,
Most of the things in RS are part of RF1 already because over the years it's slowly been upsold through amendments.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm just mindful of my time, but maybe just building on that piece, residential absolutely is a critical part of a community and of a neighborhood. But what I'm struggling with is I also see, on the other hand, having those family-friendly amenities, potentially like a daycare, that's, in my mind, also an important part of a neighborhood and adds to that sort of vibrancy, vitality, being able to meet those needs close to home.
But those needs are already met and there is a stop on any kind of daycare until then. And we don't know what happens if the daycare doesn't go. What's going to go in there? A 200-seat entertainment or restaurant next to me? That would be awful. Our alley is not going to hold that kind of traffic going back and forth. Like I've looked, I should have brought the uses with me and maybe administration can go through the list of uses of CN. And it's really pretty frightening. There's a lot of stuff in there that I would not ever want to see near me. We don't have a choice for RF1. I'm sorry we don't have a choice for RF1. I think there's a need for RF1. But at least RS still leaves open the possibility for RF1. It allows some amount of business, which RF1 already did. My neighbor Barb has a home business. That's okay. We haven't said anything about that. We're happy for her. We know that. It's not that much different. And you're talking about what would happen if it went to CN and I sold my house. I'm 70 years old. How long can I live there? What's going to go up then?
Do you want me to do the uses?
Yeah.
And the uses include bars, body rub centers, cannabis retail, custom manufacturing, hotels, liquor store, minor indoor entertainment, outdoor sales, vehicle support service, library, park, and a school under CN zoning.
Right. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for sharing those. I'm out of time on this round, and I might direct a number of these to administration as well, so I'll end it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. So I think that was the point you were going to make. So you just wanted to sort of identify some of the other uses that's where the concern. Well, there's some who have concern even with the daycare, but there's other uses in that zone that cause you concern about proximity to residential. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes,
Okay.
those are not compatible with the residential area or a historic residential area of a very small, you have to think how small Highlands is as well, geographically. We don't take up a lot of space. It's from 50th to 65th Street. That's it. We're not like River Bend or some massive subdivision, right?
Yeah.
You know, these are huge impacts when you have housing right there, right across, right beside, right behind. You want a vehicle, auto sales. That's what CN zoning is. Those are significant additional commercial uses not currently used. It's not a coffee shop. It's not a little nice boutique that's pretty. These are things that anybody can put anything there. And yes, I understand the developer keeps claiming they're going to put a daycare, but if they get zoned to CN, they can put anything they want. And you know that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
yeah.
things that are offensive and not compatible with this small, historic, residential community. 90% of the homes in Highlands, 90% of the use of Highlands is single-family homes. We have 81%, and it may be old data I'm using, 81% are home-owned. People live in these homes and they own these properties. We have very few rental properties. This is like you have a home and someone decides to put a car lot next to it. How would that impact your quality of life? It would probably be pretty negative, right? Because that's what could go good there. CN zoning, anything goes. That is not residential, correct? So, yeah.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to get that clarity. I think those are all my questions. Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Okay, so we are really close to our break time. So I think what we'll do is we'll take our break now, and then we'll come back at 3:43, and we'll finish questions to speakers. We'll be back shortly.
the chamber.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette is away on city business. Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Hello. Mayor Soe is away on city business, and Councillor Hamilton is away on city business. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Salvador.
Hi.
Hi. Councillor Cartmel, are you there?
I am.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon. Councillor Rice.
Here.
Hi. Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right. So we are finished. Questions from the speakers? Is that correct? Any other questions? No? So we're on to questions of administration. Councillor Salvador, please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so a few questions, might need a few rounds, but
Thank you. Councillor Principe, could we reset administration for questions?
That is a great idea.
Thank you.
So I will just ask the speakers to step back now. We'll be bringing our administration forward to ask questions of them. Okay, Councillor Salvador, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
yeah, thanks so much. So I was just saying, I'll probably need a few rounds, but right off the bat, questions around notification and engagement. As soon as the signage went up on this site, I know our office started receiving some concerns from community members. Heard that reflected today. But I'm just wondering, in the report, it mentions that this application was brought forward using a broadened approach. And I guess is that, just looking for a little bit more information on that piece as opposed to the basic approach, why we took that approach, what that means?
Yeah, so the broadened approach means that we expanded our engagement to include an engaged Edmonton page, so an online engagement page. And in our process, when we send an advance notice, the first mailed notice that tells residents we received an application, we gauge, and sometimes it's a judgment call, right? How much feedback we get back, and then we can move to that broadened approach to give people more opportunity to learn more about the application, ask questions, converse with us.
Okay, so that was really initiated because of the interest and response that you received during that initial notification period?
Exactly.
Okay, that's helpful. And how, is that typical on a rezoning of this type?
Rezoning of this type. Commercial applications and residential or mixed use do generate interest, yep.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And also, looking at where this particular site is situated, so it's not directly on a primary corridor. It's within about 2 blocks of that primary corridor. Also not necessarily within a local node, but I guess even if it wasn't in close proximity to a primary secondary corridor, would this still be supported by administration, or is it that proximity to 118th Avenue?
It's really the location on an arterial roadway.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, in looking forward to draft district plans, we have an urban mix. Urban mix land use suggests that standalone commercial and mixed use is all acceptable. If we go back in time to 12800, CB1, this fits the purpose of a CB1 zone along an arterial, on a corner site abutting residential.
Okay. So even regardless of sort of where we're going with zoning bylaw renewal and district planning, this would even been appropriate, I guess, based on existing and previous guidance?
Exactly. So the choice would have been for the applicant CB1 or CNC.
Right.
So with CN, we really have that blend of CB1 and CNC to get that right-sized neighborhood commercial zone.
Okay, okay. So a few questions around traffic and parking. Is it correct that there would be, if a daycare use was to move forward, recognizing that that's not a certainty, is it true that there would be parking required on site?
That's correct.
Okay, so the information that the applicant initially shared, I think I wrote down the numbers, but it was 2 stalls for the first 10, 1 stall for every additional 10?
Every time, yes.
Every 10, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I'm also curious, so along 112th right now, there are time-limited parking signs. So essentially limiting stopping in that boulevard adjacent lane from 4 to 6 p.m. Would there be flexibility, or is there even any benefit to providing more consistent parking allowances on that curbside lane? I guess, what's the rationale between no stopping 4 to 6?
I think it's primarily just to address the peak hour traffic flow. And this restriction is primarily during the peak hours. And outside of that, even parking is allowed, I believe, on the south side of 112. So it is just making sure that the operations are not hindered.
Right. What would be the consequence of allowing parking during that time?
For this corner side, I think the advantage is that you have 60th Street as well that has parking on both sides. There is going to be, if we are really just assuming a child care facility over here, then there is on-site parking as well that is primarily for pickup and drop-off. It is not necessarily slated for someone to park and leave the car for 2 hours. So there is that, I would say, turnover as well.
Okay. Okay, and I'm out of time. I'll come back.
Thank you. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Councillor Principe. So I want to just go back to an earlier question from Councillor Salvador, because I want to dig in a little bit. And I appreciate why folks are bringing up the CN zone, and I think that's a very valid point to be talking about. I just want to make sure I understand. So the CNC zone, since its creation, and I know we're talking about CB1, so I just want to go through both of them. The CNC zone has typically been a zone that we've used for commercial within residential communities, whereas the CB1 has typically been used in residential communities, but along the corridor. I think even the zone CB1 in the purpose definition includes reference to arterial roads. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yeah. If I could just ask clerks to bring up slide 7. So it's not unheard of to have CB1 on a corner on an arterial across the city. Here's an example of one in Glenora. If we go to slide 8, we have an example in Cromdale, and slide 9, King Edward Park. So yeah, CNC, lower scale, embedded in the community. CB1, it's right in the purpose of the zone along an arterial.
And the difference is CB1, I think, can go a little bit higher, and there were more uses, which is part of why I think when that zone was created, it was originally suggested to be on the main roads.
That's correct.
Okay, and okay, I get that. And do we have? Because I'm thinking, yeah, it's. I know you showed a few examples. That's a fairly common. Besides the few examples, I mean, I can think about CB1 in probably almost every residential community that I represent right now in the West End. On the main roads, though, to be fair.
Yes, it's very common to have CB1 adjacent to residential. It's less common to have it standalone, be the first in on a corner with surrounded by RF1.
which is where this question then comes up, and then the reference to the CN zone. So I do want to ask, appreciating Ms. Inkpen's very earlier comments around they have submitted a permit, they are not required to advance with that permit, although to spend the money going through that would feel odd. But let's assume for the moment that they would want to continue with that permit. Do they have to have this zoning in order to do what they're looking to do right now? Based off what has been applied for, would the RS zone, as part of what comes into effect January 1st, be allowed with what's has been applied for?
Childcare services, yeah. To be clear, we checked the database. That development permit has been canceled. So
Okay.
it was submitted. It was submitted for a change of use to childcare services.
Okay.
They can have, it's permitted under RS. It is capped at 300 square meters in floor area.
I see. So that's so if you're looking to do a standalone and use the majority of the building, you wouldn't have been able to do. Wait, 300? Say that again.
300 square meters.
Okay. So with
possible.
that existing home is probably, yeah, around that mark. Okay. But appreciate, I've just heard right now that permit is not active. It's not even on hold right now.
No, canceled.
So there's which is all the more reason for us to consider every part of that use. So thank you, that's helpful. I'm just gonna go back to my list here. I think that's it for now. I might have some more, but I'll yield my time for the rest of this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack, and I just wanted to let everyone know that they're having a little bit of a hard time hearing online, so let's just pay extra special attention to our mics, speaking into the mic. Next we'll go, as I say it quietly, sorry, let's try to speak well into the mic. Councillor Cartmell, please go ahead.
Thank you. I hope this is not a repeat, but just speaking to the daycare use, and maybe that's moot given that there's not a development permit, an active one now. But a day home could be operated out of that house as a home-based business. Isn't that true? You don't necessarily need a license to operate a child care facility. Do I have that right?
A day home and childcare services are both permitted under RS, which that site will become as of January 1st, 2024. I just want to clarify, a quick Google of the Government of Alberta website doesn't show any kind of limitations on licenses. You could apply for one right now. I could fill out the form.
Yeah, I'm puzzled by that question as well, given all of the focus on early childhood learning and care and subsidies and spaces and all of that. So, but it's not necessary to rezone this building commercial to do something in the world of operating a day home. But are there limits on the number of children that can be accommodated if it's a day home and not a licensed daycare?
The number of children, I'm not sure. Day homes are typically smaller. In the zoning bylaw, childcare services is limited to the total floor area, 300 square meters.
300 square meters, which is 3,000 square feet roughly, for those that think in those terms.
Yes.
So if this was rezoned to CB1 today, let's just follow this through in terms of the zoning bylaw renewal. It would become what on January 1st? If this passed today?
CB1 plus MNO would be MUN, RF1. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So if this goes to CB1 today, what will it become on January 1st?
CN, neighborhood commercial.
Neighborhood commercial. And if that site is neighborhood commercial, then some of the adjacent sites, even though they become RS, can also have commercial uses, correct?
That's correct.
And so which of those spaces effectively become commercial spaces as well? Just the house next door to the south?
Abutting, yes.
Abutting, not across the alley?
No.
Not across the street?
No.
Okay. And the adjacent property can operate a commercial operation provided it is still predominantly a residential building. Is that the language?
The abutting property. So now we're talking about the south building, not
Correct.
the site?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, there are some uses in the RS zone where you have to be abutting commercial, but those also have mitigating regulations like limiting floor sizes and that kind of thing.
I think the limiting floor size is also, is it 300 meters or 100 meters squared?
300.
300. So the
Yeah.
adjacent property could have a 3,000 square foot space that's also commercial, even though it's not required to be rezoned commercial.
That's correct.
Okay. And so if this property goes from CB1 to MN, I think you said,
CN.
all of the uses carry forward. It could be a bar, it could be a restaurant, it could be a coffee shop, any of those things. Do those flow through, generally speaking?
Yes, generally speaking. There are, Councillor Cartmel, several limiting and regulations and mitigating regulations based on the specific use. I can run through those if that's helpful.
Well, I have one more question. That might be helpful. I'll think about that. If this stayed as a residential property though, and then got rezoned to RS, then all of the home-based business possibilities remain with that property, including a day home. Is that correct?
We're switching to RS uses now.
Correct.
Yes, home-based business, residential, food and drink service, health service, indoor sales and service.
So the zoning could stay effectively the way it is now. It could be revised to RS on January 1st, and a number of pseudo-commercial uses could take place without any further rezoning.
That's correct.
And the same rights would accrue to the house to the south, but they would both be in that home-based business RS uses world.
They would
Yes?
still be in that primarily residential zone, yes.
Primarily residential. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Maybe just some clarification. So we've talked a bit about the uses. Just want to clarify my understanding that there's a different built form allowance under CN versus the RS zone.
Yes, if I could ask clerks to bring up slide 12. So comparing the height, RS is 10.5, CN is 12. There's site coverage. There's no max or min site coverage in CN. I can run through these, but did you have specific?
Sure, no, that's very helpful.
Okay.
And just to clarify as well, that if this property is rezoned to CB1, becomes CN January 1st, some of the uses get provided to the abutting property, but not any of the built form. The built form would still be regulated by the RS zone?
So we're talking about now the south property again, that's RS. Yeah, so if the southern property wanted to, say, develop indoor sales, yes, that would be permitted up to a maximum floor area.
Right, but still controlled under the RS.
Yes,
So, yeah,
they would have to rezone if they wanted to change to another.
Great. Well, I think, I think what came through to me with the speakers was, the worry about the type of commercial opportunity that could open up. I just want to clarify my understanding that, so I think the Gibber block itself is a DC, but there's the commercial just to the west that I believe is CNC right now.
There's some CNC and to the north as well across this avenue.
And CNC currently, as it sounds, it allows body rub centers,
It
bars,
does.
neighborhood pubs, which I should clarify, bars, neighborhood pubs are discretionary uses. And then, a business like, let's say Fox Burger, that would be, a bar, restaurant.
Yep, food and drink.
Food and drink, yeah. And I see that tension in terms of those being really welcome amenities in the community. And falling under the same zoning, right? Like those allowances allow those positive additions to the community.
Yes.
Okay. I also heard some concern about the alleyway. Did I read in the report that if there was a rezoning to CB1, there would be a requirement to upgrade the alleyway to a commercial standard?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and that would be at the sole expense of the property owner?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, that's great. Those were all the questions that I had. Appreciate the information that was shared.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I'm getting some messaging that people are having a hard time hearing online, and I think everyone is trying to speak clearly into the mic, so we might be having a technical issue.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We'll reach out to IT to see if we can resolve the issue. We did close the dome just prior to coming back, and there may be some echo that's occurring. We'll reach out.
Okay, thank you. So we'll just really try hard to speak very clearly into the microphones. We'll go next to Councillor Rice. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Principe. I have a few questions here. The first one is about community engagement, specifically related to the community leagues. And then in many reports, including this one, and says a notification sent to the community leagues. And however, and we heard from public speakers, and they even didn't, since like even for the new zoning bylaw public hearing, we heard, and public residents did not heard anything from public, did not heard anything from community leagues. And if that is the case, do we still consider this engagement is effective, or why we still report on? So I just wondering, and because right now the community engagement becomes a big trust issue, and for the residents to know what's happening and for the development. So can you comment on that a little bit? I want to get a clear process in place for the public to understand.
Councillor Rice, notifying the applicable community league or the applicable business improvement area has always been our standard practice. This is included in our community engagement and public engagement charter that is online.
But if that there is a gap and between the city and residents, yes, I believe city and provide the notice to the community league, but there is a gap there. But how you can measure the community engagement is properly done and between the city and the residents directly?
Well, we do have our charter, and we follow our charter, which is our public commitment. It has several different qualitative and quantitative criteria.
Let me reform my questions.
Okay.
I didn't get an answer from you. I said the gap between the community leagues and to the residents. And if that gap is not filled, but in the reports still shows we did public engagement. To me, this is not proper reflection.
Okay, so are you asking me about
how we fill that gap?
How the league communicates with residents?
Yeah, how city, I believe it's the city's responsibility to ensure residents to be informed. And because right now the gap is there.
Councillor, just over here, Travis. Just in terms of our public engagement process, there's a number of legislative requirements as well as processes that we go above and beyond that one. So as Claire mentioned, we do send notices to the community leagues. We are not responsible for how the community leagues communicates with their members. However, within our own process, we notify to the residents surrounding the area that is being rezoned, and then through that they are notified. As mentioned also, through certain applications, we have online portals which we garner feedback from. So you can submit your feedback through the online measures or directly to the planner, which is listed in the notice.
So what I heard here is the gap still not filled. That means city did not send the notice directly to the residents, and then only send the notice to the community league, and is upon to the community league to inform residents?
No, so we send notices directly to residents for every rezoning application. That includes an advance notice as well as a public hearing notice. In addition to that, we also send it to the community league.
And only with a certain, like 60 meters or 120 meters, it depends.
Correct. Within the zoning bylaw, 60 meters is required. Sometimes we go beyond that.
Okay.
It's to provide and strike that balance between being effective and efficient.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So my next question is going, because right now this CB1 and will fall under CN and start January. We heard clearly the intention from developers just for the daycare. And however, if they're fall under CN, that means they're automatically permitted to have other land use under CN. So does that mean if the other land use for the bars, for the heights, for anything, they don't need to come back to rezoning? They automatically permitted. Is
That's
that
correct. Councillor Rice, I just want to add for the notification radius, we did 60 meters for the mailed notice when we first got our application, and we did 120, so we doubled it for the public hearing notice.
So how many response received?
48 total.
48 total.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I may have one more question. I will come back later.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Would you like to move the second round?
So move.
Second?
Thank you. Please vote on a second round.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Knack, please go ahead.
Fine with deferring to the ward councillor. You're okay? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Oh yeah, and I hear folks can't hear online, so I'm going to go right in here. So I want to ask, as we think about the new zoning bylaw and the CN zone, are there any things I'm playing out what we've all talked about? That was a long public hearing. There was a lot to consider. So I'm thinking about hypothetical scenario X, where someone is coming before us not in a primary or a secondary corridor, looking to zone to CN on an arterial road, but not in what is identified as a corridor, such as this location. Was our thinking around the CN zone, my assumption was that it was still meant to apply across all arterials, even if it wasn't a corridor. Is that a correct recollection of what, when we talk about the zoning bylaw?
That's correct.
Which goes to your point around why, because I understand that at the time the notice went out, I don't think we had finished the public hearing yet. So I think about one of our earlier speakers, there was a concern about not referencing that, and you couldn't have because you didn't know what council was going to do at that point.
It was a bit early. It was July.
But you still. So when you're considering this CB1, were you still factoring in that possibility that it could have gone to a CN zone, even though at the time you obviously hadn't had a final decision from council probably by the time this report was finished being written, or it might have been done by then?
Yes, I mean, the application comes in for CB1. As the zoning bylaw was advancing, yes, we start to consider that in our review. So at what point exactly, I can't say, but...
So I guess the question, oh geez, that sounds loud. I'm scaring myself. Is there any scenario, I'm just again trying to play out sort of the different hypotheticals, is that, would there be a scenario where we wouldn't see, generally speaking, CN being supported on an arterial road anywhere across the city? Was that sort of the thinking that is a zone that naturally would go along major roads, and I mean, some now with the combination of the CSC and the CB1, there's even the possibility of some CN zoning interior to a community. And so I'm trying to think about it from the built form and the associated impact of all of that.
Yeah, so if we compared CN to MUN, which is the mixed-use neighborhood, so that could be entirely commercial, could be entirely residential. It's meant to flex. MUN could have been explored here. MUN is intended for local nodes. So when it's outside primary, secondary, it really is that kind of medium-ish scale. MUN goes up to 16 meters and allows floor area ratio of 3.5.
So it would be a larger impact than this, but you would have the potential for more residential, which I did hear is that, and maybe that leads to my last question, is that We do see in most mature neighborhoods, Highlands is no exception, that the population 50 years ago in 1971 is was substantially more than it is today in the last census. Do we worry about that loss of residential zoning, albeit to what is defined as a neighborhood commercial, around that ability to help see the population return in these communities that do really need it? I mean, every mature neighborhood needs it right now.
CN actually has more residential-based uses than RS. So, for example, you can have lodging house, multi-unit, and supportive housing.
So you have that possibility that still exists, although we've heard clearly the intent at this point. Okay.
It just has to be above the ground floor.
Yes, yeah, so there's still that potential. Okay, I think those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thanks so much. So given that the district plans are in a draft format right now, just looking for a little bit more clarity on how that has factored in or can factor into administration's recommendation of support.
We understand where draft district plans are at, but they are not taken into consideration with the application. They're still being engaged on at this point.
Okay. So regardless of what may come through district planning I guess it would be based on city plan alignment then, because we look to our higher policy documents?
That's correct.
Okay. Just want to continue along the line of some of those questions related to traffic safety along 112th. Where would our safe mobility team come into this conversation, if at all?
So we have consulted with them, and just to get a sense of what's being planned along 112 Avenue. So if we can get a slide on screen, slide 2, please, just for context. So in terms of a desired line between River Valley to the south, and then a school and primary corridor along 118, we do see north-south pedestrian activity and also bike activity. So in order to look at it more holistically, what is happening, there are 2 locations where pedestrian signals are planned for, which is at 66th Street and 53rd Street. There's already pedestrian signals at 65, 62, and 55. So that's one thing that is happening. And in addition to that, there is driver information or driver feedback signs as well that are installed, just to make sure the speeding issues are not escalated.
Okay, so that was potential planned signalization for 53rd and 66th?
Correct. And that is for pedestrian signal only.
Oh, okay, pedestrian signal. So nothing for 60th in particular?
Yes, and that's the reason when we looked at the corridor, this is one of the things that we will be asking and reviewing at the development permit stage, to have that installed in conjunction with this development.
Okay, so if they're at the development permit stage, if there is, I guess, further analysis completed that suggests there should be signalization, that can happen at that time?
That can definitely happen.
Okay. Yeah, I could go on a full line of questioning around that, but I won't at this time. Question around the commercial activity that's happening near Gibbard Block. So it seems that there's sort of a concentration, a local node, if you will, that's started to develop, really started to take off, tons of vibrancy there. I guess, why not concentrate even more in that area? Or is it anticipated that we start to see up and down arterials like 112th, more commercial and retail popping up? Or is it, thoughts on that piece?
Yeah, Councillor Salvador, I think, individual property owners can come and ask for a change in development rights. As far as the city plan is concerned, this really speaks to a community of communities and enabling Edmontonians quicker access to a variety of services and amenities, right? So I think it's fair to say that we could expect that across our city.
Okay, that's really helpful. I think I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice?
No, I think this is from last time.
All right. So do we have any other questions to administration? Any questions to speakers? After information, after new information, Councillor Knack?
Yeah, I was actually wondering if I could ask the applicant again a question, just based on some of the new information. And again,
So Mr. Eidig, I'll ask you to come on down again, and the clerk will guide you to a seat.
I just wanted to, oh, sorry, for the sake of everyone online, wanted to ask just about the permit piece and appreciating that ultimately we're being asked to approve all of the uses within a zone, but you did talk about a permit being applied for, and we've since received information that isn't the case, and I wanted to just find out more if you have an understanding as to that, because I think that does go a little bit into the trust conversation that we've been having. So can you help me understand, is something changed? Why was it canceled? Do you know?
Yeah, good question. So through the chair to Councillor Knack. So I'll just back up 1 second. This is, it wasn't very long ago that we were sitting here in another application in Councillor Tang's ward where we didn't provide additional information, and this is kind of the predicament that consultants find themselves in, right?
Yeah.
Now, that being said, that was news to me that it was actually canceled, but I was in communication with my client over the while this was happening, and the zoning bylaw got approved. The RS zone is different than the RF1 zone, so they wanted to apply under the new zoning bylaw.
Okay. Okay. All right. Is there, I guess, want to understand, is there a difference then with the permit from?
Some differences, yes.
Okay.
As it relates particularly to the childcare services special regulations, I guess I should call it Section 690 of the new bylaw.
Okay. And, okay, no, I think that probably answers all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, sorry, I don't quite understand that piece. So with the passing of the new zoning bylaw, the intention is what?
Intention is to reapply once all of this has been dealt with under the new zoning bylaw, because that permit would have been applied for prior to the new bylaw being approved.
Under CB1 though? So, sorry, I'm not following, because if nothing were to change, if the application has been, canceled, withdrawn, it would be going to RS.
Mm-hmm.
But is the intention still to apply?
The intention is, I mean, the development permit was submitted with the intention of showing what the intention was. So whether or not the zoning gets approved today or not, a new development permit will be applied for a childcare services, either in CN zone or in the RS zone.
Oh, okay. To the chair, may I ask questions of administration at this time?
Yes, please do.
So I guess what I'm hearing from the applicant is that regardless of the decision today, they have the opportunity to apply for childcare under RS, and that is their intention. I guess I would, yeah, what do you make of that?
They would be within their full rights to do that.
Okay.
I think it's important to consider that the CN would allow flexibility in the future for commercial.
Right, yeah, and I understand that, but I'm not hearing that that's the desire from the applicant. I'm hearing a very clear desire for childcare services, and if that is the intention, then the RS zone is appropriate for that, and I'm not sure why we're going through this piece of the conversation around CB1, to be frank. I see someone else is on the board, and I would look to colleagues to see if they have any suggestions, given the situation that we're now in with that new information. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I guess to the applicant, I guess that I'm a little bit baffled now too. Like, why are we here today? We have so many things. We've extended orders to stay late tonight.
Yep.
We've had lots of people come out from the community, took up their day.
Yeah, I appreciate that for sure. So I think I covered that in my presentation. The desired approach right now is to put a daycare in that site. But like many local nodes that spur out of nothing, additional commercial uses might want to drive and, or might want to appear at that location in the future.
If the development permit was withdrawn, why wasn't the zoning application withdrawn? If the intent and purpose is solely for a daycare?
Sunk costs primarily, and the future desire of having the future commercial uses on the parcel as well beyond simply the daycare. The application was already well underway when the proposed use became known.
Okay. Yeah, I need to, I mean, I would speak to it, but I think I'll wait. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. Yes, just trying to weigh a few things. So if there was a daycare provided under the RS zone, there wouldn't be the requirement to upgrade the alleyway. Is that correct? Or would that still potentially apply at the development permit stage?
I'm not sure. Faisal?
Just wondering if it remains as an RS zone and is developed for childcare, would there still be the same requirement for upgrading the alleyway to a commercial standard if it was the RS zone?
I would say it will be assessed at the development permit stage. It may or may not be required.
Okay, but typically for home-based businesses of that nature, that's not typically a requirement?
It doesn't. For if it's a small-scale business, it's not impacting or adding significant change to the alley operations, then likely not. So scale matters, definitely.
Yeah. No, sorry, we'll just...
Sorry.
So then the, maybe just to legal, the decision, what advice do you have? Just in terms of recognizing, our decision always needs to be based on the appropriateness of the zone and the appropriateness of the land use, regardless of what intentions may be. Just wondering if you have any advice on those grounds.
So Councillor Stevenson, you've heard me say this before. I think what council needs to do is focus on the entire zone that's being proposed, right? So you have the commercial zone that will flip on January 1st to the new zoning bylaw commercial zone. And I would look at that zone in its totality with all of its uses, its build form, so on and so forth, and determine if that's the appropriate zone for this parcel of land. I would pull it back a little bit and remember it's an entire zone with an entire bundle of rights and permissions, and I would look to all of those and not focus squarely on the childcare use, because I know that's caused some consternation or remember, it's a whole zone, and that zone is in perpetuity unless somebody comes and applies for a rezoning. So.
Yes, yeah, and we're looking at, the question in front of us is CB1 an appropriate zone on this property?
That's correct. That's what you're being asked to decide today.
Okay, I appreciate that. Maybe just to the applicant again, have you had a chance to confirm that there is a desire from the property owner to move forward with this rezoning?
Yes, I wouldn't be here today otherwise.
Okay, well, thank you. I'll reflect further.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans?
Thank you, and I can ask questions of admin at this moment, right?
Yes, you can.
So we've seen other situations. I'm just thinking, I think 2 public hearings ago, there was a similar situation where along 61st Avenue on the edge of Pleasant View, council voted to add I can't remember the zone exactly, but basically a business zone in a commercial area. To my knowledge, is like to administration, like this seems quite common. Am I wrong?
Yes, it's common enough. Yep.
So, and this one's to legal. We're not allowed to factor in sort of taxation into our decision making, but as it was brought up, our like some of the speakers spoke about that, about a concern about the effects of property taxes on the neighboring properties. Can I ask administration about, have we seen any sort of negative impact on a neighborhood or a block or a subsection by the addition of a commercial?
I think, Councillor, when we're talking about the economics of the neighborhood in general, that's a fair question. But once again, I want to just get it on the record that when council is considering whether or not to approve this zoning, that you shouldn't consider anything to do with tax implications or tax lift, so on and so forth, as part of that process, because it wouldn't be appropriate. So this is the caution. I understand that it's been brought up, and so there has been some response to it, but I just remind council, when you actually go to make your decision, to just take into account those relevant considerations.
All right, so the decision is basically, and I think you kind of said this to Councillor Stevenson, but along 112th Avenue, is it appropriate to add more commercial? Yes or no? That's really the conversation that if we just boil it down, that's the question we're being asked to answer, right?
You're correct. Is this zone appropriate for this location? Yeah.
And whether it's a daycare or a cafe or a Sweet Pea Cafe that has a daycare and a cafe, or whatever, that's sort of, as long as it conforms to the CN use, that's what we're being asked to consider.
Correct. You're being asked to consider that full suite of uses and the build form in the commercial zone, Councillor.
Okay, and as about, I think to Councillor Cardinal was asking about sort of what I'll call the domino effect to the adjacent properties. And I just want to be clear, do we have clarity on that? What would this trigger subsequent rezonings of other properties, or automatic upzonings, so to speak, or mixed zonings?
So I'll let Ms. St. Alban talk a little bit about the planning side of this, but my understanding is that when certain properties are zoned to a commercial standard, the neighboring or abutting properties, it does open up certain possibilities on those properties that wouldn't be there but that's not akin to somebody coming in to rezone, Councillor, not the same.
Okay, so again, it just comes back to, on this particular address, on this particular site, is it appropriate to be residential only, or is it appropriate to be commercial? That is just, if we cut everything out of this, that is the question we're being asked to think about.
That's generally the crux of the issue, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. It's been a very informative but meandering conversation today, so that I appreciate the clarity.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Is there anyone else that has any questions either to administration or the speakers? Okay, so I don't see anyone else on the board. Can I ask one of my colleagues if they would like to move closure of the public hearing on this item?
Madam Chair, I can close public hearing.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, we'll go with Michael Jans. Councillor Jans, you got the second. So please vote on closure of public hearing of this item.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Tang?
I will move that this item for first reading.
Councillor Jans?
Second.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jans. Now I'll just ask my colleagues, if you would like to speak to this, please sign up now. Councillor Knack, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Principe. I'm going to see if I can make nobody happy with my closing comments, which I do from time to time. Because I think based off what I heard on new information, I'm actually going to say no. Because saying no or yes isn't actually going to affect what the applicant has talked about today. why I want to make sure I'm making nobody happy in this is that the CB1 zone, to be very clear, is a zone that we have allowed on arterial roads for a very long time. And the CN zone is also a zone that we allow on arterial roads. I can think of, I think, virtually every neighborhood I represent. This is a zone, the zone that's being asked for is not an uncommon or an unreasonable land use. And appreciate some of the concerns that were raised, but I don't think the decades of use of this zone have shown that those fears have actually materialized in any of the other communities. And so I don't want to say no to this with the assumption that I would never support a change to commercial on this location, because I think that would be an unreasonable suggestion as well. We've done that in every neighborhood. I think that would continue to be a valid consideration going forward. But appreciating there's a lot of, there's a lot of uncertainty that many neighbors have. I think when the applicant is looking to do something more that requires a new zone, there's a different opportunity for engagement and working with the community. So again, I'm torn because again, the CB1 on an arterial road, in most every situation, there's no reason to say no. I'm influenced by this new information that I did not expect, because it really feels like we didn't need to be here today, quite honestly. And I think we could have had the use that the applicant was looking for. I understand that there's a bit of desire to sort of future-proof that site, but with the concerns that have been raised, we really didn't need to go through this whole process, and we could still come to the same outcome going forward. So I mean, I'm interested in other perspectives from my colleagues if folks have a reason why, I might be open to being swayed. But at the moment, I see myself voting no. But again, with a full intent that commercial is appropriate on this site, on this road in the future, but it's not needed for what's before us today. So that's part of why I'm leaning towards voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will support this today. I think when we look at city plan and we look at walkables communities and mixed use communities and having commercial, this offers choice and this offers opportunity. I think that more commercial in general along arterials or along busy roadways or along secondary or tertiary corridors is an exciting opportunity for our city. And it's not just about the property taxes of this individual property or the property taxes of the city as a whole. It's also about the location efficiency of our residents, that if there was a barbershop or a daycare or something else for maybe a decade or maybe 2 decades or 3 decades, you think about future generations and they're going to have something to walk to. They're going to have an attraction. They're going to have something close by. This allows incremental, iterative development. I would urge my colleagues, don't get too fixated on this daycare question. It may only be a daycare for the next 5 or 10 years. And then after that, what would it be? I heard about a resident today. I thought I heard that they bought into the neighborhood in 1961. Well, that's 63 years ago. I mean, think about what the neighborhood will be for the next 63 years. And at this time, would you rather see more flexibility, more opportunity? These are the kinds of mixed use opportunities that we want to hear about. And I've heard from so many young families in this community that they're supportive of more vibrancy, and they would like more choices, whether it's daycare or something else. And understandably, they may not have been able to come and participate this afternoon in these conversations. So I think that as we look ahead, we're talking about a poly crisis of climate, of affordability, of everything else. And the suburban experiment, as they talk about, these single-use neighborhoods of just commercial or just housing, that's really come into vogue after World War II. This is not how we built cities for thousands of years. It used to blend. It used to have residential on top of commercial. It used to have more mixed use. And the idea that we will continue to force our neighborhoods to be single use is unsustainable, both financially, environmentally, and it doesn't contribute to that vibrant dynamic that we want for the future. These are beautiful areas to walk, to bike, to visit. And we're only going to be increasing the transit service in these places too. So I think for many reasons, I just caution my colleagues not to be distracted by the trees and think about the forest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you so much. I really appreciate the conversation today, and I think, Councillor Jans really captured some of the thoughts that are in my mind. So we heard a lot about the concerns and fears about what some of this change could mean, and what I find really fascinating is that, this is a neighborhood where we've seen some of the really positive impacts that change can bring. The node, the commercial node that exists brings a lot of positive activity, positive life to the community. And I think that's part of the evolution of our cities. There's always concern for the worst that can happen, but we have a lot of tools outside of the zoning bylaw that can help us address those other concerns. Ultimately, the decision that is before us is whether CB1 is an appropriate zone on this site. And from all of the policy work we have in place, all of the plans, direction, our broad goals, the answer to me is just an absolute yes. This is an appropriate zone in this location. And I think about the many other rezonings that we may see with similar contexts, and how do we respond to those? Those may have similar concerns from communities, but the same opportunities that exist to help us achieve city plan, to help us achieve a walkable community. So for that reason, I plan to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Cartmell?
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I don't think I'll be supporting this this motion. I think we're in this weird sort of in-between time between the old zone and the new zone. And I don't really see clear line of sight myself for just what the evolution of this property would be if it's rezoned this way today, and what rights or what associated permissions might flow from the same property tomorrow and once the new zoning bylaw kicks in. I almost wonder, frankly, if we should be hearing these very much more sensitive zoning applications in the first place while we're between now and January 1st. And we're almost trying to work to two different sets of rules. And so that was complicated enough for us to contemplate, I would suggest, never mind for those that we represent to follow us through on some of these discussion threads. So I have a lot of apprehension about that. And that's apprehension has been heightened by the lack of clarity on just what's intended for this site. What is the reasoning behind applying for this rezoning in the first place? To me, rezonings are almost in a sense, a last resort. They're the thing you do when the use you want for your property cannot be accommodated within the existing zone. And I'm not convinced that if the intent is for some sort of a childcare facility, that cannot be accomplished with the zone that is about to be inherited by this property in a few short weeks. So I don't agree with kind of generating that confusion. I don't agree with perpetuating the lack of understanding. I am quite content to say no to this application, knowing that a whole new set of rights, a whole new set of uses, a whole new set of circumstances will apply to this property not very long from now. So that's where I stand. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I really appreciate all the thoughts from my colleagues. I appreciate the speakers who came out today. And again, what is really clear to me is that this is a fantastic neighborhood that has many residents who are proud of that and who have a deep care and compassion for their community and want to ensure that it evolves in a good way. Having spoken with many neighbors in the community and surrounding neighborhoods, people always share that they absolutely love living in Highlands. They enjoy visiting Highlands as well, patronizing the businesses near Gibbard Block. They enjoy walking along Ada Boulevard on the new shared use path. And over the last few years, there's been a real resurgence. I love that there's a mix in Highlands where people who've lived there for 30 or 40 years still love it, but there's also a lot of younger families and new folks moving into the community. So creating opportunities for more walkable, amenity-rich neighborhoods is absolutely a priority. I can also understand the fears that have been shared from speakers today about what could happen to this property. And, you know, if we start playing the kind of what if game and turning our gaze towards some of those more potential negative outcomes that some people might perceive as negative, it can be a little overwhelming. And the reality is that when we're in this setting in a public hearing, we do have to consider all possible uses and evaluate whether the proposed zone is an appropriate land use. And you know, what I'm hearing from administration is that CB1 and a future CN zone would be in alignment with our approach to integrating more low-intensity commercial into residential neighborhoods. At the same time, there are a number of commercial uses that are allowed under RS, including childcare, which the property owner would be able to move forward with, even if this does not move forward. And to be frank, when I first saw this application, I was in my mind questioning why not just stick with RS, because that childcare use, if that is the intention, which we've heard is from the applicant, would still be allowed. So I will listen to my colleagues who are remaining on the board, but based on the new information that we received, I would struggle to support this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice?
I will be short because lots of good points already covered by my colleagues. I want to look at this from a different way. And when we have the public hearing, and then yes, our focus is to discuss about the land use. And however, the land use is for people. And then we cannot just forget that piece and for the people. And then if we have the community, we have the residents, specifically in that, on that line, and they come to express their concerns. And then for the land use discussion, I think the people should become to number one. So I want to say that very clearly. And technically, and for this rezoning, and we already heard, and for the current RA zone, and could meet the purpose to have the daycare services in the community and to support the community, and also my colleagues mentioned about vibrant. Yeah, vibrant, yes, and in the community we needed that. And however, we have to maintain or improve vibrant responsibly. And also the balance between the local residents who already live there for many years, and also the plan and for the possible and the new residents move in. But how we find that balance, I think, is by listening to the people. Because for people who live in that neighborhoods for many years, they know what is the characters, what is the features, what is the needs for the community. So that needs to be heard and demonstrated and addressed. And to me, there is another piece is important, is public trust. We are here as a governor, we are here to serve for people and serve for the Edmontonians and who trust us sitting in this chair. And in this public hearing, and with all the efforts, the times, and for our Edmontonians come to make here, to speak out, and there must be reason for that. Otherwise, there is no reason and for us to spend so much time to discuss all those issues. So this zoning bylaw, this rezoning application, and from many factors and technically, and also from the public trust perspective, also from serving for people perspective, I'm very struggling and to support it. So just want to say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, thank you. I've been kind of flip-flopping throughout all of the the conversation, both when the public was speaking and some of the conversation we've had, and then the closing comments from my colleagues thus far. I agree with the arguments. I don't think anybody that's spoken thus far is wrong in terms of all of the valid reasons to either support or not support. Quite frankly, I agree that yes, it would probably be a valid space for a commercial zone. However, I do always think about, bringing people along. And we do have some substantive changes that we've just made and that are coming into force on January 1st. And there's a lot of change, and change can be scary. And this, by keeping it as an RS zone, it does seem like a win-win situation where the property can still achieve its goal, develop as it would like, and community gets a level of certainty, because there is a really long list in the CN zone of what becomes permitted uses. And I hear the argument about, well, if we say no to this one, then how can we say no to future ones? But that's what the beauty of public hearing is we are supposed to take context and factors, unique factors into consideration in our decision making. That's the whole point of having the public hearing. So, but that being said, I think I will have to vote no on this one right now. But I do want to caution that sometimes a win now might not be a win later, because I do foresee that this could come back in the future for a mixed use zone, which, as we've heard, is also higher and more intense. So I actually think that's the most appropriate use for this space, is actually the mixed use zone, which has a higher density, higher height restrictions. But that's a conversation for the future. Today, I think it strikes the balance by saying no to this application, giving that certainty while still allowing the applicant to pursue their goals.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang, would you like to close?
Sure, very briefly. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think a few points that Councillor Rutherford you brought up are, actually, I was thinking about that as well. Of course, since the zoning bylaw renewal decision, we've had a few of these very similar rezonings that came to council prior to that decision, and I think this is the first one after that decision. And one of the previous one that was referenced today as well was in Millwoods in my ward. A very similar rezoning. I didn't support it at the time, not because I didn't think the use was appropriate, but I felt that more could have been done to bring the community along, which is partly why I understand the whole thing that kind of surfaced with the development permit application that was on hold and now is canceled, because even though the applicant didn't have to go to that stage, but it was with intent to offer as much certainty as they can. So in some ways, I can understand why that happened. And I think during this transition, I do agree with Councillor Carmel in terms of, should we even be considering this between now and January 1st, because it just creates more confusion. But I will say this last round of questioning through the new information, and particularly the reminders from our legal counsel, was actually very clarifying for me in terms of what we should and shouldn't be focusing on during public hearing. And I thought Councillor Jan summarized it aptly, as we need to see the forest for the trees, which for me underpins the premise of the entire city plan. And so I think this is this obviously wasn't an easy one. I think it's a fairly split, but I will be supporting this one for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. and that has failed. Now we're at 4:54. I'm not sure, we're on to our next item now, item 3.8, 3.9. Yeah, so I'm just wondering, I'm not sure if administration can do a presentation in 5 minutes, or if maybe we should just break now.
Yeah, my hope would be to break just to give it, so it doesn't feel
That's
rushed.
what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I don't want it,
Our
as
other
a bit
colleagues.
of a bias, that's the board I represent is the item up next. I wouldn't want it to feel rushed.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Let's just break now, and we'll be back at 6 o'clock, and we'll start with item 3.8, 3.9. Thank you.
We're live in the chamber.
Good evening. Welcome back, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. I'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright. Maybe hasn't joined yet. She might be joining us later. Councillor Knack.
Good evening.
Good evening. Councillor Stevenson.
Good evening.
Good evening. Councillor Paquette. I don't believe he has joined. He's on city duties. Councillor Tang.
Good evening.
Good evening. Mayor Sohi. I don't believe you're there. He's also has city duties. Councillor Hamilton. As well, she has city duties. Councillor Rutherford.
Good evening.
Good evening. Councillor Salvador.
Good evening.
Good evening. Councillor Cartmel.
Good evening.
Good evening. Councillor Rice.
Good evening.
Good evening. Councillor Jans.
Good evening.
Good evening. All right, so we are going to carry on with items 3.8 and 3.9. Administration, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Good evening. This application is to rezone the site to Public Park Zone AP and Low-Rise Apartment Zone RA7 to accommodate supportive housing in the northeast portion of the site and to close undeveloped road right-of-way located south of 128th Avenue. The application aligns with the city plan, BREATHE, and City Council's approved affordable housing investment plan. Next slide, please. The site is 2.6 hectares and is located at the southern edge of the Athlone neighborhood. The surrounding area is developed with single detached homes under the RF1 zone, and the site has acted as a buffer between residential uses and the granary located to the south. There are active modes connections along 128th Avenue Northwest and access to transit along 127th Street. The site is also close to schools, commercial uses, and will be directly adjacent to the park should the application be approved. Next slide, please. The proposed RA7 zone allows for a 16-meter-high residential building with opportunities for limited commercial development on the ground level, such as childcare services, general retail stores, and specialty food services. The rezoning from AJ to AP will ensure the majority of the site is reserved for recreational uses. In addition to the rezoning, Bylaw 20616 is an application to close an undeveloped road right-of-way located south of 128th Avenue Northwest. Once closed, the area will be consolidated with adjacent lots and subdivided according to the rezoning application to facilitate a larger parcel for supportive housing. Next slide, please. There was a typo in administration's report regarding the minimum number of units on the site, which was stated at 75. However, in both the RA7 and the RM zone, the correct minimum number of units is 27 for the 0.6 hectare site, although the actual number of supportive housing units is expected to be approximately 40. The addition of multi-unit housing at this location will diversify available housing stock in the area. The 2-hectare park site will be dedicated as municipal reserve, ensuring the land will be maintained for recreation and park uses into the future. There is also a proposed greenway buffer between the northern property line of the existing railway parcel and the proposed RA7 site. This greenway will also enhance the connection to the existing park parcels located along 127th Avenue to the east and west. Next slide, please. This application aligns with the city plan Big Move to be an inclusive and compassionate city. Providing permanent supportive housing that is dispersed across the city helps to ensure Edmontonians have access to housing that is affordable and suitable to their needs. Administration recognizes that within the community, given how long the site has remained vacant, it was perceived as dedicated park space. The land was originally intended, however, to support the granary operations, but was never developed under the alternative jurisdiction zone. Part of the site was identified by the City of Edmonton for transportation and park uses in 1988, and in 2021, it was identified as possible surplus land and circulated to other city departments for evaluation. The opportunity for open space and affordable housing and homelessness to work together was identified, and the analysis based on BREATHE suggests that the city could designate part of the site as park space and still reuse the remaining portion for other council priorities such as supportive housing. Based on the BREATHE analysis, the Athlone community has good access to nearby open space with 26.7 hectares in total, or 8.46 hectares per 1,000 people. Within the community itself, it has 18.85 hectares total, which is 5.97 hectares per 1,000 people. Green space provision is still well above the 2.0 hectares per 1,000 people target used in developing neighborhoods as per the Urban Parks and Management Plan. Further to this, the application aligns with City Policy C601 to leverage city assets and resources, such as land and funding, to enable the development of affordable housing across the city. Next slide, please. This land use application was brought forward to the public using a broadened approach that included information on the city webpage, notice postcards, an engaged Edmonton webpage, and site signage. Advance notice was sent to surrounding property owners and the presidents of the Athlone community and One Society Area Council. Though some respondents supported the project, the majority expressed opposition. Initially, 62 postcards were sent to surrounding property owners within 60 meters of the site. 17 responses in opposition were received. Subsequently, the catchment area was expanded to 120 meters from the site for additional engagement notifications, and an additional 7 responses were received, with 5 in opposition and 2 with questions. The Engaged Edmonton website also received 283 site visits, with 2 people noting support and 33 in opposition. Common comments that were heard were that Athlone site is not the appropriate site for the project because it's not close enough to amenities and services like bus stops and grocery stores. The possibility that the project could exacerbate crime in the area. There will be a loss of green space, including the destruction of natural habitat that local wildlife count on. The opportunity for public input was insufficient. A 4-story apartment building will affect views and privacies. There'll be increased traffic congestion, and the neighborhood will experience increased demand for on-street parking. Suggestions that the former Wellington School site would be a better location for this project, and concerns about the site's proximity to the granary. Those in support of the project commented that housing diversity and the provision of affordable housing is important, and a benefit to the proposal is that the majority of the site will be maintained as park space. Next slide, please. Creating an inclusive and compassionate city is a choice and includes locating housing along the whole spectrum across the city, furthering opportunities to ensure dispersed affordable housing is available in a variety of places. Administration recommends Council approve this application because it moves the city towards its goal of having no one in core housing need. It allows for the continued use of open space as parkland in Athlone, and it diversifies the housing stock while using land and infrastructure efficiently. Thank you.
And thank you. Next, we will hear from the applicants, so I'll have you all step forward, please. And the clerk, I guess, will guide you to your seats. Sorry, I guess I should have put you in order, but I have you on the list, but that's okay. I think we know who you are. So is it my understanding, Neil, that you'll be doing the presentation and the rest are for questions only? Okay, great. So whenever you're ready, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, members of council. My name is Neil Osaduk, and I'm the Director of Land Development for the City of Edmonton. Today I'm here in support of this application, and I'm joined by Janice Lee from my team, as well as Crystal Kajenner and Jeffrey Koo from Affordable Housing and Homelessness. Next slide, please. To better understand our proposal, we'll first go over the city's surplus land process. In late 2021, this property was identified as potentially underutilized land due to its lack of formal programming, its alternative jurisdictional zoning, and the size of the vacant lands. We conducted a citywide surplus circulation to identify if there were any municipal needs for the site. In response to the circulation, Open Space identified a need to retain a portion of the land and formally designate it as park space. Housing identified a need to develop a portion of the site for supportive housing purposes. Working together, Open Space and Housing were able to co-locate their uses on site in recognition of the positive effects of integrating these two uses. The site allocation balances the future preservation of open space and provides a suitable development footprint for permanent supportive housing. We are now undertaking the work to support both of those intentions. This includes the rezoning and road closure application that we're discussing today, as well as the associated subdivision to create one AP zone parcel and one RA7 zone parcel, shown on the next slide. Next slide, please. The site was reconfigured to maintain a future greenway from east to west along the property and rail line in accordance with Breathe Network plans to avoid disrupting the existing 143 trees on site. The location of the proposed RA7 won't require the removal of any trees and is desirable for supportive housing due to its alley access, available servicing from the alley, and the site being fully contained within a safe setback from the granary, according to our risk assessment. Although the site may be perceived as green space, it's not currently zoned or designated as parks. The approval of this rezoning and road closure would facilitate the formalizing and protecting of this land as parks, including the designation of the proposed AP lot as a municipal reserve through the subdivision process. It will also facilitate the proposed sale of the RA7 lot for a 40-unit, 3-story supportive housing development by Veterans Housing Canada. Next slide, please. Focusing on the RA7 part of the proposal, the site was identified as suitable for supportive housing due to its proximity to transit, open space, recreation, and commercial opportunities. It's in an established neighborhood which can help create a sense of community for residents. The neighborhood is about 80% single-family detached housing, so the area is suitable for additional infill densification, leveraging existing infrastructure. The parcel size and site conditions make it developable. The site is city-owned, giving us a level of control over the supportive housing development. Athlone currently has a non-market housing ratio of 2%, which is far below the targeted 16%. Lastly, there's currently almost 20 hectares of park space in Athlone. This equates to about 6 hectares per 1,000 residents of open space provision. As a reference, the Urban Parks Management Plan calls for a standard of 2 hectares per 1,000 residents. Next slide, please. The proposal aligns with numerous city objectives, increasing the diversity of the built form and supply of adequate supportive housing for priority vulnerable populations such as veterans experiencing homelessness aligns with the big city move of inclusive and compassionate. We're also helping to develop supportive housing in lower ratio neighborhoods to work towards achieving the citywide target of 16% non-market housing in accordance with policy C601, the Affordable Housing Investment Guidelines. The provision and protection of greenway connections, as well as the retention of roughly 2 hectares of open space, provides inclusive community spaces and recreation opportunities, aligning both with urban places and community of communities. And lastly, the supportive housing building is expected to be sustainably designed to a passive house standard and achieve 25% energy reductions against the building code on an infill surplus property, which aligns with rebuildable city. Next slide, please. For the open space portion of the site, once the planning work is complete, the city will retain the property in its inventory. For the supportive housing development, there are a number of next steps that would take place if the rezoning is approved today. We would seek executive committee approval for a below market sale for the RA7 property to Veterans Housing Canada on December 6th. If the sale is approved, they will carry out developer-led engagement as a condition of sale over Q1 of 2024. Their design would be finalized in Q2 2024, and construction would occur between 2024 and 2026 with occupancy targeted for Q2 of 2026 to provide long-term housing with wraparound supports for 40 houseless veterans. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time. We would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. So next I'll go to my colleagues for questions. I'll start, Councillor Rutherford. Would you like to go first?
I did sign up. Yeah, I just want to get clarity because the admin presentation said there's 5.97 hectares per 1,000, and then the presentation that just was presented said 6.16 hectares per 1,000.
They were referencing the 5.97 hectares references the municipal park space without the RA7 lot that we're proposing. So existing right now it's 6.16 per 1,000 residents, but if we were to rezone this to RA7, it would be 5.97.
Okay. And just to legal, can I ask a question to legal at any point? Who, the users of this facility are not a valid consideration, correct? So like whether they're veterans or not should not be taken into consideration.
That's correct. We zone for uses and not users. You're correct, Councillor Rutherford.
Yep, thank you. Are there any plans, so if this does pass today and the remaining parks, is there any plan to add any sort of vibrancy to that park space, or is it going to stay as it is just now with this development?
For the most part, it would stay as it is.
I know that with the proponent has developed a project successfully in Ottawa, and they incorporated a community garden space adjacent to the building in that instance. So it's possible that that a similar type of amenity might be incorporated into this development as well.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to think about community benefit in terms of if it's perceived, whether it was alternative jurisdiction or not, perceived reduction in green space with no enhancements to the green space that exists there that will remain there. I was just trying to get a sense of that. Is that with the engagement process? That's the other thing. Like, what would they actually engage on? Because if we're approving the zoning today, we're going to executive on December 6th. What opportunities are there at that point to even, what are the opportunities for engagement with the community, for the community to have any sense of influence over this project?
So as part of our affordable housing agreement conversations with any proponents that we enter into an agreement with, we encourage them to engage with the community from the perspective of ensuring the development integrates well and that the residents living there can be part of the community in the true sense. So we also work to encourage them to connect to the community league. EFCL also has offered to connect supportive housing developments to their community leagues, and we'll also have, once plans and timelines are clear, there's usually a series of open houses and something akin to a good neighbor commitment where the development will provide information to the community so that they know who to contact if there's any issues. But in general, we try not to add any engagement over and above what would be expected of a private market developer because we don't want to disadvantage supportive housing or affordable housing relative to.
But a private market developer would do the engagement prior to a zoning change.
Well, in this instance, sometimes we work in that, sometimes we are able to do it that way, but in this instance, due to the time constraints associated with the provincial funding and the opportunity that's been presented, we're not able to enable that, but we would still encourage the developer to engage with the community along the same lines as any other developer that would get affordable housing support from us.
This seems very unique in terms of location for other supportive housing. Other supportive housing tends to be more on arterials, it tends to be more connected to transit or other amenities. This one is right in the middle of the community, quite a walking distance actually to the nearest transit stop, which would be up at 127th Street. So can you tell me a bit more about the rationale there?
Sure. So just to start, a number of our supportive housing sites have been developed on sites that may have been perceived as parkland because much of the opportunity around city-owned land.
I'm not talking about parkland, I'm talking about accessibility to those other amenities.
So
I can't think of a supportive housing that isn't closer in accessibility to those things.
Sure. So we have been in conversation with the developer about this site, and they really like the site because it's on the north part of Edmonton, which has proximity to the base, and there's other supports for veterans in the area. Supportive housing, as you also may be aware, has a lot of on-site supports built in, so there's transportation provided to support people to access amenities or appointments and that sort of thing. So actually, often supportive housing providers are not as concerned about the proximity to transit because they provide that transportation themselves as part of a wraparound supports that are offered.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks for bringing this forward. I just had a quick question around the shape of the RE7 parcel. Just wondering, just want to ensure that that sort of tail at the south end, that we do anticipate that being actively programmed or used by as part of future development, just to make sure we're making highest and best use out of the land.
When speaking with the proponent, they were able to use that as either future amenity space or even a further parking area or like a waste receptacle area since it's right off of the alley. So it was desirable, and then it also increases their site area.
Great, great. So there's an active plan for that. It won't just sort of be empty green space across a fence from a parkland.
Exactly,
Perfect.
and then it still preserves that greenway that goes south of there.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, I didn't have any further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I actually do have some questions, and I'm not sure who to pass the chair to because you selected the item. Are you allowed to?
I don't have a motion on the floor.
You don't, yeah, you didn't put a motion on the floor. You just selected the item. Right. So I'll pass the chair on to you, Councillor Rutherford.
Chair take.
Thank you. So I just wanted to ask, you had mentioned that currently there's 2% affordable housing in the area. And if this was passed today, what would the percentage be? Would it only be a maximum of 40 people in there? And then what would be the percentage?
It increases to 5%.
To 5%, okay. And another question, I'm not sure if you can answer this, I might need to ask administration, but some folks had mentioned that Wellington school site might be a better option. Was that ever taken into consideration?
Yeah, so we look at all of our land and see where uses such as affordable housing could be placed. Wellington school site is, so when we're developing surplus school sites, we try and keep development to the footprint of the former school site. And currently the Africa Center is identified as going there. They're still working through their business case and all that stuff, so that area is tied up for another use. So couldn't go there.
I see. Okay, great. Thank you. Those were my only questions. I'll take the chair back. I only need one round.
The chair returned.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Any other questions? Okay, so I guess we're done questions for now. We're going to move on to hear from those opposed. So as I call your name, I'll have you come on down and the clerk will guide you to your chair. Timothy Grant. Tamara Riarenga. Rod Beck, are you online? Or here? Cindy Lynham? Are you on? Are you online? Jared Jensen?
Yes.
You're online?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So next we'll start with Timothy Grant. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you. Thank you for extending the hearing so we could cover this topic. Appreciate that. Now, first I'd like to say I'm not in opposition to supportive housing in any way. What we have in place now should have been in place 20 years ago, actually. And for me, it's not really a NIMBY issue, even though I live right around the corner from the site. Okay? Now, some of the concerns I have is, well, there will be increased traffic, but access to the site for all the large, heavy construction vehicles that are going on. And in my work experience, this access, all I can see is off of 127th Street, going west on 129th Avenue, and turning left and going south on 130th Street, right past my house, and turning right on 128th Avenue. That's the most direct way. Now, they've got to, and this is going to be some very, very large vehicles going through the community. They've got to try and maneuver their way on narrow residential streets, as well as they're going right by, back and forth, past Athlone Elementary School on 129th Avenue. And that puts, in my opinion, a very big risk to children, parents, school staff, and bus drivers in their buses, and I don't think that's acceptable at all. This is far too far in the community for this to be really a feasible project, I think. As far as the existing infrastructure goes, this very large building will running power to this building, it's going to take a lot of power. Is that going to affect the power infrastructure in the entire neighborhood when this comes online? I'd like to know that. Also, for water and sanitary, I mean, there's quite a few people, quite a lot of buildings and businesses. There's going to be a whole lot of water and flushing going on. Is that going to be able to sustain that also? Because it's built for residential, is what it is. Not for a very large building, just the residential that's in place. Now, parking during construction, and my problem is during construction. Once it's completed, if it's put there. Now, parking during construction, with all the construction vehicles and so on going there for 2 or 3 blocks around, is going to be horrendous for the residents living there, especially those who live directly across the street from this site. My driveway in the back alley is very close to this site, and I don't want to, say, go out to an appointment or shopping and come back and find somebody from construction is parked in my driveway. And how long would it take to get them out of there? Probably well past the end of the workday, and then they just leave. So I think the parking issue is going to be big there, as well as noise for the neighborhood, of course. And how long to complete the project? It sounds like it's about a 2-year project to absolute completion and occupancy. By what is that? What it was? 2 years?
Sorry, we don't ask
Oh,
questions.
okay.
Sorry.
Well, that's,
yeah, if
that's
you could
another
just
question
continue.
I'd like
Yeah, we
answered,
can
Okay.
discuss that later.
So I really don't think this is a good place for this project. I was thinking of the Wellington Junior High school site, but it's already, I got a notice there that something's going on. And then something was mentioned about veterans, correct? Now on the north side, you're talking about the north side having supportive housing. There is supportive housing on the north side, indigenous supportive housing, over across from Leon's warehouse. There is some there on the north side already. And if you're talking about veterans, what about the Greasepaw site? There's huge areas that are undeveloped there. It could go there, and it's got access to transit and shopping and everything else. That's another option. And a third option is, what about Blatchford? That's a huge area with lots of room for development there. I'd say that would be another option to look at for this. So as far as I'm concerned, I really don't think this project should go on that piece of property. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Tamara Rirenga. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
I get super nervous doing this. Can we pause? I knew this was going to happen.
Is there anybody else to speak first?
Can someone else go?
Certainly, we can move on to the next. I'll just call again. Rod Beck, are you online? Cindy Lynham? Jared Jensen?
Yes.
Hi, Jared. Thanks. You can go ahead now. You have 5 minutes, please.
Good evening, council members. I'm a homeowner and resident of Athlone, owning directly adjacent to the proposed RA7 site. My primary concern is related to our existing community density and how it compares to the previously developed and currently under development RA7 zoned supportive housing developments throughout the city. Our neighborhood is low-density single-family homes that are primarily owner-occupied. This community has made great strides forward.
Cindy, you'll just have to hold on now. We're just in the middle of listening to someone else speak.
Sorry, can I continue?
Please do, Jared. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. This community has made great strides forward over the 10 years that I've lived in it, in terms of crime and pride of ownership. I am in support of supportive housing in our great city. However, when researching I've noticed something that is very different about this rezoning application compared to the previous 6 that have been approved by City Council. This is the first application where the development is not located on an arterial road, the development is not bordered by commercial or retail, and the development is not bordered by multifamily, medium or high density rental properties. I strongly encourage the rezoning to be adjusted from the proposed RA7 to RF5 or RS come January 1st. And the supportive housing development could be considered at a location within Athlone that features some of those elements that I spoke about, including proximity to an arterial road, commercial or retail, and higher density housing. As Councillor Knack alluded to earlier this morning, we should be considering moving higher density rezoning to the edge of a community along an arterial road. I implore you to reconsider this zoning application and use previous 6 approved applications as your guide. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll just check with Tamara. Are you ready to go? Sure, no problem. You go ahead whenever you're ready, 5 minutes.
I live directly where I'm on the corner of where this building will go. I'm in opposition to this particular site, to this particular size of RA7, but I'm not in opposition to supportive housing. And doing the research, I know that it's a really good program, especially the 24/7 facilitated units or facilities. But my trust was eroded as well as some of the other people that spoke previously today, because there was survey stakes that came out one day in the field without any communication to as what they were. So the neighbors were talking and we're like, what does that mean? And instantly, the day after, one of our neighbors sold their house and sold it within a week because it's such a beautiful area. So maybe a few weeks later, a drilling truck arrived to probably test for soil compaction, and there was no warning. There was no safety warning even, and that truck was driving all over the field with no fences and no signs. So this really eroded my trust in the whole process, and it shows that the applicants were given preference without any communication to any of us first. Fast forward to now, and I've done a lot of research about the type of supportive housing that they are implying, but I don't know if that's definitively the thing that goes in this RA7 type of zoning, and that would be really good to know, because 24/7 support plays a big role in how well these facilities help people to recuperate and recover from whatever issues might have brought them to supportive housing in the first place. And specifically, I just think it's the wrong location. I didn't know there was such thing as shadow assessment, because all of the houses along 128th Avenue, except for one we call the big house, that's a bi-level, which is roughly 7 meters. Our houses at the peak are 5, and at our view are 2.5 meters. And that's not the same as a 5-meter house when you only stand on the ground, and I'll have to look up 4 stories and 16 meters, and I'll be in the shade from probably October through March. And that actually also has an impact on the mental health of people there when you thought you bought a dream location. My house was a foreclosure. It was very trashed and dumpy, and my house was the ugly house, and I've spent 3 years really trying to make it something special, even though it's a cookie cutter. It's not like Highlands houses, but it's my house. And I tried so hard to make it beautiful, and now I won't get sunshine. I'll get a wall, a 4-story wall that I get to look at from the ground. Sorry. I advocated for the Wellington school site as well, because it's the best possible site, and I think whatever is asking to go there should maybe try and find another place, because this is better for that site, and it's better for these veterans, and it's better for the Athlone community, because they would have front door public transit, not a 4-block walk. They would have a soccer field on the back, a baseball diamond on the back, next door to the public library. East of 127th on the east side is already RA7 zoning. There's RA7 zoning to the south as well. And if you just walk past through that baseball diamond and soccer field, there is Athlone Community League with the skating rink and the playground there. That's part of Athlone Park. And if anyone had kids, then they could walk not on the road ever and get all the way to the school. And that space is massive, so it would just be so much less imposing. And I would say, but wait, I have more, because instead of 10 blocks or 11 blocks to get to 137th Ave, now you only have a 5-block walk, and that's every amenity, including a gym and 2 major grocery stores. So that's a half-hour walk compared to, say, a 10 or a 15-minute walk. So, you know, I know they said there might be something going there, but I'm sorry, I guess. I just hope that they'll consider a compromise, but I have a lot of ideas, so I'd love questions, because I did so much research, so I could answer a lot.
Well, thank you very much for being here tonight, and thank you for offering to answer questions. I'm sure we'll have some questions for you tonight. Next, we'll go to Cindy Lynham. Cindy, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I shadow a lot of what the previous speaker said. I speak more from, you know, a personal, I love my neighborhood. I've done some research. You know, at first I was very skeptical about supportive housing in my neighborhood, and, you know, some research has alleviated that. You know, I do think that, you know, crime may not be as bad as, you know, I thought. So I'm definitely not opposed to supportive housing. But I echo those thoughts that I am opposed to a 4-story structure with retail in my backyard. When I moved to this neighborhood just about, you know, 3 years ago, and I really weighed the pros and cons. And the cons are I have railway tracks just a few doors down from my house, and my house backs onto that park. So, you know, beside me, I have train tracks that are unsightly and loud and could be a major deterrent for resale. And I have that big grain terminal, a little bit unsightly. And it is an older homes kind of neighborhood, but the pros were, and to me, this was really important, that there were no big apartment buildings or retail within about 3 blocks of my house. And that was really important. And number 2 was that beautiful green space that was basically my backyard. And I love that space, and I do use it every single day. I take my dogs through there, as a lot of people in the neighborhood do. And then since this proposal, I've just noticed everywhere I go in the city, I see vacant lots and big empty fields. And, you know, a lot of these are by other apartment buildings and retail. And I just think, why not put an apartment building there? Nobody in that neighborhood would ever notice. And again, I'm not opposed to low income, but I am opposed to a 4-story building looking into my backyard. This was one of the things that I loved about this. Like I said, you know, as much as walking the dogs through, was just enjoying the sunset through that park. And, you know, I sat out there every night, and I love my home. I love my neighborhood, and this definitely will ruin it. I am concerned about my property values. Just about a month ago, 2 months ago, the house just at the end of 130th, it's on the corner of 130th Street and 128th. So it would be right beside this development. It was for sale, and I actually went in to the open house. And I asked the realtor, you know, if a supportive housing unit goes in, how will that impact, you know, the price? And she didn't, you know, she was very vague on that. She was very much, well, you know, it just might not happen. And I could tell from her tone that this will affect property values. You know, I just feel like I have train tracks, a grain terminal, and now no park, big apartment building. You know, I just feel like it's not what I wanted. And I know the city must progress with development. And if this green space has to be developed, I would just love to see it developed with, housing or even row housing. Something that's more in line with the neighborhood, something that might improve our property values and not like this 4-story monstrosity looking into our backyards. Where I come from, this is the 3rd home I've purchased in my life. And I've always looked at the neighborhood. My first house was for me to live in. And I looked around the neighborhood and, there was no apartments. There was very few duplexes. And I was very mindful of those things. And that's why I chose that neighborhood. And the second home I ever bought was intended to be a rental property, and it was in neighborhoods with buildings. So obviously, if more buildings go in, I wouldn't be objecting. I bought in a neighborhood that had lots of buildings. So I've always felt like, when you move into a neighborhood, that's what you expect is, if there's going to be a project, it'll be something in line with what's already there. And this just seems so out of place, with nothing else around like that. It's a big imposing structure. And I think, if it's just housing that we need, why not this smaller, a 3-story structure? We have lots of vacant lots at the end of all these roads. I'm not a fan of having retail in my backyard either. Really, it was one of the reasons I moved there, because it was at least 3 blocks removed from kind of those retail sites. I know, people want to spin it as a more diverse neighborhood, but I don't feel that. I like the neighborhood that I purchased in. Most of the residents I've talked to, they like the neighborhood as it is. I don't think there's anybody that wants this. I don't know if others have spoke to, habitats in this green space that may be altered or that should be protected, or if people have spoke to crime, which again, I'm not convinced that supportive housing necessarily brings it. I do have a couple, questions though about the supportive services that would be in this building. I've spent many years in kind of social work.
I'm sorry, Cindy. Cindy, I'm sorry, your time is up. Sorry about that.
Okay, that's
We'll
okay.
come
I just
around.
had 2 questions. I
Yeah.
was done with my ramble.
We'll come around for questions right away here.
Okay.
I will go to my colleagues now to ask questions. Councillor Rutherford, would you like to go first?
Sure, I guess I'll just start with Cindy you said which supportive services will be in the facility, and what was your other question, or did I capture that?
Yeah,
question?
I'm just, I'm concerned about what's the definition of supported services, because I know that supportive services can bring higher crime rates, depending on what kind of services. And I'm also concerned about, and I know we've heard this today, public engagement. I have a lot of seniors right on my street who didn't really know how to engage. They weren't sent letters, so I'm just curious how many letters were sent out in this neighborhood. Most of the reason I know that we have feedback is through a Facebook group, the Athlone Community Center. And these older people, they don't necessarily have Facebook to know how to engage in this process.
Great, thank you. I guess my first question will be to Mr. Grant.
Yes.
Thank you for being here and waiting all day.
That's no problem.
One of the things that administration says that I'm still grappling with is, we have 5.97 hectares per 1,000 people of space, but we're already talking today about, that is 5.97 with the rezoning today. But then the Wellington site does have a lot of things that are going to be taking up that space. I guess from a community perspective and somebody that's lived there a while, how are those green spaces used, and what is the cumulative impact of losing all of these green spaces around where you live?
Well, I've been living basically in that community for probably 3 decades. The bi-level on the corner, I think you were talking about there, that's the first house I bought. So the house my wife grew up in, and we downsized about 15 years ago to the house next door. So I'm right around the corner. Now, as for use of the green space, There are people out there all the time using it, whether it's just walking around, kids playing out there, people with their pets out there. I know it's not a dog park, but it's not a school ground, playground, or park, so people can have their dogs out there. And to put this huge 4-story building on there is just, it's horrible for the community. It's not good. It needs to be in another place. Like someone else that was on said, row housing, like that's being built on the far end of Athlone there, on the corner of 132 and 132. That blends in with the community. It's not 4 stories tall. That would be ideal for something like that for development for housing. Although I don't know how affordable that kind of new housing would be, but that would be a much better thing.
Okay, and do you have any historical knowledge? Because the other thing I've been grappling with is I know, and I'll have questions to admin around the risk assessment with the grain elevator. One of the reasons I understood that was also a buffer because of some of the risk around. Do you know any historical information about the impetus for that green space there? It's okay if you don't.
As far as the grain terminal, or just the green space itself, or
The green space itself as a result of the green terminal being there.
no. As far as I know, I've never heard anything about
Okay.
other than it's just a big piece of green space there on the other side of the grain terminal.
Okay. Sounds good.
Tamara knows.
Tamara's done some research. Okay, yes.
The Cargill building is actually turning 100 years old this year.
Cool.
And I believe the reason that maybe the fences and the trees and all that weren't there, but I'm also a farmer. And grain dust is very, very flammable. And there is such things as bin explosions and silo explosions. And what happens is grain gets heated and it will internally combust and actually blow out the side of a bin in a giant fireball of dust. So I imagine they probably wanted a buffer for that, but probably the height as well, because, man, that thing, it's got to be at least 30 meters tall or so, but
Yeah.
it's just so far back that, it only blocks the sun for a couple weeks a year.
Fair enough. I'm out of time. Thank you so much for those answers.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you very much. Really appreciate all of our speakers being here. And as Councillor Rutherford said, especially after such a long day. Mr. Grant, maybe I'll stay with you. So, yeah, I've been thinking about that question about, well, maybe I'll start by saying, I really appreciated hearing from all of the speakers, just in terms of your support for supportive housing. And, I really agree with the comments made around, some of the supports, the wraparound supports that are provided. And so I was thinking about the suggestion around row housing, Mr. Grant, and, just wanted to get your thoughts in terms of, my understanding is that some of those wraparound supports, the programs, the shared meals that could be provided to residents, it's a bit harder to do in a row house form. You wouldn't kind of have that common space.
I see. I'm sorry. What I meant was supportive housing to be on another location, this supportive housing unit and what it's for. And, but for something to be built on that site, it's not necessarily supportive housing, but just if they want something, row housing would work. In the neighborhood that we have, the row housing there, I think, starts at not too bad a price. So something like that would attract people also in there to the neighborhood. But my suggestion was not a supportive housing initiative. It was just something else to use that land for.
Okay. So I'm still hearing sort of an openness to that land being developed, but just at a different height.
Yes, I wouldn't have a problem like that. Like one of the other people who spoke on that, I don't have a problem with something like that. It's nice to have that green space, and it's nice for yourself to look out and see that green space. But if something had to be built there, please don't put a 4-story monstrosity in there.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll get some further clarification from our administration just in terms of that difference in scale, because I think a lot of the row housing and especially with the upcoming zoning bylaw, I think are sort of at the 3 stories mark already. So just sort of what that additional 4th
Well,
story.
these ones I'm thinking of are 2-story
Okay.
that are still there, are being built in our community.
Yeah. Okay, I appreciate that. Tamara, really appreciate you sharing. Really feel the worry about that change and what that impact could be on you. I'll definitely follow up with administration just around shadow impact, but I don't know if you were here for an earlier presentation when there was a shadow study done for sort of a much higher building, I think about a 36-meter building. So I don't know if you saw those visuals, but I just went back to look at them, and it seemed that the property to the east of that didn't experience significant shadowing impacts. Just wondering if you had seen that. And
I did see that, and the only reason I just didn't know shadow assessment was a thing, but I face south, and that building would sit on the south side, so the majority of sunshine, especially in the winter months, comes from the south. Like, I can see the sunset on the southern sort of horizon over there.
Yeah.
So summer months is different when the sun is nice and high, but the coldest winter months, like, that would even impact my heat bills because the sun warms homes, and it really would not see my house whatsoever. So my furnace would turn on, my carbon footprint would get bigger, and it would cost me, the natural gas, it would cost me more utilities, as well as light, just turning lights on because you can't see.
Yeah, well, that's maybe some clarification we can get, because I know we've seen some shadow modeling for 4-story buildings in the past. I think so. You're across the street.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were to the east directly, but I know we've looked at some shadow impacts before in terms of that kind of orientation. So I'll follow up with administration just to get some further clarity on that. But again, really appreciate you speaking tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Councilor Principe. I actually think that might have answered. I guess I was just trying to get a sense, maybe for those to the east of the building, because I appreciate the questions that we just had around those to the south. So there's been a few different questions related to this, and maybe I'm not entirely clear just yet. So, sort of anyone on the other side of 131st Street. I'm sorry, I'm just pulling up the speakers list here, so I normally like to address it to somebody, but I'll let whoever wants to on that side of 131 Street. I'm hearing the concern about sort of that 4-story wall piece, and I guess maybe right now what I haven't heard necessarily is exactly where that building is situated, because what I'm curious about if it's further to the west of that RA7 site, does that essentially eliminate that primary concern, or would you what if they were to put trees in between the building and the properties? Does that help alleviate those concerns? Just wouldn't mind some folks' thoughts on that. As I see there's trees sort of aligning all of this other park and the fence alongside the agricultural building. But there's sort of like this one little pocket where there aren't trees. So if you were to put that there, does that help cover off some of what we've heard today for concerns? So I'll direct that to whoever's on the other side of 131st, just directly to the east of the site.
Hi, thank you, Andrew. I actually live just east of the property, and I don't think trees would really alleviate my concerns. It would be a 4-story building blocking the entire back of my house. And it's not a shadow thing. It's more of a view thing. Like I said, I used to have beautiful park in the sunset, and now it would be a 4-story building, and maybe 60 years from now there would be some nice trees on this side of it, but they would take a long time to catch up to a building of that size. That's just my thoughts on the view, basically.
And I guess then that said, like that would even extend if you were doing, row housing at 3 stories. It sounds like that would be a similar concern for you. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so. Especially when you say 3 stories. Like there's nothing in this neighborhood that's more than 2 stories right now. And there's only a few of those houses. Mine is one of them, and most of them are just kind of one-story houses. So to go from that to 3 and 4, it does seem a lot. Honestly, I would rather see the green space stay the green space and have apartment buildings on vacant lots that are everywhere in this city that aren't green spaces. They're just empty lots full of weeds.
Okay. Okay. No, that's helpful context. I don't know if anyone else had any response that they wanted to share. That was sort of my main question here. So,
I'd like to respond.
go ahead, please. Yeah, please go ahead.
I'm the person who lives on the north side of 128th Avenue, so I look to the green space. And really, if you moved it to the west, you would just be taking that big wall a little bit away from me and moving it in front of somebody else who would just then be affected negatively. And to echo what the other public speaker said, that trees take a really long time to grow, and most of the spruce trees that you see on those sites have been there for roughly 65 years, because I had to take mine down and I counted the rings and it was 65 years old and it was roughly 50 feet tall. So I don't think it's a quick fix to just say you'll plant trees.
Okay. And maybe it's just because it's been there for a long time, but I guess I wanted to get a sense from the last two speakers, if you'd like, with that site that is a very giant building, essentially across from the park site that's very visible, even with the trees that are planted there. I guess I'm just, that feels like it has even a bigger footprint, a bigger impact than what we're talking about today. But is it because that part's been there for so long that we're sort of, you're sort of used to that? Is that the difference between, say, that site that's already in existence versus what's proposed?
I would agree with that in one sense, that the Cargill was there first and people chose to build their houses at the distance that they are around them, which is a great distance set back from the back of the Cargill. And yeah.
No, that's fair.
I was there first.
Appreciate that. I'm out of time, but thank you very much for the answer. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Any other questions to our speakers? Seeing none, we'll move to questions of administration. Councillor Rutherford, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, and if you'll indulge me just to say, I didn't have a lot of other questions for the speakers because I've had a lot of correspondence and I have a lot of questions for administration. So I just wanted to state that so that for the speakers that have been waiting all day. I'm going to start with the questions that I have in my notes, and then I'll go to additional questions that I want to follow up with based on what the speakers had. So one of the questions that I have is, if it goes to an RM zone, will it be with the height modifier of 16 meters?
That's correct, Councillor Rutherford.
Okay, just wanted to double check because I didn't see that anywhere. And you said, so in the report it says that this will hold approximately 75 to 180 units could be developed on this proposed site, but we're saying 40?
No, my apologies, Councillor. The typo was, instead of 75 is the minimum would actually be 27. However, we do know that the proponent's intent is about 40.
Intent is 40. Okay. And why did administration, okay, so one of the things that I looked at when I was preparing for this meeting today was the BREATHE, but you're talking about the Urban Parks Management Plan, but in BREATHE, it specifically talks about 6 hectares per 1,000 in the map that shows where Athlone would be. So I'm just trying to get a sense, like there's a lot of numbers that are being thrown out, and it's getting more muddled, because I think there's a big difference between 2 hectares and 6, which when I read BREATHE seems to be the ideal goal in mature neighborhoods. And also it says in here, it's cited as a new neighborhood, which this isn't a new neighborhood.
Currently, that's still the policy in effect when we are looking at new neighborhoods, so the UPMP still does govern.
But this isn't a new neighborhood.
No, correct, but it's comparable. That's what we'd be expecting in new neighborhoods. And so this is very well served in that manner.
But how is it compare, I guess the question I'm asking, because one of the things that I'm concerned about, and it really does hearten me, is it actually echoes a lot of the things I've been grappling with. I'm obviously very supportive of supportive housing. I have concerns about this specific land, is this the best and most appropriate use for this specific use, as what we're talking about at public hearing? And the cumulative loss of green space. So I feel like even when we had the conversation about Inglewood, it was significantly higher than 2 hectares. Like, what is an average for mature neighborhoods in terms of green space?
I will pass that up to Corey Churchill in a moment, but I do just want to kind of step back and say that those are the standards that we have in place at the time, and we are looking at a relatively small decrease, so we are still quite close to the 6 as well.
So this is the thing that I have a problem with, and maybe I'll go to Ms. Ingpen, because I understand, like, we're looking at this specific use, and they're saying, okay, it's a very small decrease, but we do have another city site that we know already is full well completely spoken for, whether it's the Africa Center or Edmonton Fire Rescue Services, that will be developed into something. And that's not am I allowed to consider that as part of this land use consideration? Because yes, this is only a very small amount, but I'm seeing this cumulative progression.
I think it's fair, Councillor, to say, why not there rather than here?
But I'm not saying why not there, because that's already spoken for. I'm saying, can I consider, yes, this is only a small amount of green space loss, but we already know we're losing this green space over here, even though that's not part of public hearing.
Yes, you can consider the neighborhood as a whole, and especially when you're looking at the calculation of green space, I think it's totally fair for you to consider that.
Okay, so I guess what would the calculation be? And if somebody can't answer this right now, I can come back for a second
It's
round.
approximately 5.3 hectares per 1,000 people if you also accounted for the Africa Center.
If you, not the Africa Center, if you take away that entire green space that was the Wellington school site, because there is a co-location in the works between the Africa Center and the Edmonton Fire Rescue.
Okay, I'm going to let Corey Churchill from Parks and Open Space.
You're correct, Councillor Rutherford. There is that co-location. However, when the former Wellington school site was surplused, a portion of that site was retained for open space to protect the field interest. So we know what we've identified for potential surplus of open space is about 1.2 hectares for the school site proper. We're still working through what that looks like in terms of the Africa Center's potential reuse for that site, and they're working through their business case, and that will involve.
So what is that site in terms of current hectares, and what would it be after, what would it be reduced to?
For the former Wellington school site?
Yeah.
So it's approximately, I would say 2.7 hectares.
Yeah.
That would be reduced. So approximately 0.5 hectares went to the library.
Yeah.
1.2 hectares went to the Africa Center as part of the Wellington school site envelope, and the balance is retained for open space.
But is it retained for open spaces? Where does the fire service fit in there?
That would, at this point, that would be part of the ongoing discussion with the Africa Center to see if it can be allocated and accommodated within the 1.2 hectares.
Okay, I'll have to come back for another round. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you very much. Just want to follow up on a few questions that had come out. So just in terms of the location, by my count, again, it's about 350 meters to 127th Street. And do we generally, my memory was we usually consider sort of 400 meters to be a reasonable walking distance for access to transit?
Currently, the metric is 600 meters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And 400 meters, it's usually about a 5-minute walk or so. So would this still sort of qualify as, fairly close to transit?
It is, and we have lots of precedent with, I would say, multifamily housing and supportive housing in locations such as this. I think we did a rezoning for North Glenora a couple of years ago, again, in the heart of the community. And so these aren't necessarily unique features of this application.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. Just in terms of the question that came up around shadows, I don't know if a specific shadow impact was done in this exact location.
We don't typically require one for an RA7.
Yeah, just because that is lower. And the reason for that is typically that the shadow impact does tend to be small?
Pretty small and over limited times.
Yeah, even during winter hours, I'm thinking particularly with the buffer of the road, would we anticipate that most of the shadow would be following on the road?
The roadway, the distance between the houses to the north, for example, and where the face could be, depending on where the build-out ends up being, is about 32 meters, so it is quite a significant distance between the two.
Okay, and not to say that there wouldn't be any shadow impact, obviously, in the winter solstice, I'm sure there would be, but, and that could exist for any size building that goes there. Okay, and then just in terms of a sort of counterfactual or what would happen. So what I understand is that the RA7 property is surplus. The city doesn't need it.
That's correct.
And when we retain land, it does come at a cost in terms of maintenance. So when we have land that we aren't using and we don't need, we do typically want to get rid of it.
I'm not as familiar with the decision-making process on that end, I apologize.
No, that's okay. But just thinking through generally, this is land that we would look to put to another purpose, and we don't have a municipal purpose for it.
Absolutely, and I would say that this is actually a municipal purpose that leads directly to the goals identified by council through the city plan.
Great. Yeah, I think that's a good point. And just very briefly, sort of that comparison between, and this is that transition period, but RF5 becomes what, January 1st?
RSM, and it will initially start at 12 meters. However, anything new that's going to be rezoned to RSM could be 14 meters, depending on the application.
Okay, so existing RF5s become 12 meters, but new RF5s are,
Could be. Correct.
14.
Would depend on the application.
Okay, and then an RA7 becomes RSM 16.
Yeah.
Okay.
RA7 becomes RM16.
RM16.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So all
a lot of
told,
letters.
it's yeah. It could be 2 meters or 4 meters in terms of a difference, and that's usually about one story.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you. I think that answers all the questions that I had. I appreciate the information. Oh, and I'll move a second round.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson and Councillor Tang. Please vote on the second round.
Sorry, I'm voting verbally. I'm a yes.
Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Rice? We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I do want to go back in the report. It said that the grain elevator located on the site, that there would be a risk assessment, but it sounded like when the applicant spoke that was completed.
The risk assessment was completed, and there was no risk found with this location.
How come it wasn't added as an addendum to this?
Because it was completed too late after the completion of the writing of the report.
And you can't add addendums to public hearings?
It was initially identified as being dealt with at subdivision, it's just that it was completed earlier than anticipated.
Okay. Can you do addendums to?
Yeah, it's possible. There's no legal prohibition to it.
Okay. Is there, in the sense of, I hear from, the erosion of trust from some of the residents that I represent, is there an ability to share that risk assessment? Is there any FOIP reason that we wouldn't share that?
No, that's available.
Okay. Okay, perfect. That's good to hear. And then we did have something to talk about the public engagement and the letters. And I know you did an expanded reach. Could you speak a little bit more just in response to some of the speakers that came out and were talking about their concerns with the public engagement and the letters? Could you just give a little bit more comprehensive overview of that?
I can. In this case, we sent out the initial notification letters at the 60 meters, and there was quite a bit of response. And so we did, under the broadened approach, decide that we wanted to do an engaged Edmonton page, allow a little bit more time for reflection, as well as expand that notification area to the 120 meters. I would also say that not only is there the engaged Edmonton approach, but there's many ways in which that those comments can be received and are documented. So our planners receive many phone calls about this. There are emails, and in fact, on this one, we did in fact receive a handwritten letter. And all of those help to form that kind of picture that administration is able to look at and again, summarize and pass forward. So I do feel that there are many options available. And again, there is also the site signage as well, which provides those opportunities.
But when we say letters, it's not to every resident, it's specifically to the owners.
It is to the owners.
Just want to make
under
it
the
clear
current
so
zoning
that somebody's
bylaw.
not like, hey, I
Yeah.
didn't get one, right? Just,
Under the current bylaw, 12800, that goes to the owners. Under the new zoning bylaw, we are looking to expand that under
to be more
occupants.
inclusive? Okay,
Yes.
okay, that's great. I appreciate that. And then I will have a few more questions. I know that just walking through, making sure I'm not missing any of my questions. The supportive services, so we'll have to circle back to Ms. Jenner on that one. And I'm just looking, oh yeah, the water and sanitary. So in here it did say there was concerns, and I mean, it has been just sort of a vacant parcel of land. So can you just walk me through again what that looks like in terms of ensuring proper fire safety, fire hydrant, all of those good things that people would want to see?
Yes, absolutely. And I would say that initially everyone before building would need to meet the minimum standards, but I'll have Saida actually give a little bit more information if I could.
Hi, Councillor Rutherford. This is Saida Khan.
Hi.
I'm Acting General Supervisor representing Drainage Planning. So as part of our drainage review for this application, we have checked the existing sanitary sewer capacity. So the sewer running along the lane east of the site has more than enough capacity actually to sustain this proposed rezoning. So just to give you a numerical comparison, the existing sanitary pipe has a capacity around 21 liter per second, and with the proposed new RS7 lot along with the existing flow, it will be around 3 liter per second. So we do have enough capacity.
And what about the fire hydrants? Like, will there be potential for more fire hydrants to be added at the, I think it says the permit stage?
That's correct.
Okay. And then my last quick question here is there was also concern raised about electrical. I know we don't talk about it in here, but does anybody want to talk about sort of this, a development like this scope and scale in terms of the power grid?
There should be no impacts to the power grid.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. I don't see any other questions to administration. Are there any questions any further questions to those opposed? In opposition to the applicant? Okay, so I'll just ask those who are sitting here now, I'll just have you sit back in those seats over there, and I'll ask the applicant to come forward again. Thank you.
Just a question. If I have one other concern that could possibly be used as a solution.
You can email us, or you can. Okay, yeah, so we'll come back and ask questions, okay? Go ahead, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. So I will start with the question from Mr. Grant about sort of, I do echo some of the concerns about just even, it's not a straight grid pattern here in the Athlone area, and construction trucks coming in and out. for that sustainable, so what is the construction? Have there been any conversations with the proponent for the supportive housing that would be doing the developing about what that would look like, or is that part of the engagement in terms of some of those sensitivities around construction impacts?
I think that could be part of the engagement, but I think in general, any construction activities would have to follow city bylaws, you know, all of that stuff. So they aren't going to be able to just drive any of the way they want and work all hours of the night. There's bylaws and regulations that they have to follow as part of their work. And I think in terms of parking, they probably will park on the site.
There's no parking on the site. It's a green space.
For construction, I'm referring to.
Okay, okay. When they tear up the green space. Ms. Kajener, could you talk about the supportive services and any sort of, again, I know what's the intent?
Sure. So the proposal that we received from the proponent indicates that in general, the exact mix of services on site will depend on the clients that are living there at the time, because the point is to provide 24/7 wraparound services that are tailored to the individual. But some of those services could include things such as art therapy, community gardening, horticultural therapy, conflict resolution and mediation skills, employment program, mental health and addiction support services, financial literacy, personal trainer, yoga and meditation, smoking cessation programs, and service dog training.
Okay. And now am I able to ask a question of Cindy, who raised that concern, if she?
Sure, yeah, go
So
ahead, she's
based on
online.
those services, does that answer your question, Cindy?
Yes, it does, Erin. Thank you for that.
And you don't have any further concerns or follow-up questions?
I don't have any concerns with those particular supportive services.
Okay, thank you. And one other question, there was this, again, that I guess this would be more to the land side of the city of Edmonton. What kind of prep work did we do when we were sort of assessing? Because it sounds like people said there were surveying sticks and some drilling, some activity that was happening in that area before the community got notification?
Yeah, so that would have been survey stakes to identify drill hole locations. So that was part of the geotechnical investigation that we did at the site to ensure that the soil conditions were suitable for the type of development that was being considered.
For the supportive housing?
Yep.
Okay, okay. That is all my questions, and then I just have one more follow-up question to Tamara, if I can.
Sure, sorry, I'll have to ask the applicant.
Well, could she just come step up to the?
Sure, yeah,
and
would you like
stand?
to just step up to the podium here? Great, and you can turn on the microphone. Is it on? Okay, good.
Is it on?
I think the light is on.
Okay. Just, you had some follow-up that, based on new information, is there anything else you'd like to share?
The only other thing I thought could be just as good of a solution. You spoke about like the shape of the proposed site and how it's got like a weird hook on it. And I wonder, I know that a lot of this work has been done already, but on the southwest side of the Cargill, the green space, well, they say it's not a green space, but it is a green space. You look at it, it's green, it's got trees, it's green space. But the southwest portion of the alternative jurisdiction zone, it kind of is a blind spot to the residents that live there and face south. They face the further west green space. And the residents that live, I believe, on 133rd Street, they face a double row of mature trees. So really, I just thought if there could be any kind of compromise to maybe, I don't want to just
foist this on my neighbors or something like that and get it out of my way, because that's not the intention. But I thought of what would be a win for everybody is, I know it's a little further away maybe to walk to the bus too, but that southwest corner, I believe, is roughly the same size or possibly bigger than the proposed spot in front of everybody. And maybe the footprint could be smaller if you could build, say, an RA8 like there is in MacArthur. I don't know the name of that one,
That's
but you know
okay.
what I'm talking about. It's by the Cineplex.
Yeah.
I just thought it could be a potential solution for people like Cindy and me, so that the green space that kind of everybody uses and walks through east to west could still be maintained for walking through, and you could actually hide a lot of parking and utility and stuff because there is a road there. If you could do it without wrecking the trees too. Just scoot into that little square and possibly build it there, and it's kind of a nice cozy corner. And because it's set somewhat closer to the Cargill, the height differential just goes away because the Cargill is much taller. So you could still put 40 units there with a smaller footprint, area-wise, and maintain the field east to west as municipal reserve. And that would just increase the flow through and still get the supportive housing at the same time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. I'll just ask if anyone has any further questions of the applicant or administration. No further questions? All right, thank you. Yeah, you can have a seat. Thank you. Okay, so we are at the point now for closure of the bylaw. Can I ask one of my colleagues to move closure of the bylaw, please?
Yes, I can move closure of the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. Oh, hold on. We just have to check and see if we have quorum now. Okay, sorry about that. We do have quorum.
So yes, I'll move closure of the public hearing, and we've got a second.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Jans. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
Just one moment, Councillor Principe. Just waiting on one vote.
We're good.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote.
Come through for you.
Councillor Principe, the motion passed 7-0.
Okay, thank you very much. So public hearing is closed on this item.
Thank you. I'll move first reading of this item.
Second.
Thank you. We have the first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? It's not showing up on eScribe, so please just put up your hand if you want to speak to it. Councillor Jans, go ahead.
Councillor Rutherford? No.
Oh, okay, Councillor Rutherford.
Sure. I got really emotional hearing the speakers today. I love Athlone. I live next door. I live in Calder. I just moved there recently too, and fall deeper in love with that side of the city, as many of us fall in love with our neighborhoods and the places that we live. But one of the things I love the most about the area I get to represent and live in and have neighbors is just how much they do care for everybody. And, you know, not a single person here talked about not wanting to help, not wanting to provide supportive housing, and even came with solutions and ideas for solutions rather than just a no. Not here, but somewhere else. Here's some solutions. And I think I wanted to take a moment and just highlight how that's exemplifies the ward that I represent, and I'm privileged to represent, and the people that make up that neighborhood. I can't in good conscience support this. I echo the same sentiments that the residents that both were here in person and have emailed me with those same sentiments said. You know, everybody supports supportive housing. But I've said it before and I say it again. I'm just seeing a perpetual decrease. It seems like anytime there's a talk of a lack of a loss of green space, it continually seems to be in the north side in the ward, predominantly that I represent. We had the one on Inglewood, we've had the Athlone, we will have the Wellington site does have the fire station and Africa Center taking up more of that green space. And we've already talked about the inequity that exists across the city with regards to green space. It's not all created even, and yes, we have our goals of 2 hectares per 1,000 person, but we know that's not how it's playing out equitably across the city. And I campaigned, you know, what I came to is I campaigned on protecting green spaces, and I think that once you lose them, they're gone. And yes, a small piece of green space is one thing, but a large piece of green space or the cumulative impacts of that green space is something that I just cannot support. You know, I have 19 pages that my assistant took all of the quotes from all of the folks in Athlone and area that reached out to me, but I just want to read one quote that kind of summarizes how I feel. This was from a resident. They said, and aside from the livability issues outlined, I would be remiss if I didn't take a moment to say how much the green space in the urban environment matter. When the temperature is soaring and green spaces around us provide respite from the heat. My children use this green space for sporting games. We walk our dogs through it daily. We enjoy it immensely. It's one of the main reasons we bought in this area. And I get it. It's perception. This has been alternate jurisdiction, but this is how people are using that space right now and how they hope to continue to use that space. And I think there are so many opportunities across the city where this would be more appropriate. I think about every other, you know, they're not wrong in terms of, you know, looking back at all of the other supportive housing units that we've supported as a municipality in the last 5 years. They have all been in areas that have already had higher density. They've already been on arterial roads. They've been closer to other amenities. And I'm not saying that that's not a reason to not go into the neighborhood. I'm just saying that for me, it's a consideration that I'm taking into with my no vote today. I'll spend the rest of the time just saying, again, how grateful I am for the folks that came out and spent the whole day here, whether online or whether in person, to speak and know that I've heard you, and if there's anything that you need from me going further. And I will be pushing for really strong engagement in this next phase with Veterans Canada. Do reach out and know I'm here for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. I not only will I be supporting this site, but actually I think we need affordable housing and wraparound services like this on all of the sites that we mentioned here today, all of the sites that the speakers brought forward. It can't be an either or, it has to be an all of the above. With 49,000 families in Edmonton who are on the edge, who are in housing need, and knowing that there's 3,000 people out there right now sleeping rough, let alone talking about the fact that these are veterans who served our country, and there's many considerations here. We need all of the above, and there are negative implications here. The shading, the loss, the speakers are very articulately highlighted the challenges here, but these challenges will be with every site. Just this afternoon, I did an interview about how Edmonton has seen a in-migration of 33,000 people, 33,400 people last year. That's roughly triple the 20-year average. More and more people are coming to Edmonton, and if we do not take advantage of city-owned land and opportunities like this to build housing, to build opportunity, especially for the most vulnerable, we are going to see a worsening housing crisis. We are going to see more social disorder, more public health downstream harm to all of us wherever we live in the city. We don't need these just in Athlone. We need these all over the city on any city site. So my regret here is that real estate isn't bringing forward 25 more of these today, because we are in such a crisis. Sounds dramatic, but I don't know how else to phrase it, because it's every single year Edmonton is growing 20,000 people per year for the last 10 years. And now, seeing these stats here about international migration, and housing is a spectrum, right? If we aren't building for the top end, the middle end, and the bottom end, we got to make sure that everyone has options. So, given a few more years, we need to play every card that we have, and to do so probably sooner, given the growth that we're facing. So, I'll be supporting this, and I will be urging my colleagues to do the same. And let's do our best to work with the neighbors to mitigate the negative externalities and impacts. But overall, let's try and find 10 other sites like this by in the next 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Councillor Principe. While I support this, and for many of the reasons Councillor Jans just shared, I think that's really easy to say when you're the one not immediately beside a site like this. And so, while I will be supporting this, I want to try to provide a bit of comfort to those who are concerned, not about who's going to be moving there. Again, that's a huge thanks. When we first explored the sites last term for the 5 sites, most communities were similar. There was only, I think, 1 or 2 spots where there was a little more concern about the who, and that's not before us today, as our legal counsel will share. And fortunately, it didn't even really come forward from folks who were concerned. They were very much concerned about that built form and potential impacts. And I think Councillor Rutherford did an excellent job of highlighting the very valid concerns people have. Where my comfort comes, and this is on a few things, I think about the other sites that have been developed, and how, I think of one in Westmount, which is as close to a single family home as you can get in terms of built form right next to it. Other sites, not like this one, have streets that separate or other things that provide a bit of a buffer. But what I've seen in each of the sites where this type of development has occurred is I've seen a true engagement process where those who are doing the development are working hand in hand with the community to try to address as many of the concerns as possible. Appreciate that you can't solve every single concern. If there's truly a scenario where somebody absolutely doesn't want to have pedestrians beside them, and no type of mitigation and no type of setbacks or trees or anything it would resolve that, then yeah, we might not find common ground in that. But I've seen over and over and over again in the other developments where there was that very deliberate engagement, thoughtful engagement, and that has produced development that I think truly do add to the communities that they're in. So that gives me comfort when I think about this, and I know that might not be the case for everyone across the street on either direction. But I've seen that firsthand in the success that these type of developments in particular have had over the last couple of years. It's also hard, and I don't at all want to take away from that loss of, again, forget that it's alternative jurisdiction. It's a loss in green space. No matter whether it was ever intended to be green space or not, it will be a true loss, regardless of what we would consider it like that on paper. I do also have comfort, and again, I go back to it's probably easier said than done. I represent some communities that have mature neighborhoods that have less than 2 hectares below the target that has been set, and have been in great desire to see that addressed. And so when I think about where we're at today in this community and the overall amount of space available, and I think Councillor Rutherford's flag is important, that you can't just take these one by one. You have to make sure you're considering the entire cumulative impact. But I think with what I've heard for the site, and even with the other conversation that might happen at a later time on the other side in the community, that still leaves us in a really positive position overall for the amount of space that I think we really strive for. And would love to actually see more communities be able to have a similar amount of green spaces as what we see in this neighborhood right now. So it's tough. I know that those who have spoken opposition supporting this, we've heard today, you support it. Does that mean that you weren't heard? And I want to make sure people realize you're absolutely heard. And I have the greatest of confidence between the advocacy and work that you've already put in, that you will put in, between the work of your councillor, that what ends up getting built there, if this is to be approved, is going to be seen as a really great addition to the community, and that will really help mitigate the concerns that folks who have come here today to speak. So I will be supporting this, but thanks everyone for their time. Thank you, Councillor Prince-Fay.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson to close.
Thank you very much. Thank you once again to all of our speakers, both in favor and opposition, and for all the discussion and questions tonight. I just want to echo how uplifting it is to hear such openness from the community, the recognition of the importance of housing developments like this. So thank you all for that openness and generosity. I've been reflecting on the idea of a complete community and what that means. And, green space is an absolutely critical part of a complete community. It's needed for livability, it's needed for community. It's a backbone of our communities. But I've been reflecting on how important housing diversity is as well. And especially housing diversity that meets a range of needs in our community, and for those who are maybe the most marginalized in our community. And, sometimes when we're looking at making complete communities, we have to make tough trade-offs. But while not to dismiss the change that this will mean in the community, this is one of those rare opportunities where I feel we get to do both and. There's an opportunity here to provide that housing diversity to help meet those housing needs in our communities. And we will also be able to continue having a very significant green space. So that's one of the reasons that I'm really excited about this project, and appreciate the staff team that brought it forward. we talked a bit about location. I do feel that this location is appropriate in terms of access to some of the transit. Thinking of other precedent developments, I was North Glenora. There's another one in King Edward Park that are interior to the neighborhood, and again, there is benefit to that as well. Those who need to access affordable housing also. I think providing options for them in terms of where they are in a neighborhood is also an important piece. But none of this is to take away from the real impact that it will have on neighbors. The impact is real, and change is always hard. What I've seen in some of the neighborhoods I represent is that some of the worst fears haven't materialized in the end. And where I think there's a lot of comfort is that we do have tools outside of the zoning bylaw that can help us address those more operational impacts. And you certainly have a counselor who would advocate for any of those interventions needed. So I will be supporting this. I strongly encourage my colleagues to support this. And again, thank everyone for their involvement today.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. Councillor Stevenson?
I will move second reading of this item.
Councillor Jans?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That has carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Councillor Jans?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote for consideration of third reading.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
And I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20616 and charter bylaw 20617.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. So we are on to item 3.10 and 3.11, selected by Councillor Rutherford.
I don't need a presentation unless anyone else needs a presentation.
I don't need a presentation. Anyone else? No? Good. Okay, so questions to administration? Then do we, or sorry, the applicant? No?
Councillor Principe, both speakers in favor would like to make a presentation.
Wonderful. Okay, well, let's go ahead and do that then. Gary Luong?
Hello, how are you doing?
Hi, great. How are you?
Good evening, councillors. My name is Gary Leung. I am the owner of the site being considered for rezoning today. Thanks for sticking around past your dinner time to hear my presentation and to consider this application. To give you a little bit of background of who I am raised in Edmonton. I lived here for over 40 years. I'm an engineer by trade, and I'm excited to be developing new housing for Edmontonians. I have a strong interest in architecture, and I'm hoping to build something unique and architecturally interesting on this site that is visible to many people each day from Scona Road. Next slide, please. The opportunity. We believe this site in the community of Strathcona is a perfect spot for our project, as it is located on an Ontario road close to transit. There are neighborhood northbound and southbound bus stops on Scona Road, and then recently opened new LRT station on the Valley Line, will provide residents with easy access to the transit system. The site is located next to Mill Creek Ravine and has front door access to the River Valley Trail System and makes it an attractive place for families to live. The site also has easy access to schools, the University of Alberta, and the community services on White Avenue and downtown. Providing more housing options in the community will help support the businesses and schools in the area and contribute to community's vibrancy. We look forward to attract a mix of Edmontonians that want to live in a well-connected location. Next slide, please. Building our city. I am excited to be part of this new era of the city rebuilding in Edmonton. The goals set out in the city plans are providing opportunities to build different housing types that will give families more options to live in great neighborhoods like Strathcona. We want to be part of that process and provide housing that is well designed and built in Edmonton's best neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Thank you. As I finish my presentation, I would like to end that I am happy to be here today to speak on this project, and I'm helpful for your support. We can build something great on this site in Strathcona, providing new housing opportunities for the community and help implement the city's plans goals. Thank you for your time today to listen to my presentation. I am here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Next, we'll go to Jeff Booth. Jeff, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, members of council. My name is Jeff Booth from Situate, and I'm speaking this evening about our client Gary's application to rezone his property in Strathcona to the RA7 zone to allow for a new multi-unit residential building. Next slide, please. The site in question has an area of about 1,220 square meters. The site's surrounded on 3 sides by roadways: Scona Road to the west, 94th Ave to the north, and 98A Street to the east. Scona Road is an arterial road and will be a rapid enhanced bus route as part of the future mass transit network. Next slide, please. Situate submitted this application in January of 2023, at which time we created a web page to provide our contact information, post updates about the application, as well as to answer commonly asked questions. In February, we also mailed an information letter to 23 nearby properties to let the neighbors know about the project, the web page, and again to provide our contact information. We reached out to the Strathcona Community League in March, but did not receive a response. We heard from 2 neighbors, one of whom had questions about what the proposed zoning would allow, and one who had questions about the application's relation to zoning bylaw renewal and expressed concerns about traffic and access to the site. These concerns will be addressed later in my presentation. Next slide. The land use to the south of the site is predominantly low-density residential. To the east, west, and north of the site, the land use is primarily River Valley Parkland. The Pioneers Cabin is located across Scona Road to the northwest of the site. This area of the Strathcona neighborhood is a narrow sliver of development located between Scona Road and the Mill Creek Ravine. This site is approximately 650 meters from the Mutart LRT station, which is located to the northeast of the site on 98th Avenue. The LRT station can be accessed on bike or on foot through the Ravine Trail system, and this is the closest site in Strathcona to that station. There are several bus stops nearby on the adjacent Scona Road, which is an arterial road and frequent bus route. The site is also located within a network of bus routes. Next slide. Mr. Leung's plan for the site is to develop a 4-story residential building with a 2-story underground parkade accessed from 98A Street, so there would be plenty of parking for residents. As part of the application, we had a transportation impact assessment completed. The assessment concluded that traffic volumes on the abutting local roads are currently very low, and the additional traffic the new building would generate can be easily accommodated. To ensure traffic safety, the assessment recommends that the parking garage access should be stop controlled and a hidden driveway sign should be installed on 94th Avenue. Next slide. The proposed rezoning aligns with city plan policy that encourages 50% of new housing units being added through infill citywide and supporting residential infill at a variety of scales, densities, and designs within all parts of our residential neighborhoods. The proposed rezoning will contribute to the gradual plan transition over time that city plan envisions. and help create a healthy urban and climate resilient city. Next slide. As I pointed out, the site is located about 650 meters from the Utah LRT stop, making it an ideal location for new multi-unit housing in alignment with city plan policy. This application is part of the planned redevelopment process that is occurring near LRT stop and will help provide the density needed to support the new LRT network that we've invested so much in. Next slide. Lastly, according to the draft Stoney District Plan, the subject site is located in the urban mix area. The draft general policy will support small-scale infill throughout the urban mix area and low-rise development, such as the proposed rezoning, on corner sites on the edge of the neighborhood where the block face fronts onto an arterial or service road. The subject site meets all of these criteria, so according to the proposed policy, low-rise development would be supported at this location. Next slide. So to wrap up, I would like to respectfully ask for council's support of administration's recommendation today on this rezoning application, which aligns with City Plan's goal of adding 50% of new housing units through infill citywide and will enable the development of multi-unit housing close to transit. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you. We will go to questions of the applicant. Councillor Rutherford, no questions? Councillor Stevenson, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you both for sticking with us today and our previous public hearing. I just had a question around the access. In both of the access options, I guess my question boils down to, given the elevation on the site, is there a possibility that an underground parkade would be provided that would avoid the need for sort of that slanted drive aisle going up?
Yeah, so that's the reason that we're hoping to have the access from 98A Street, because there is that slope, so you could essentially just drive straight into it.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so that is under consideration, but I suppose that's not before us in terms of a land use consideration, but that is a potential in terms of how that access could work.
Yeah, the building and the access haven't been designed yet, but that's
Okay. Okay, great. Well, thank you. That was the only question I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Any other questions to the applicant at this time? Seeing none, I'll go to Councillor Rutherford to ask questions of administration.
Yeah, I have to admit, when I was reading this, I was surprised that it said in support, because I'm just going to read some of the pieces from this. There'll be obviously impact to the single detached home to the south, but there's going to be significant topography and access challenges. On-site waste services will be challenging, ecological impacts of the lighting to the creek, that there'll have to be a restrictive covenant that will be adhered to for any kind of construction or installation of features. Like, there seems like, as I went through, there was just a lot of are we trying to fit a square peg into a round hole here?
I understand the question, Councillor Rutherford. There are a lot of technical challenges with the site, but they can be mitigated. So with a proper design of the site, and which we don't know right now, since it's the rezoning stage and it's a standard zone, but with the proper design and one that follows.
But how do we ensure
advice,
proper design? Like, so for let's talk about the lighting in the Mill Creek. Mm-hmm. How do we if this gets approved today, you don't know, they come with a development permit. Are there there's no real requirement. It's not, the Mill Creek doesn't have any sort of protections on lighting. Like, what assurity do I have that would be something that would be looked at?
So for the lighting specifically, we have Edmonton's Wildlife Passage Engineering Design Guidelines. For the geotechnical follow-up, if there was any vegetation removal along 98A Street, it would have to be at the discretion of the geotechnical engineer of record. So the applicant has already been notified that has to be an ongoing involvement, and we would need that record at the time of DP. Urban Forestry has already reviewed the rezoning package. When it comes forward at DP, they will also be looking at the review there again to protect the trees or take compensation for tree loss. So we have all of the checks and balances, all of the reviewing bodies, parks, everyone has reviewed the rezoning package and will be also there at the DP stage.
What about waste?
Waste is included.
So what have they said? Because this says that there's significant challenges. So how are those being mitigated?
Want to go ahead?
Again, the conversation was around the fact that can we make this site work? And the answer was yes, we can with alternate configurations. And what those configurations could be or should be, that can be discussed or reviewed when we have a site plan in front of us. So that's where the conversation happened. And as I mentioned by Claire, that we did get a sense that yes, we can design the site in a manner that it's workable for all services. That's why the recommendation is in support.
Okay, and I guess to Ms. Ingpen, how do I reconcile this if any one of these design things wasn't to come to fruition, I wouldn't think it was an appropriate land use for this location. So should I just consider that in my final vote?
Yeah, I think that's fair, Councillor. I think in most instances, these items are deferred to the development permit stage where
But then there's no assurity, right?
Right, this is where your decision point is.
Yeah.
To sort of cut to the heart of it, this is your
Yeah.
decision point. And so if that's something that you find that the site itself is too constrained or too difficult for the zone, then that would be fair for you to consider in your decision-making process.
And I guess one of the last things is just, I've traveled this road many times, and it's so beautiful, like, as you come down the road and, like, you can see the whole, I'm also, like, I don't know if this is a valid land use consideration, I'm worried about, like, the hindrance of a 4-story going right on the view of the river valley there. Is that a valid thing for me?
I think it's probably valid for you to consider. We consider shadow studies. If we were to
Okay.
put a big building in front of a marquee building in the city of Edmonton, you
We would
might say that would impede the view. So I think it's the impact of the land use is that it does go up, and so it can
And
impact
it can
views.
block site views, and, okay, those are all my questions, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you very much. Just a similar question in terms of the access. So again, would it be possible to do sort of more of an undercroft parking where you would have the straight entryway in?
Yes, in terms of access, 2 options were explored through the transportation assessment as mentioned by the applicant. There are pros and cons to both locations. Sometimes at one location we are dealing with more aggressive slope versus a flatter slope, but then as far as 94 Avenue is concerned, you get closer to a major arterial. So there are some trade-offs that needs to be explored, but as recommended in the TIA, 98 Avenue is the preference.
Or 94 Avenue, yeah. Yeah, it's confusing with 2 avenues.
98A Street, sorry.
No, that's okay. Okay, and well, I think that really speaks to, some of those details that need to be worked out at the development permit stage. And just for my understanding, if we were to approve the rezoning and some of those technical requirements subsequently weren't able to be met, would a development permit just not be issued?
That is correct.
Okay, so we sort of have that safety valve that if it doesn't work, it's just not going to be approved for development. Okay.
That's correct. And that is why we outlined it so clearly in the report the way we did.
Yes, yeah. One other thing I was a bit surprised by, so again, recognizing that there isn't a sidewalk right now on that side of the road. We heard earlier, typically there's a requirement to, let's say, upgrade an alleyway. Do we not have those same requirements for replacing missing sidewalks?
We have looked at that, Councillor, and so most likely what will happen on this site is, again, just because of some geotechnical challenges. The intent will be to have some sort of pedestrian connection to the intersection of 94 Avenue and Scona Road, and that will take the pedestrians to the intersection where they have a formal crossing point, and that connects them to the rest of the network.
Okay, and specifically for the site, but am I understanding that, even if that the grade is so significant that sort of a sidewalk can be constructed and meet our standards?
The sidewalk does exist on one side of the roadway, so there won't be, and this road is, by the way, really, it's more utilized as a shared street because of really low traffic. So that will still be maintained and be appropriate.
Okay, well, thank you so much. That was very helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador.
I have the same question. It's been answered. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. Do we have any other questions to administration? Any questions to those in favor? Any other questions at all? All right, can I ask one of my colleagues to move closure of the public hearing?
Second.
Sure, I'll move closure of the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you very much. Moved by Councillor Salvador, seconded by Councillor Jans. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
Yes.
I'm in the wrong meeting because I went back to the other one. I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
I'll move first reading of Charter Bylaw 20646 and Bylaw 20643.
Second.
Thank you. We have first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak to it? Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I, first of all, appreciate the applicant, being postponed and then having such a long day to be here. I know I'm the one that pulled it. I still have, while I have been reassured by many of the things that administration said, I think what it boils down to for me is, we talked about, in many other contexts, things that would affect the sight lines and beautiful views of our beautiful river valley. And I don't think a 4-story is appropriate at this specific site. I think there's lots of density that's happening elsewhere, and I think that's just something I think will really affect that, let alone all of the other things that feel like we're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole with this development. So for those reasons, I think that it's sufficient with the current zoning, and I think that this zoning is too high for that specific site.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, appreciate the conversation. I think, there are some real technical challenges on this site, but I'm, excited to hear that the applicant and administration are both committed to working through that. I think the opportunity this provides is, when I think about the context, Scona Road is, a very traffic-dominated street. I don't often see a lot of pedestrians or people walking in that vicinity. So in terms of who's there sort of stopping to enjoy the view at that point, when I think about the residents, the future residents who may be able to be here, to be close to both bus and LRT, to have that view over the river valley, for me that adds a lot of value and makes great use of the amenity by bringing more people close to it. I think it's an exciting opportunity, and hope to see more like them in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador, to close.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I'll be supporting this. Recognize that there are some technical challenges associated with this site, given some of the topography, but also really appreciated administration's answer that at the development permit stage, it's not like we're going to approve something that we don't feel is technically feasible. So that was really reassuring to me. When I look at the context, great transit connectivity, great direct connection into Mill Creek Ravine, and a brand new transit stop over at the Muttart. And I think when I look at this particular pocket today, it is in some ways a relatively exclusive and desirable area that is primarily single-family only homes in that pocket. I'm sure there's some suites and stuff in there, but primarily single-family homes. So I think this is a fantastic opportunity to introduce some more multi-unit housing into a really beautiful part of the city. So I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Please vote.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
And I'll move second reading.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on consideration of third reading.
Just wait. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried.
I'll move third and final reading.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that has carried. All right, so next we'll move on to item 3.12 and 3.13, selected by Councillor Knack. Councillor Knack, would you like to have a presentation, or anyone else, any of my other colleagues?
Yes, I believe administration has said this is non-support, so I'd like a presentation.
Good point. Thank you very much. Yes, so please, administration, please go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. This application is to rezone 4 parcels in the Queen Alexander neighborhood from the RF6 medium density multiple family zone to the RA8 medium rise apartment zone. The proposed RA8 would allow for an approximately 6-story residential building with limited commercial opportunities at ground level. Next slide, please. The site is located along 109th Street with quick access to transit, 2 parks, and walking distance of employment and retail opportunities on White Avenue. While the surrounding land is primarily developed as small-scale housing, it is zoned for a mix of 4 to 6-story residential buildings. Next slide, please. In general, the RA8 zone allows for a larger building with smaller setbacks. Under zoning bylaw 20,001, the RA8 will become the medium residential or RM H23 zone, which will transition well into the neighborhood once interior lots are redeveloped. The slide models the potential built form under the RM zone, showing a smaller setback along 109th Street, which the development could have if they chose ground floor commercial. Next slide, please. Facilitating RE8 in this location requires amendments to the ARP to allow 6 stories. In the city plan, the site is located on the 109th Street secondary corridor, where both low and mid-rise buildings are expected. Given this and its close proximity to the University Garneau major node the site is considered appropriate for a mid-rise building. Next slide, please. The 109th Street ARP works in tandem with the 109th Street design guidelines, and a key objective is to balance different users of the corridor. The guidelines see redevelopment as an opportunity to reconfigure the alleys as pedestrian spaces that are either partially or fully closed to cars. On the slide, you can see the image on the left. When the north-south alleys can be fully connected, these are shown in green, the east-west portion, shown in red, can be closed or partially closed, and buildings oriented towards 109th Street. Next slide, please. In this image, north is oriented to the left-hand side to better demonstrate the roadway pattern and land use pattern along 109th Street. On the east side of 109th Street, you can see the surrounding area has the existing conditions that the ARP anticipates. North-south alleys exist on most of the blocks, and there are 2 opportunities to make additional connections, including this site. As well, you can see many of the buildings are already oriented to 109th Street. The west side of 109th Street does not have the same existing conditions, which means reconfiguring the alleyways would take place much more slowly. Next slide, please. For this site, meeting the ARP could be achieved in stages. The image on the slide shows that the first stage would include dedication of a north-south lane as part of this application, and the second phase would be closure, full or partial, of the east-west lane when the site to the south is redeveloped. Ultimately, the applicant decided not to proceed with this option, citing the loss of developable land and that it was financially challenging. We consider the omission of roadway dedication a missed opportunity to reconfigure the alley network and follow the ARP. Next slide, please. Administration sought feedback from the public through mailed notices to surrounding residents and community leagues, information on the city's webpage, on-site signage, and one-to-one communications, including a virtual meeting with a property owner to the south. We heard from 5 community members with concerns about the impacts of increased density and a taller building. The McKernan Community League wrote that they would likely not oppose the application and that they understand and support the city plan's push for densification. Additionally, the property owner to the south expressed a preference that the east-west lane remain unchanged until such time that their property is redeveloped. Administration responded to this feedback by answering questions and exploring alternative methods for closing the east-west lane and by proposing a change to the application to stage the closure. Next slide, please. In summary, the use and built form are appropriate in this location and meet the city plan goals for secondary corridors. However, administration does not support this application as it does not align with the 109th Street ARP and 109th Street design guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Next, we will go to our speaker in favor, Ram Chadha. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll make it quick. I know everybody's been there pretty late night. Everybody's been there all day. So current status is currently 14 vacant sites along 109th Street. It's a major arterial roadway. It lines up pretty well, as everybody's heard today, with redevelopment. It lines up with access to U of A, White Ave, River Valley, public transit, and pathways. The other thing that we talked about along the way was council wants to move away from DC2. That was a push from administration, is to go down the DC2 path, but council several times over the past few weeks has said, we don't want to go down that path. And that's part of the reason that I want to get this piece of land rezoned. So as a part of this, there were several rezoning discussions that happened, and no clear direction was really provided by administration along the way. The neighbor to the south is opposed because it actually blocks, and you can't see in the presentation that was just provided, but he's got under the building parking that it will block actually. He has no plans to redevelop anytime in the near future. When I asked him, anytime in the near future was several decades. That was the quote he provided me, and he only wants me to pay for everything. And I think that was captured by the meetings that we had. I want to share a story about somebody who called me recently. It was a student that moved into Edmonton. This is, I think, Councillor Jan said this. A student moved into Edmonton. I had no units in the area, and I ended up renting one of the places that have a room just for him to live. It's a big problem in this area. We do need to redevelop because the housing crisis in Edmonton, especially in this area, and it's only going to get worse in highly desirable areas. What this does, it's a net loss of land to me as a property owner. The other issue that we have here, and I talked to maintenance, EPCOR maintenance, and as an engineer, I talked to EPCOR and their maintenance team and their engineering team. This creates maintenance issues accessing the power lines that are located adjacent to the south owner. And if you trade that land, it creates a big problem for them, and it'll end up being a big costly endeavor if we go down this path. Costs are rising, and it's going to result in degradation if we don't move on this quick. So any change or trade of land that we have is going to be cost prohibitive and cause further issues as it relates to utility. What we proposed is, let's put Jersey barriers up to restrict access along that way. It allows the traffic to move from west to east as it goes from south to north. Achieves the housing goals. It provides affordable housing to the area, and it's a safer neighborhood. That's why we're looking at redevelopment. And it becomes highly uneconomic for us to even look at a development. So we're asking to get the new zoning so we can look at a potential opportunity. We don't even know what it is at this point, whether it's commercial on the ground floor or residential or a combination, because we don't want to spend the money on moving forward if we don't understand what the opportunity is and if it can't be uneconomic. With that, I'll pass it back to you to answer any of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to questions for the speaker in favor. Councillor Knack, please go ahead.
Thanks for the presentation. I guess I wanted to make sure I understand, because if this site was approved as you're requesting, you would have to have a pretty significant buffer between the property and the single family home. And I guess what I'm trying to figure out is the loss of development opportunity in a scenario where you're building essentially this road right of way or continuing on the road right of way, because then you wouldn't have the same requirement for setbacks. So can you better help me understand why, like, how much development are you actually losing in a scenario where you're getting the new zoning, the RM zoning, with dedicated right of way versus the existing site we're looking at today with the requirement of setbacks?
So all we know is that, and this was discussed with the administration, is that there would be a net loss. I think that the planner calculated it, and that's the feedback they've given me, and that's a question I asked directly. So at this point, all we know is that there is a net loss to any development based on road allowance that we would need to construct.
But you don't have a sense right now of what that looks like yet, like how much we're talking about? I mean, I can ask them in that, but I guess, I would assume that would be something you might know in sense of, how many units is this affecting your development by, the proposed development or anything like that?
We don't even have that yet because we didn't get down the path of actually getting through. Because so give context. There is an analog that's kitty corner to this. It's RA 8 zoning. You can see that in the map that was provided. This potentially would result in, and that is up to 68 units, that zoning. We believe that it's a 10% loss in terms of number of units and amenity space. Okay. That's just high level economics.
Yeah. And sorry, the site you're talking about is the site on the other side of 79th Avenue, is that?
That's right, kitty corner.
Yeah, kitty corner. So, okay, not the one right across, not the one immediately to the no, sorry, the one to the north is an office building, right? Is that?
No, it's condominium building. It's a 4-story, 35 unit, 40 unit building. It's the one northwest corner of that intersection, which is as a development permit in for that. Actually, that's one that I took through to RA8 zoning. And so the only contentious issue is that east-west corridor, and we've proposed several times to both the neighbor, we'll look at Jersey barriers, we'll block it off as best we can. But because the neighbor has the underground parking, it's just not feasible to even look at.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
The under building parking. Yeah, you gotta look at Google Maps there. You're cutting it all off, and they're very much opposed to that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, I think those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Do we have any other questions to our speaker? Okay, I don't see any other questions. Any questions to administration now? Councillor Knack?
Yeah, I guess I just want to double check the same sort of question from our end. I mean, essentially, you would agree with the submission that there would be some loss of land with what you asking for, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, we don't necessarily have 10% fair sort of estimate based off what and.
Just coming through right now, 14%.
14%.
That's based on
now,
a 6 meter wide lane.
14%, yeah, and missing pin would rightly correct probably means to say, you know, any type of financial impact is not necessarily the part of our consideration. But I can ask this, which is that your feeling and why you've suggested non-support is that yes, you lose a little bit of developable space, but the net gain overall to the walkability, to the design of the neighborhood, to the compliance with the other plans, that is worthwhile in your submission, even though there's a net loss, if you will, to the developer or the applicant, correct?
I think that sums it up well enough. I mean, it is a policy. Even though the policy is from 2013, I mean, it's still fairly new. There is a substantial amount of work done after the policy in terms of roadway enhancement plans, and it aligns with the city plan. So we follow our policy in terms of consistency when we review any application along 109th Street. But it does practically present challenges. Yeah.
And that's not to say that, I mean, whether or not somebody can make money with the specific configuration, I mean, that's not our responsibility. I think suggesting that they still couldn't make a profit, but that's not what we need to be factoring in. But there's nothing that suggests or that you have that would say this absolutely makes this an undevelopable site. It maybe makes a specific type of development not possible or make adjustments, but it does not essentially, the ask that you would have doesn't stop this from being developed in the long run, correct?
Councillor Knack, throughout the application, we had several conversations with the applicant to try to find something that was workable when we heard the concerns. These aren't new concerns. We've heard them from other applicants along 109th Street when looking at this policy. When he talked about the direct control, that was how we tried to do it. We offered more height in exchange for the roadway dedication. So, and looked at ways that we could provide regulations that would help make this more appealing.
Yeah, and they just, for any number of reasons, they made a decision not to go with more height and instead come back for standard zoning here. So, and that would still be on the table. I mean, the site on the other side, 79th, is a direct control. So if they wanted to, if this wasn't passed, that's still within their right to come and ask for direct control. You would still be willing to work with them on those type of solutions to find something that can work while also trying to comply with the city policy that's in place, right?
Yes.
Okay. And maybe the last question, is there anything that, you know, I appreciate you touched, it's in our city plan, therefore there would be no reason to think in any type of the district planning work that there would be anything other than this existing recommendation. We don't think that this would be changed upon approval of any new district plan, correct?
No, the design regulations that are laid out in the 109th Street improvement streetscape plans are intended to be carried over. I mean, it's possible that based on the outcome of today's application and council's decision that we would take that back and we can look at the direction we were headed with district plans.
Yeah, if we were to approve this, that essentially undoes the opportunity for that in this area, that right of way that you're looking for. So therefore, you'd have to consider a different option, right?
We would look at it, yes.
Yeah, but again, you're not recommending that, and that's part of why we're here today. Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you very much. So I'm feeling very torn on this one, so I'm going to ask sort of two different sides of the question. So when we talk about the alleyway dedication, is that a 6-meter width?
Yes.
Yeah, and then are they then required to then have a 3-meter setback from the alley? So it's 9 meters altogether.
Yes.
Have we explored looking at, for example, maybe an easement that's just 6 meters and then there's no setback requirement from the alley?
We didn't, no.
Because that would reduce the contribution to just an additional 3 meters rather than an additional 6. So maybe that's something I can follow up with. And that was my other question. So the reason we have to wait for the southern property to redevelop is that they take access off of that existing lane, and they have a legal right to that. We can't close that, and that can't be absorbed.
That's correct. That's why we recommended we can take a staged approach on this to then close it when the redevelopment happens to the south.
Okay. And do we provide compensation for road right-of-way dedication?
No.
No. And the other properties on 109th that do have that existing alley, that was something that they added in when they redeveloped?
No, those were existing conditions.
Oh, okay. So
we have never successfully gained a north-south connection.
okay, interesting. That's helpful context. Okay, so then kind of flipping to the other side, the 109th Street corridor study, that was done prior to city plan. Is that correct?
Yes, 2013.
Okay, and so what kind of strikes me is that we have this corridor, so it's unclear to me why we're creating sort of a parallel pedestrian corridor. Like, are we not planning to make 109th Street more pedestrian friendly?
You mean as part of a secondary corridor, or?
No, sorry. So the 109th Street corridor plan, does it envision a more pedestrian-friendly streetscape?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, it also takes into account closing those east-west alleys. But yes, the capital project would.
With the capital project, you'd have wider sidewalks, potentially a bike lane. So I'm just unclear why then we would have, like, again, on the other side of, like, within a few meters, have sort of that parallel pedestrian throughway in the alleys.
So the concept in the ARP is that when you reduce the entrances onto 109th Street, you reduce the potential conflicts between pedestrians and cars. So it's really about pedestrians on 109th Street being able to walk through.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I misunderstood in the presentation that the alley was meant to be the pedestrian.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they could be. They're in the ARP considered muse, like as if, you know, they, yeah.
Okay. But the primary intent is to reduce the conflict points in terms of the alleys coming out onto 109th. Okay. I'm just trying to think of other streets. Like, this doesn't seem like a highly unusual condition in terms of having mid-block alley access.
No.
No. Okay. Okay, well.
Councillor, if I just may add,
yes.
just in terms of the planning background on the 109th Street, ARP, as Claire mentioned, it was done in 2013 in response to a number of factors, including the streetscaping design of the then arterial renewal of 109th. And I think what all of council and we as well are picking up on is this, the balance between wanting both development and that extra comfortable streetscape that would be provided through closure of these alleys. When done through this piecemeal addition, we've been consistently looking to follow that plan since 2013, and that's largely the basis of our recommendation is because we've been consistent on looking to achieve those. Yeah. And that's our belief is that council at the time, that was their primary goal. But when we look at the redevelopment potential and adding on these extra wants for not little gain, but marginal gain in terms of that streetscape, is that worth it, Till? And I think that tension is there today.
Yeah, and if the chair would indulge me for very short, because it doesn't eliminate a pedestrian conflict point, it just relocates it to 79th Ave, right? So you would now have a new conflict point on 79th Avenue with the alley reoriented that way?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. So maybe a few questions, because I understand the desire to minimize those conflict points, but really we're just moving it. Are there, I'm just thinking, are there other tools that can still maintain, you know, a good quality pedestrian realm, like pedestrian through zones or like raised crossings at those alley access points? Like, I not necessarily part of this conversation, but I assume that's contemplated as part of the overall streetscaping project?
Yeah, there's pretty detailed plans on the website. I can provide a link there.
That's fine, but I'm also grappling with those trade-offs. And maybe another question, with the Envision 109, was that after the 109th Street Corridor ARP in 2013? Was it sort of a follow-up?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And where does an ARP of that age fit into the broader conversation we're having about the retirement of certain ARPs?
So it is proposed to be retired, but the urban design regulations associated with Envision 109 would be carried forward as exception policy. The ARP itself goes away, but we take exception policy for this design.
In its entirety, or bits and pieces of it, or the whole thing?
In its entirety.
Okay. Well, that's helpful. I'm still on the fence with this one as well, but appreciate those answers.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Any other questions to administration or to our speaker?
We're doing new information?
Yep, new information. Okay, great. Councillor Stevenson, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Just to the applicant, Ram, just wondering about that idea of potentially having an easement in that location, so that it would just be, so you have your requirement for a 3-meter setback. This would be an additional 3 meters, but it wouldn't be like a full 9 meters in terms of the 6-meter dedication and a 3-meter setback. Does that make your project more viable?
So no, it wouldn't, and I'll just explain it. So after we originally had the conversation with the neighbor and the administration, I appreciate all of the opportunity to brainstorm this thing, and we've gone around this thing over the last year now, so this is nothing new for anybody. It's what also adds to is the power line that runs, and there's an easement there too that we have to consider. So you need to have sufficient access to maintain that line. So you can't really build up to it. I kind of know what you're saying, just go 6 meters and 6 meters, it's a direct trade-off. That's not how it's gonna work with that line. And that's where EPCOR gets involved in a big way. So there's a proximity piece there that we have to consider. So if it wouldn't be 14%, it's not gonna be 0. It's not 1 for 1. It'll be still a net loss, which again, creates, it's that economics. It just, nothing flies in that for us. And again, it goes back to twofold. It's not just the trade-off, it's also the neighbor. So we've got to consider, and that's, the big one is he's vehemently opposed to this. So he does not want to give up that lane at all.
Right, no, so this wouldn't contemplate closing that east-west lane until the southern property would redevelop. So this would just be on your eastern property boundary, having a 6-meter easement.
Yeah, like I said, we did look at that at a high level. But again, without going through uncertainty over the next couple of years, you know, we needed to go with what we knew we could do. So it's the 9 and the 6. And the orientation on 109th Street was still part of the ARP that's considered as part of this. So that wouldn't change either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing, you know, a lack of sureness about this. I'm just wondering if a refer back to explore the easement option is something that you're open to or interested in contemplating. You know, again, I'm just sort of considering that one of the other amendments that we're making to the plan is to allow the additional height that you're requesting. So again, that additional 2 stories. So just wondering how that plays in terms of looking at this potential 6-meter easement, which is only additional 3 meters in terms of what you would require through a setback anyways.
Yeah, I mean, the short answer at this point with the information we have is that still the economics of the project don't fly.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just looking at other developments along that stretch that do have a back alley and still seem to have developed viable projects.
Yeah, that would have been, I want to say, either they're at scale, more than 60 units, or every project along that street for 25 block stretch has died. So not a single thing has been developed there for the last 5 years. It's just a different world than it was as well. So again, the pricing is way different, and every cost consideration when it comes down to that east-west lane is going to be in close to 7-figure range of issue that gets created, and that's today's dollars.
Yeah. Okay, appreciate it. Thank you for the answers.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Councillor Fritz. Sorry, and I want to just make sure I understand again. So we heard through the questions of administration and Councillor Stevenson's questions. So there was a suggestion that you could go with more height in order to this to ensure that you can get the unit count that you're looking for. I wanted to double check why that option wasn't explored from your end, because I know it was suggested by our administration, but I don't think I heard a clear answer to Councillor Stevenson's questions about why you haven't gone down that path to look at that option.
You know, we actually did. So there's a bit of a history here. Maybe I should explain it. When we started this process, it was adjacent to the RA8 zoning that approved kitty corner to this site. At that point, you know, talking to the administration, we just were following exactly what we had done there. And then the north-south lane came in after that whole conversation. And at that point, we started to explore it. And so if you fast forward now, that started about a year and a bit ago, probably 14 months ago. That conversation happened earlier in the year. And then we've been working all of 2023 to try to look at opportunities to accommodate everybody. So there's been a little bit of an iteration. So the height-wise, we started with that moving into the zoning application. That's exactly where we started. And then we pulled back based on what administration guided us on, is to look at, hey, can we make this all work for everybody? We pulled in the neighbor. So the project, let's call it a box, with a certain height at RA8, that was contemplated with administration a long time ago. And so if we're talking about more height, I'm already there at RA8. That's the initial conversations that we had, where the east-west closure wasn't considered, and it was considered kind of after the fact. So if I had to do it again, of course, we'd go back and do the constraint is closing the east-west lane. The constraint is easement. Maybe we wouldn't have progressed the project the way we did. And we're talking project holistically, that we're not talking about detailed project planning because we need zoning to do that. And that space is kitty corner site. So the history is why we're here. It's not about, hey, we're at 4 stories and with 2 stories you can make it work. We were already considering the 6 stories.
Okay. And sorry, how long have you had the site for?
2004 till today. And also I own the other side as well. So the kitty corner site we're talking about is an analog. I own that as well.
Yeah. So I guess I'm going to ask it fairly bluntly, which is that, I appreciate that I'm hearing you're maybe not really open to that. I'm really hesitant to support this right now, but saying no means you don't get to do anything for a whole year. Councillor Stevenson has suggested an idea of refer back to try to find a different path forward. So I guess I just want to ask very directly, do you believe the suggestion of referring back is of zero value? And if so, is that why you want us to say yes or no today?
No, I think we've wasted a lot of time, to be honest with you. I'm going to give you a blunt answer. I think the city's wasted a lot of time in the administration, and it's been over a year now. I've spent the money, so I know, and I've gone down every path to accommodate it with my neighbors, making a lot of suggestions that, I think it's a cost to me in the end, and redeveloping and accommodating. So yes, I am absolutely open to it because, and the one consideration I was surprised about, which is, the administration has come back to me and said, consider DC2. And I said, absolutely, I'll consider it, but you guys put up the cost for that. So I'm okay with it. Let's talk all the conversations, but those additional $14,000 you pay for, and I'm okay with it. 100%. I've already paid 15. I don't want to pay another 14. So absolutely, blunt answer is yes, I'm willing to consider it as long as it's a fair trade. And it's not for me to come and say, hey, I'm going to do all of this work to try to accommodate a 15% loss of land. And I've done a lot of work in the last 14 months. So obviously my frustration's coming through, and I appreciate the bluntness, to be honest with you.
And no worries. And you can also appreciate that there was a lot of community effort that went into the 109th Street corridor plan. And so we're trying to figure out that balance as a council that's been very supportive of density, and at the same time also trying to make sure we're fulfilling some of the other policies we've approved too.
Yeah, I absolutely appreciate it. And like I said, if we didn't have such a crisis right now, I wouldn't have said, hey guys, we have to weigh out crisis versus